This is the elemental test at the Royal Academy of Magic, the exam that determines each student's elemental ability and how well they can handle it. The test begins, and the Emperor's own daughter reveals a 52% light elemental ability. Next up is one of the Academy's top students. His result shows a 71% sand elemental control, but when it's Sian's turn, everyone is frozen in. Surprise! He possesses the rare element of darkness, and with an astonishing 92%. Even the best student in the Brest Argo Academy's history only managed 88% upon graduation. After the exam, Sian calmly returns to his room, but in the hallway, two older students are waiting for him. They want to test how strong he really is, and bully him. Of course, what they don't know is that Sian was already waiting for them. Before they realize what is happening, it is already too late. With a single kick, Sian sends one of them into the wall. And you might wonder, what kind of mage has such physical strength and speed? The answer is simple. He was a lethal assassin in his past life. Despite facing the most talented night squad on the continent, Sian refuses to surrender. He is the bastard son of a duke and the most feared assassin on the entire continent. For as long as he can remember, his father tasked him with supporting his legitimate brother from another mother and protecting the clan's honor. In doing so, he became the hidden catalyst behind Aesilber's rise to power, fulfilling every order without hesitation, taking care of all the dirty work, whether it was helping Cell in the fight for imperial succession or eliminating rivals during the quote, Demon King's army's invasion or waging wars to unify the continent. However, after years of unwavering loyalty, the only reward he received was betrayal. His own brother branded him as a vile assassin who had dabbled with the forbidden powers of the mist. Using that as an excuse, Aesil conspired to eliminate him. Sian could not bear being discarded so easily after having sacrificed so much without question. Rage consumed him and he tried to take down his brother before he died, but against that cheap imitation of Gilgamesh he didn't have a chance and was struck down. This was not how he imagined his life would end. Then a miracle occurred. He opened his eyes and found himself back in the past. And the first person he saw was Emily, the maid he had not seen in 20 years. His eyes scanned the room. It is definitely the past. He remembers this moment clearly. It is 27 years ago, in the year 985, 1 year before entering the academy. Every year, the duchy organizes a training duel, and this year, Duke Bert, the current head of the clan and his father, will be present as a spectator. His opponent today is his half-brother, Cranbert. They are the same age, but Cran is the son of Margaret, the Duke's wife, which meant all the attention went to him. Although they were both equally young, being born to a different woman made all the difference. After this duel, Sian becomes the laughingstock of the entire family. This match is the reason his father stopped even acknowledging him. The maid whispers for him to withdraw before he gets hurt. He ignores her and draws his rapier. The weapon catches him by surprise. His strength is truly that of a child. It doesn't feel like a dream. There is no illusion magic here. He accepts it. This is real, he has returned. Cran mocks and belittles him, wondering why he hasn't run off. The Duke gives the signal to begin the combat. His opponent attacks immediately, but the eyes of Sian catch the movement. It's slow, obviously. He dodges effortlessly. A quick flick of his wrist deflects the blade, kicking a leg and sending Cran to the ground. The Duke watches, slightly amused, while Margaret watches in horror. A simple strike to the throat would end the fight and grant him victory, but he hesitates. Winning isn't enough. In his past life, Cran made him miserable for fun. Now that he has the advantage, he could crush that arrogant attitude once and for all. In this new life, he is done being anyone's servant. He will carve his own path on his own terms. He repeatedly kicks Cran in the face until he is knocked unconscious, winning by knockout. Once the duel is over, he is summoned to meet with the Duke. A high-ranking knight escorts him through the halls toward the room. Just before they arrive, he sees Margaret coming out of the office. A crooked smile plays on his lips. She has clearly just finished ranting about her precious son. He throws out a casual jab, asking if Cran is holding up okay. Her expression twists in fury, and she screams at him, demanding to know how he dares to act concerned after what he did out there. He walks past her as if she were thin air, muttering that's how duels work. But she isn't willing to let it go. She says it loud enough for anyone nearby to hear, spitting that this is why illegitimate bastards like him shouldn't be treated as true heirs. Then she goes further, insulting his mother and saying she should be scrounging for scraps in the back alleys. Lesia, who never should have fought in the first place. The words land, and his jaw tightens. Her venom finally hits a nerve. his anger boiling sharp and silent. He briefly considers killing her, but opts for a more satisfying plan to make her suffer instead. He, more than anyone, knows exactly how to break her down slowly and deliberately. Sian informs her that he'll be enrolling in the academy, along with Cran. She narrows her eyes, not understanding what he means, so he spells it out for her with a sharp and deliberate tone. She wouldn't want her son to graduate without his limbs intact. She should focus on him from now on. She steps forward, but the knight blocks her path, saying the meeting with the Duke is urgent and there is no time to waste. He gives her one last smile before heading to the Duke's chambers. He enters the office and offers a formal greeting. Memories flash before his eyes, his father's face. It has been 15 years since the last time they saw each other in person. The man, Duke Willius Bert, the powerful feudal lord of Velis, was defined by many titles: the shield of the continent, the hero who held back the demonic onslaught for years with pure magical strength. He carried that weight until his last breath during the demonic invasion. All he ever wanted was peace for the continent, but he saw no other way. A man who chose to live his entire life as a slave to duty, when he had the freedom to, not to. He's nothing more than a fool. The Duke bypasses the greetings and gets straight to the point, telling him that in the moment Cry attacked, he locked onto the sword's trajectory and dodged. Then he asks him how long he has known how to handle a sword like that. Our protagonist replies that he trained on his own every night. The Duke clearly doubts him and says he never showed the slightest interest in swordsmanship. So, why hide that skill? He replies that he didn't want to draw attention. The Duke finds it strange that he didn't hold back against Cry, and questions if that level of aggression was really necessary. Sian replies that he needed to prove he is better than Cry. Despite sharing the same blood, the Duke breaks into a wide smile, intrigued and excited by what he just heard. He has exceeded expectations. He tells him that he could become a powerful and reliable ally for Ale one day. Sian freezes upon hearing that name. The idea of supporting someone, especially now that he knows who he really is, seems absurd to him. As always, the Duke's obsession with Ale hasn't changed. He takes his son's hands and says he can ask for anything he wants as a reward. It will be granted. Intrigued and excited by what he just heard, he has exceeded expectations. He tells him that he could become a powerful and reliable ally for Ale one day. The maid nearly jumps out of her skin when she hears what he asked for. She calls him crazy for wanting to go to a place plagued by evil creatures and demonic monsters. Velus, the western territory of the Uchev Empire, is the only region that qualifies as the true battlefront, and even the Mea Valley is considered the front line. It's a brutal war zone that has been fighting demons for centuries. Because of this, his father gives him a condition. He has 1 month to become strong enough to be worthy of entering the Valley of Mea. He has no idea how much stronger he needs to be to meet that standard, but he knows he must increase his physical capabilities as much as possible. Meanwhile, he's still weaker than most boys his age, but what he does have is combat intuition inherited from his past life and a faint trace of magic within him. If he can manage to strengthen his body, maybe he can use it, so the training begins now. Alice bursts into the room calling his name with fire in her voice. She has already found out about his plan to go to the battlefront. She scolds him, accusing him of letting his victory over Cry get to his head. Then she tells him to wait for her on the rooftop. She wants to test him, and if he can last 3 minutes against her, she won't stop him. He tries to calm her down by saying there's no reason for them to fight over this. But she cuts him off and asks if he's just chasing after his family's legacy. Then it clicks for him. He understands why she's so aggressive, but he doesn't care at all about her family name. His duel with Cry wasn't even a day ago. His body is still wrecked, but Alice doesn't hold back. She lunges forcefully with her greatsword. He reacts just in time, managing to block the blow. She is surprised that he defended himself. A 10-year-old boy with a foil just deflected her greatsword. She dismisses it as pure luck and unleashes a flurry of rapid attacks. He barely manages to defend himself and he takes a few hits, but spots a weak point in her guard and turns the tables. He stops, slips inside her defense, and launches a counterattack with his sword aimed at her neck. Alice doesn't have time to dodge, but she turns her blade at the last second, giving her an opening to escape. If she hadn't, she would have died on the spot. The mist sword technique wasn't created to show mercy. Most of its mist-based forms are made for killing, which makes it hard to hold back, especially when his physical strength is still limited. But now he's starting to get exhausted. To compensate for what his body can't handle, he's been forcing mana through his sword and is already at his limit. She catches him off guard mid-chant, mixing earth and wind into her sword, and he takes a stance. The determination on her face shows she's going all out, so he braces for impact, knowing full well that trying to block that hit could send him flying out of the castle. He charges, hoping pure adrenaline and blind faith will unlock his magic at the last moment. But before their swords can cross, the knight Ulan drops from the sky and stops the entire confrontation, blocking them both. He reprimands her for going too far with someone younger. Reality hits at once. Alice blinks and suddenly hugs him tightly, trembling and apologizing for losing her cool. She just wanted to stop him from throwing himself onto the battlefield. He gets it. He knows what she's like, how she gives her all in everything she does. His sister, the prodigy, who got the best grades in every subject at the Royal Academy. Her mere appearance made people call her a child blessed by the gods. She had trained with the sword ever since she learned to walk. She once went blow for blow with Cell in their fight for the title of Guardian of the Continent, but then it all fell apart. She joined the Knights of Light and died. He holds her tight and swears to himself. This time he will protect her. In the middle of the moment, she turns to Ulan and narrows her eyes. Wasn't he the Duke's personal knight? What is he doing here? And if the Duke has already left for the war, the knight says he's just following orders to protect Sian while the Duke is away. It's supposed to be a discreet mission. No one is supposed to know. The young man had already sensed his presence in the Duke's office, but he still finds it strange that his father would want to keep all this a secret. In the midst of these thoughts, exhaustion hits him like a ton of bricks and he faints in her arms. She smiles softly, thinking, he really is still just a kid. The next morning, she returns to the academy. He dedicates himself to physical training. He can barely do 10 push-ups. He's still weak, and the need to get stronger screams louder every day. For the past 2 weeks, he has been pushing himself with strength training, with no results. He misses the strength he used to have. He needs something, anything that will work. As he sinks into this despair, the maid enters with a message. A package has arrived from his sister. Inside is a bottle of hellhound blood, something he had asked her for. A rare material from the valley in Amia, the blood of a demonic beast famous for its horrible stench and searing taste. The people say it's poisonous, but from experience he knows it's not. It gives a permanent boost to mana and physical power. The maid looks at him in horror and asks if he's really going to drink that thing. He shrugs and tells her that after surviving her cooking, this is basically tea. Then he chugs it all down in one gulp. The heat and the surge of power spread through his body. Afterward, he says he's going out for a walk. He goes to a place he remembers clearly from his past life. He's been waiting 2 weeks to do this, specifically at a time when she isn't around to report back. Years ago, Aesel received a divine revelation from Luminel, the god of light. It spoke of an ancient temple hidden in the mountains. Back then, he didn't believe it, but the place turned out to be real, an area where mana gathers in high concentration in this timeline. However, that prophecy hasn't yet happened. He's the only one who knows it exists. He crouches down, feeling the ground for the exact spot where the mana thickens. Then he channels his magic, and the temple entrance begins to open. He enters and immediately realizes that something isn't right. It doesn't look exactly the same as before. This place, once a sanctuary dedicated to the god of light, Luminel, had its history erased during the demon god war that ravaged everything 3 centuries ago. He ventures further deep into the ruins, his gaze fixed on a glow pulsing from a sword, the temple's core. In 999 BF, before the founding, humanity had finally driven out the forces of the demon king of Velis. The demons possessed power far superior to humans, but the latter found salvation in ancient relics called the armaments of the gods, artifacts that turned the tide of the war. Among them was Duran Dark, a holy sword personally blessed by Luminel. This sword was credited as the key that allowed humanity to win the war, and it will also be the weapon that one day ends his life when it's in the hands of Bertazil. He places a hand on it. As he expected, it doesn't react. He walks away, unsurprised. There's an old legend. As he moves away from the blade's glow, a strange shadow appears. At first glance, it looks like the shadow cast by the sword, but it's not. Where there is light, darkness follows. And this darkness is actually a hidden passage concealed beyond the altar that leads to a secret chamber. He follows it and finds a sword resting in the center of the room. His eyes soften. It's like reuniting with an old friend, the same blade from his previous life. He steps forward, takes the hilt, and speaks its name, Khan. The sword submits instantly. He gives it a few swings, but the magic that once pulsed through it doesn't respond. It must still be in deep hibernation. Still, the thrill of finding it again fills him with something close to joy. Then, out of nowhere, a voice echoes in the chamber, asking if he truly feels no fear, if he understands what it means to awaken the demons sealed within that sword. She says that it's already too late to back out and lunges at him, trying to take his body, but he grabs her by the neck before she can get close. He tells her she's acting far too reckless and that she wasn't like this before. The demoness looks bewildered. How can a mere boy touch her? He calmly reminds her that the blade belongs. She tries to resist and then freezes, sensing something. She asks if he is the successor and why, but he grabs her by the neck before she can get close. He tells her she's acting far too reckless and that she wasn't like this before. He carries Eru's presence. He repeats himself. That sword is his. He has inherited Aru's legacy and she should. Words won't work. The will of a demonic weapon always ends up trying to claim the body of the user, so he cuts the conversation short, snaps his fingers, and smashes her head into the temple floor. He warns her that if she doesn't submit now, things will get uglier. She growls, furious, so he presses harder, sinking her even deeper into the ground to make his point. The pressure works. She breaks and finally calls him master. With that settled, he decides it's time to go back. He has been away for too long. Karum practically vibrates with excitement, eager to breathe fresh air after so long underground. She asks for his name, curious. When he tells her, she raises an eyebrow. Of all people, why would Aru choose a boy she has never even heard of? He replies that he was chosen in a past life. He has already died once. As they walk, he passes by Durant Dark, staring at it intently. He says it will have to wait. Its true owner won't appear for another 2 decades. Karum is still not convinced by the whole reincarnation thing, so he cuts off the hilt of the holy sword. She asks what the hell he plans to do with that. He says it will make the future a whole lot more fun. When the carriage finally reaches its destination, our protagonist at last steps out of the vehicle. He still can't believe the moment has finally arrived. The Duke is already there, waiting, flanked by his knights. His father approaches and asks him directly if he is really determined to enter the battlefront, saying that if he wants to back out now, he will not stop him. He nods firmly, saying that he trusts the path he has chosen. The Duke turns to Ilkin and orders him to activate the scroll. The knight throws it. The magic is there, and a hellhound emerges from the summoned light. It is the test meant to judge his worth. These creatures are low-level demonic beasts, coming directly from the Lemma Valley. He instantly takes a stance, his eyes fixed on the enemy. From a distance, his father reminds him that his actions have weight. If he wants this, he must prove his strength and take responsibility by passing the test. A few days earlier, he had gone to Ulin to ask for a duel. He needed something real. Training by hitting the air was no longer enough. He wanted to know what a real fight felt like. The knight told him he should be training with boys his own age, someone like Cry. But every time he showed up, Cry would run away. Still, Ulin wasn't convinced. He had his doubts, but finally agreed on one condition, that he would fight using only his scabbard and stay strictly on the defensive. The boy agreed and added one more request. Whatever happened that day, the knight was not to tell the Duke. Before Ulin could say a word, our protagonist charged with all his might. The blow was blocked, but the weight behind it took the knight by surprise. He didn't expect that from a 10-year-old boy's sword, for a boy his age to hit like that. The boy moved in a circle without stopping, with movements so fast they were almost a blur. Ulin could barely follow him with his eyes. Then came a high slash from behind. The knight stopped it, but there was no room to breathe. Blow after blow rained down on him, each attack with maximum effort. He managed to block them all, just barely. Finally, the boy stopped. As expected, he wasn't ready to win yet, but he thanked Ulin for the fight and left. The knight stood there stunned. The fragile little noble he knew had changed. He had grown up too fast. Now, seeing him face the hellhound, he was convinced that those beasts wouldn't be a problem. He watches the monster make its move. It charges. He dodges cleanly, even with how much he has advanced. Facing a beast like this still pushes him to his limits, so finishing it quickly is the only option. The next time the hound lunges, he steps aside and plunges his sword into its throat, straight to the brain. It drops instantly. As the blood spills, he watches it with a fleeting thought. How fun would it be to bottle a few jars of that stuff? But people would probably freak out if they saw him do that. His father applauds, impressed. The test is over. He passed. The Duke tells him they will meet again on the front lines. Kara murmurs from his sword, asking why he didn't use her to finish the beast. She needs blood to fully awaken. He reassures her. Soon, he'll use her as much as she wants. On the battlefront, an enormous ogre is devastating the front ranks. His father applauds, impressed. The test is over. He passed. The Duke tells him they will meet again on the front lines. Restraining spells tighten around it, immobilizing it with arcane chains. While it's paralyzed, he charges with the main force to finish it off. In the distance, Sian and his maid watch in silence. She breaks down in tears and asks why he insists on being in a place like this. He doesn't feel fear. In fact, he admits the place almost feels nostalgic. The Duke approaches and asks how it feels to be on the front line for the first time. He replies that he feels a little nervous. His father, in response, reminds him that death can strike anytime, anywhere, so staying alert is not negotiable. While it's paralyzed, he charges with the main force to finish it off. In the distance, Sian and his maid watch in silence. In fact, he admits the place almost feels nostalgic. The Duke approaches and asks how it feels to be on the front line for the first time, with the advanced knights forming the backbone of the force. He nods, thanking him for the warning, though he already knows scenes like this are common here, located at the back in the safest sector. But the guards in that area follow orders too strictly. They handle any monster that tries to break the line. When the battle concludes, he returns to his assigned tent. He sees the maid trembling and asks what she's supposed to be doing. She repeats the Duke's warning, which means he won't be able to summon Karum. He'll have to wait until dinner to sneak out and train outside, that he's a mess without her, that if she suddenly disappeared, no one would take care of him. Then she leaves the tent, saying that it's time to eat. He tells her to pack her bags and return to the castle. She yells that she can't leave him alone. He slips a stuffed doll under his blanket to cover for his absence. She asks if he's going out to train. He doesn't like how she acts with him, but he lets it slide. Later that night, when everyone is asleep, he excuses himself and tells her to take care of everything and keep his absence a secret. Since it's nighttime, the patrols are usually more strict. He nods. She praises his dedication and says the Duke would be proud to see him like this. He remembers that this place should still be full of monsters. The ideal hunting ground for Kun. She smells the strong scent of blood in the air and can barely contain her excitement. She begs him to let her cut down the beasts. He lunges at a pack of hounds, tearing through everything with an expansive fog attack, shredding them without stopping. He collects the blood of the slain hounds and drinks it, recharging his mana and his body and feeding Kun with power to grow stronger. She starts to get impatient, wondering how many more beasts they'll have to kill to reach their goal. He tells her they will stay there training all night. The area will keep attracting more monsters. Elsewhere, across the front lines, a group of knights escorts a royal convoy along the mountain trails. The maid in the carriage tells the young lady inside that going to the battlefield is too dangerous and that it would be safer to return. The girl, with her grim expression and arrogant tone, he tells her they will stay there training all night. The area will keep attracting more monsters. Elsewhere, across the front lines, a group of knights escorts a royal convoy along the mountain trails, and apparently he's the same age as her. The girl reacts with surprise at the Duke's decision. Why would he send someone so young to war? The maid clarifies that the Duke didn't send him. It was he who volunteered. She repeats that they are probably the same age and suggests they might get along if they were to meet. The girl goes into full tsundere mode and claims she's not interested in meeting him. The maid apologizes again, but the girl finally relaxes a bit and asks for his name. She tells her his name is Bert. The girl repeats it under her breath, clearly intrigued by who this daring young man could be. The next day, on the battlefield, Duke Bert leads his knights with precise coordination to subdue the monsters and eliminate them. After clearing the area and finishing off the threats, he approaches his son to ask him how he feels after throwing himself into combat. Our protagonist replies that there's still a long way to go, but the girl finally relaxes a bit and asks for his name. She tells her his name is Bert, smiles and tells him he's proud. He looks at him, surprised. It's the first time he's seen this kind of warmth. Before leaving, the Duke tells him they need to talk privately inside his tent the next day. That night, with the camp deep in sleep, he heads to the rear area of the front, as always, to train. But something is wrong. A death worm appears before him. These creatures usually spawn much deeper in the valley, so finding one here doesn't make sense. In his current state, he's struggling to keep up, and Karam tells him to hand over control if he wants to survive. He knows her too well. What she really wants is complete access to his body. She keeps pressing, telling him that those weak strikes won't work against a worm that can heal any wound in seconds. He has to finish it in a single blow if he wants to truly end the fight. He listens to her. This fight could drag on forever if he continues alone. Even though he has consumed an absurd amount of demonic beast blood over the last month, he still feels he's a long way from being truly strong. Letting her take control might be his only option. He steps forward. Allowing it with the 9th form of thick mist, demonic sword manifestation, she unleashes her full speed and strength, slicing the worm to pieces with almost no effort. Meanwhile, the Duke, accompanied by several of his royal apprentices, passes through the area and sees the scattered corpses of the hellhounds that were eliminated earlier. They immediately sense the dense mana still lingering in the area, and it raises suspicions of demonic activity. He orders the group to search the area and secure it immediately. Something like this can't be left uninvestigated, especially if there are demons involved. While studying the cuts and marks on the bodies, he notices they resemble his son's fighting style, but he shakes the thought from his head. They continue to check and end up finding a huge dead death worm. A new question arises. Who could have defeated so many beasts alone? The Duke begins to formulate a theory. Perhaps some secret organization is behind these incidents. Back in his tent, our protagonist lies on his bed, recalling the last time he used the demonic sword manifestation. It's the technique that allows Karam to take complete control and unleash her power without restraint, but the risk is enormous. If he were to fail, she could remain in control forever, which is why he can't use that technique against weak monsters. The price is too high. Exhaustion catches up to him. His body is sore and heavy. If he hadn't been drinking so much demonic beast blood during his stay here, he would have collapsed long ago. While he tries to rest, she appears, telling him that she has finally understood something. On the inside, he is clearly mature, but his body is still trapped in the form of a child. His instincts, his awareness, and his combat skills don't match his age at all. He moves through Lima Valley like someone who has trained for decades, and the way he uses the sword reinforces that impression. It's almost as if he has 30 years of experience. After hearing what he said earlier about dying, she is now completely convinced that he came back from the future. He looks at her with exhaustion and tells her that it should have been obvious from the start. She, being the loudmouth beast she is, screams in frustration, but when she calms down, she begins to delve into the details of his past death. To kill him, it must have been someone incredibly strong. Her theory is that he was defeated by the wielder of the Duran Dark, whether lost in a duel or was betrayed by someone close. She leans toward the second option. He asks why. She's so sure. She explains that she saw him looking at that sword earlier, as if it meant something to him, as if it carried a past. And if that's the case, he's probably seeking revenge. Her tone shifts and she growls that if he ever gets killed or defeated again, she'll devour him whole. He gives her a knock on the head and reminds her who's really in command, but inwardly he feels relieved. She hasn't changed one bit since the day they met in his previous life. Later that day, something feels off. People are acting nervous for no apparent reason. He heads out to find out what's going on and runs into Emily. She tells him that news just came in. The corpses of high-ranking monsters were found in the valley, near the rear camp, the same area where he has been staying. He instantly realizes she's referring to the creatures he's been taking out every night. He asks if any other rumors have started circulating. But before she can say more, Yurkin interrupts, saying that the Duke wants to speak with him. He's at a loss. He took care of those corpses himself. Last night, he enters his father's tent and greets him as usual. A tension tightens in his chest. If the topic comes up, he doesn't know what excuse to give. His father would immediately recognize his attack pattern. The Duke gestures for him to sit, and without any preamble or delay, the father immediately addresses the reason he has been summoned. He asks where he was last night, without hesitation and with a straight face. He lies, claiming he went to bed early. A spark of suspicion arises. The marks they discovered yesterday look eerily similar to the cuts left by his sword style. But after a moment, the Duke tempers his thoughts, pushing the suspicion aside. There's no way a boy could have defeated something as huge and dangerous as a deathworm. He asks why he's being questioned. The tone grows more serious now as he mentions the monster corpses found near the camp. They need to investigate it thoroughly. But the theory the father keeps coming back to is that it might be related to an old assassin organization known as the Mist. He feigns ignorance, as if he's never heard that name before. But the explanation continues. Supposedly, the Mist has been around for centuries. No one knows their motives or their ultimate purpose. But they've left a trail of dead nobles in their wake. Their hallmark is that every place. They need to investigate it thoroughly. But the theory the father keeps coming back to is that it might be related to an known sighting was 300 years ago. But what's troubling is that the monsters found yesterday were surrounded by that same black fog, the kind linked to Eru, the god of darkness. He is the source of the organization's power and the deity they worship. With that alone, the Duke assumes the Mist is behind the killing of the Deathworm and the recent monster slayings. Hearing this, our protagonist can't help but admire his father's sharp intuition. Even with the organization having been gone for centuries, his father immediately linked the fog to them. The Duke admits they still don't understand why the Mist has suddenly reappeared, but anyway, the Empire's high command must be informed. He feels a bit relieved. His father doesn't suspect a thing, and believed the lie. From that perspective, it makes no sense for someone his age to be connected to a legendary underground group. The subject changes. Does he know about the guests arriving later today? Yes, he does. The Emperor is scheduled to visit the front. The older man nods and then says he wants to ask him a small favor. Meanwhile, the Emperor arrives at the battlefield, received with respect by the knights. The Duke kneels on one knee to greet his sovereign, but the Emperor quickly dismounts and tells him that there's no need for formalities. They've been friends for years. Then he sees our protagonist nearby and introduces him as the youngest member of the Burt family. The Emperor seems genuinely pleased to see someone so young surviving in the brutal environment of the front lines. He finds it amazing. Now he understands why his father wanted him to be present for this visit. This was the first time he was formally introduced as the son of the Duke. In his past life, whenever the Emperor came, he was always told to stay locked in the brutal environment of the front lines. He finds it amazing. Now he understands why his father wanted him to. Emperor then gestures to his young daughter, introducing her. The white-haired girl from before is none other than Erin Sievers, the 5th princess of the Empire. He identifies her immediately. She is infamous as the tragic 5th princess. The favor mentioned earlier was about her. His father wanted him to ensure her safety. Since they are the same age, he could look after her, keep her company, and stay close. This would help create a bond from now on, especially since they will probably see each other again at the academy. He mentions that it's a smart move to be on good terms with a member of the royal family and hopes they get along. He isn't exactly thrilled about befriending her, but he understands where this is all going. His father wants him to form the kind of relationship that he has with the Emperor. Still, that's not his thing. There's no chance they will actually become friends. But, for now, he has to play along. He ends up walking by her side, as instructed. She stops by the river, watches it curiously, and asks why the water is red. He tells her it's called the River of Blood. The name says it all. When demons are mortally wounded or lose the ability to fight, they instinctively crawl to this river. Over time, the bodies rot and the fluids pour into the water, staining it red. The thought of a river full of corpse remains is sickening. She then asks where the river flows exactly. He takes the opportunity to scare her, saying it flows directly into the demon realm and that, if she swims far enough, she might meet the Demon King. Her eyes drift toward the sky, where a faint yellow glow appears on the horizon. He explains that light means the demonic beasts are getting closer. She panics, asking why the demons would dare to come so close to the camp. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Duke begins to organize the battle, ordering the Fortings knights to focus on protecting the Emperor, and then tells the rest of the army to move west with him. The Emperor interrupts him, declaring that he will not stand idly by letting others protect him. It has been years since he has tasted real combat, and he is eager to jump into action. The Duke has no choice but to obey. They announce that the Emperor will join the charge while the rest of the knights take care of the approaching demons. The Duke then calls for his son to join the others. He does not hesitate and prepares to follow orders. But before he can leave, Erin stops him and asks if he is truly capable of fighting against demons. He just nods, but she interrupts him, insisting that she wants to go too. If he can go, then so can she. They are the same age. He ignores her, telling her that people die, and this being the stubborn and loud girl that she is, she yells that she still wants to go. He ignores her again and calls for Ulan, assigning him the task of keeping her safe and taking her away from the battle. Furious, she begins to shout insults at them for treating her this way. He approaches her with that cold look of his and tells her straight. If she keeps throwing herself into situations like this, people will die. Maybe dozens, maybe hundreds. Is she prepared to carry that weight? Her eyes fill with tears. That was too harsh a blow. He turns around and starts to walk away. Before leaving, he tells her to pack her bags and go home if she is just going to cry like a child. Back at the camp, the high-level demonic beasts begin their attack. The Duke orders the army to prepare for battle and to eliminate every last one of them. The soldiers respond with fire and charge straight for the demonic snail. The ruler of Yusuf, Emperor Dionysius, has had 2 wives during his reign. The first, Diana Kazel, passed away years ago. The second, Cassandra Nepalis, currently serves as a royal judge in the empire's court. Diana gave him 2 daughters, the first and second princesses of the empire. Cassandra, on the other hand, gave birth to the 3rd and 4th princes. But then came Erin, the 5th princess, born not of nobility but of a common woman, a daughter born out of wedlock. Her existence has been treated as a stain, ostracized and labeled as something unnatural, unworthy of royalty. Still, despite the constant humiliation and social scorn, she never allowed their judgment to define her. She carried herself with the grace and presence expected of any princess, and dedicated herself with intensity to her academic path. Still, eventually everything fell apart. She was later accused of betraying the empire and banished from the royal bloodline. No one knows for sure what became of her, but rumors suggest she contracted an incurable disease and died alone on a remote island. That was enough to earn her the nickname of the tragic princess. He, for his part, believes things could have been different. He always thought she might have had a chance at a decent life if she was not so caught up in dreams and blind ambition. She drew too much attention to herself. Kun constantly bothers him, saying that her story practically mirrors his own. Meanwhile, on the other side of the war zone, the Emperor and the Duke have made significant progress, eliminating swarms of monsters. Dion channels raw lightning through his body, cutting down the stragglers as if they were nothing. He may hold the throne, but he's also earned a reputation as a terrifying magic user. Creatures like those barely slow him down. Once the area is clear, the two of them enter the command tent to rest. The Emperor pours himself a drink and offers him one as well. Just for old time's sake, the offer is refused. There's no room for petty judgment on the front lines, so he just shrugs and drinks alone as the silence stretches between them. He casually brings up a troubling matter. Several nobles have been assassinated lately, and the news is spreading quickly, unsettling both citizens and soldiers. The Duke immediately asks if there's any connection between the deaths, any patterns, or strange signs. Dion tells him the common thread is corruption. Every noble taken out so far had a dirty record, and, more importantly, each corpse showed traces of black mist residue. That gives his companion pause. He says that he noticed the same kind of mist behind the camp just yesterday, leading him to suspect that the black mist users have resurfaced. The Emperor agrees. It's definitely something they'll need to investigate further. Then the topic shifts. He's heard rumors that they're blaming Eren for the recent chaos, and it's starting to weigh on him. He's been trying to keep things from getting out of hand, but some factions are clearly looking to use the situation against her. He turns to the Duke with a serious, open face and asks for just one thing. If anything should happen, if he dies first, he wants his old friend to look after her in his stead. The promise is made without hesitation. The Duke swears on his life to protect her no matter what, and with that, the conversation comes to a close. In another tent, he's catching Emily up on everything that happened while she was away. She seems disappointed that he's barely spent any time with the princess. He tells her not to expect too much. She laughs half seriously and blurts out that at this rate, he'll never get married. He lets it slide and heads out to get back to his usual training, but outside he runs right into Eren, who's soaked from the downpour. She follows him into the tent and asks where he's headed. Before he can answer, she asks him to stay for a moment. Is there something she wants to talk about? She asks how long he's been stuck here. He replies, almost a month now. Without wasting any time, he asks the real question. Why did she come all this way just to find him? But whatever she wants to say, she holds it back. Emily's intense, almost unhinged stare from behind them makes her too uncomfortable to speak freely. He asks Emily to give them some space to talk privately, but she replies with a sarcastic smile, joking that the three of them should just have some fun together. Once she steps aside, Eren begins by apologizing, admitting she hasn't been acting as she should, that she hasn't been living up to what is expected of her. He accepts it without hesitation and acknowledges that perhaps he was too harsh on her before. Her voice becomes lower. Emily's intense, almost unhinged stare from behind them makes her too uncomfortable to speak freely. There's the change in her tone. She mentions that he'll probably be returning to the academy soon, but he cuts her off before she can finish. He already knows what she's getting at. She wants to ask if they can be friends once they're there, but he shuts her down, looking her straight in the eye. He tells her that if she came all this way looking for friendship, she's wasting her time and should leave, trying to stand his ground. She says that's not why she came, that she was just hoping they could get along, and that he's being unnecessarily cruel. With tears starting to fall, she says he probably sees her just like everyone else, a fake, unworthy princess. She takes a breath, composes herself, and apologizes for showing up. She says she overestimated him, and that she's leaving with nothing. Then she mutters that he's nothing like his brother, Ale. That name hits him. He grabs her arm without thinking, demanding to know how she even knows him, filled with emotion. She says that everyone appreciates him, that he acts more maturely than she does. He notices right away, but only about her goals and what she wants. That sends a chill down his spine. It's clear now that his brother had started to manipulate her from the very first moment they met. He was already setting the trap for her. He tries to warn her, but before he can say anything, a loud crash shakes the tent. Emily runs in with panic written all over her face, screaming for them to get out immediately, but it's already too late. An orc bursts through the top of the tent, crashing to the ground and sending her flying like a broken doll. From outside, The knights nearby see the destroyed tent and realize he's still inside. Emily, lying on the ground, begins to sob, convinced he's been killed under the rubble. News of the attack reaches the Emperor and the Duke immediately. Both have their children trapped inside the remains of a tent torn to shreds by a demonic beast of a high rank. Without hesitation, Dion orders the entire military force to head directly to the location and secure his daughter's life. Meanwhile, panic floods his mind. He can't understand why they keep seeing such powerful monsters so far behind enemy lines. They're supposed to stay deep within the valley. She tells him she met Ale during a walk near the Royal Academy, that he told her not to worry about what others think. After sincerely believing the orc had killed him, it turns out he managed to get out before the structure collapsed. There was no way he'd let an orc defeat him, not when he has killed demon kings in a past life. Beside him, she asks if the knights at the camp are okay. Then she breaks down, overwhelmed with guilt for having come, knowing they would have followed her straight into danger. The knights approach and assure her that protecting her is their sacred duty and that they are ready to die if necessary. But their words are cut short when the orc returns to the scene, grabs one of them, crushes his body with a single squeeze, and throws him across the field like he's nothing. Without hesitation, he positions himself in front of her, putting his body between her and any attack. Overwhelmed with guilt for having come, knowing they would have followed her straight into danger. Without hesitation, Dion orders the entire military force to head directly to the location and secure his daughter's life. While he holds the beast's attention, Amelia grabs the princess and runs, leaving him alone to face the threat. But his attacks barely scratch the creature. It's as if his blows aren't landing at all. Confused and frustrated, he starts to wonder, what the hell is going on, and why are they so obsessed with him? That's when Kun appears, calmly explaining that all the demonic blood he's been drinking to become stronger has left him reeking of power, attracting elite monsters like a beacon. Furious, he yells, demanding to know why she didn't tell him sooner, since she knew from the start. She just smirks maliciously and says she's only here for his body. Without hesitation, he takes her and transforms her into his weapon. With her as a sword, he lunges at the orc, slicing through limbs like butter and finishing it off without breaking a sweat. But then he sees something worse. Dozens of high-level beasts are still on the move. She lights up with excitement, delighted at the possibility of a massive feast. The mood shifts as they come face to face with a demonic dragon. He tells her to get ready to tear it apart, activating his demonic manifestation to eliminate everything in his path. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Duke has just defeated the last monster remaining in his zone. Diane turns and asks if there is any news about the children. The response is grim. There was no trace of them near the collapsed tent. The Emperor says he is panicking about his son, but the Duke responds with a cold expression. Any member of the Ver family should know how to survive something like this. What matters now is the princess's safety. As they speak, the knights arrive, successfully bringing her back to her father. She runs into his arms breathlessly, begging him to save our protagonist before it's too late. Meanwhile, the Duke approaches the maid and asks if she is his personal assistant. When she nods, he asks her what happened. In a trembling voice, she explains that he told them to run while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters. One of the knights offers to go find him and is given the order, but the Duke stops for a moment and then rejects it. Their focus must remain on the current wave. If these creatures break through the camps, nothing will stop them from reaching the Empire itself. They must get back into formation before more lives are lost. When someone asks what will happen to him, the response is calm and final. Our protagonist has already done his part. He protected the princess. That's what it means to be a Bert. She keeps crying, still blaming herself for everything happening around her. But then, a sound cuts through the commotion, a voice that she instantly recognizes. She looks up with wide eyes and sees him flying high above, clinging to the reins of a flying dragon, desperately screaming for help. Dragons are majestic beings, deeply connected to the Creator, revered for their rarity and dignity. Creatures as weak and limited as humans have no right to challenge one. That's why, for him, simply seeing a dragon in the flesh already feels like a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Unfortunately, the dragon he clung on. He ends up flying directly over a crowd of people who know exactly who he is. The worst part is that he can't afford to be seen in the middle of a fight, and yet, there he is, in broad daylight, riding a dragon like a reckless idiot. All eyes are on him immediately. The Emperor watches with intrigue and asks the Duke if he plans on saving his own son. The Duke, completely unbothered, just sits there, relaxed and distant, watching as our protagonist deals with the mess he got himself into. Meanwhile, he's barely managing to hang on, regretting everything. He curses himself for being so greedy as to even think about tasting dragon's blood. Before all this chaos started, when he was still holding back the army of monsters, He had quickly wiped them out, without much thought, until the only thing left was the dragon. Seeing it up close, he was almost trembling with excitement, staring at the mythical creature with wide, astonished eyes. But the moment didn't last. It turned aggressive immediately, unleashing a pillar of fire. He dodged and climbed to higher ground, launching a barrage of attacks in response, but every hit only enraged it more. Then came the swift and brutal tail whip, sending him flying like a rag doll. Before it could finish him off, he switched to martial arts, pummeling it with a series of fast, heavy attacks all over its body. Still, it wasn't enough to take the beast down. Just as he prepared for his next move, something unexpected happened. It stopped. Then it just turned and flew away. But of course, being the impulsive gremlin that he is, he jumped after it without a second thought, clinging to its back like a maniac, just to get a taste of its blood. That's how he ended up trapped, hanging off its back, helpless and exposed. She demands to know why he hasn't used her to fight. At this rate, he's going to get himself killed. He yells back that if anyone sees him use his powers now, they'll fry him alive. He can't let that secret get out. As they continue to argue, they see the Duke beginning to cast a high-level magic spell, an 8-star summon. Panic hits them immediately. That serious expression on his father's face means only one thing. He's about to attack the dragon, even knowing his son is riding on it. The spell is cast. Magical blades shoot into the sky, piercing through flesh with terrifying force. He leaps off just in time, trying to dodge the blades as he falls. She screams at him to use his powers to escape, to fly before it's too late, but he still can't risk being seen. Desperate, he scans the area and spots a river of blood not too far away. As a last resort, he changes his trajectory and aims for it, hoping it will cushion his fall. Elsewhere in the valley, a pair of demons have been watching the commotion. One, the elder, remarks that it must be a young dragon getting into trouble. The white-haired one beside him replies that something incredibly powerful must have scared it. Only a high-level beast could do that, but the elder calmly corrects him. That section of the valley is populated solely by humans. Still, if his curiosity is piqued, he can go see for himself. Just try not to slaughter everything in sight. The younger one agrees, spreads his wings, and flies towards the chaos near the river. He, somehow survives the fall. Crawling out of the bloody water, breathless and soaked, he drags himself to the shore to rest. He quickly checks on her, making sure she's okay, but she's too furious to speak. He tells her to calm down. He promises they'll be back soon, but she yells at him to be careful. Right now they're in the middle of demonic territory. He laughs, saying there's no way his luck is that bad. Not bad enough to run into a powerful demon at this time of day. But right on cue, fate slaps him in the face with a voice he knows all too well. A voice that's been etched into his memory for years. The voice of Belkarion, the Demon King. In the past, everyone who had ever seen him said it was like looking directly at the very personification of darkness. That same presence now looms over Sian. He instinctively takes a defensive stance. In a furious tone, Belkarion demands to know if he is human. Too tense and focused to answer, he remains silent. In an instant, the Demon King blinks towards him, clearly extending an invitation to fight. Sian reacts immediately by slashing with Karam, but he only manages to cut off a lock of his hair. Belkarion appears intrigued, even impressed by the speed of his movement. Karam quickly asks who the hell he thinks he's facing, and Sian replies with a heavy pause. It's the Demon King. That alone sends her into a panic. She says there's no way he can beat someone of that caliber with his current strength. Now trapped in a desperate situation, he realizes he has no real chance of winning, and even escaping might end with him getting caught. He freezes briefly trying to process what to do, but then Belkarion surprises him by calmly telling him to relax. He claims that he's not going to lay a finger on a boy like him. He even leans back casually, suggesting they just talk for a while. Tane finds this strange and out of place, completely bewildered by the Demon King's behavior. Once again, Belkarion asks if he's really human and how he ended up there. He replies that yes, he is, and that he fell into the river of blood, which dragged him to this place. Belkarion, however, isn't completely convinced. He perceives something emanating from our protagonist and asks if it's really his first time there. Sian nods, but the other still doesn't believe him. He then asks if our protagonist has seen him before, to which he firmly denies it. That answer, however, sounds genuine enough for Belkarion to believe him. After all, how could a human know him if he had never met one before? Still, Sian remains unsure. His mind is racing 1,000 miles an hour, trying to figure out if this is really the same Belkarion he remembers from his past life. He decides to ask him why he's there. The Demon King replies that he sensed an unusual surge of energy in this direction, and came to investigate. explaining that as the ruler of these lands, it's only natural for him to protect them. The protagonist's lack of surprise actually reinforces Belkarian's suspicions. His unfazed expression gives the impression that he already knows him. Belkarian continues to speak, clearly thinking out loud. The Demon King replies that he sensed an unusual surge of energy in this direction and came to investigate, explaining that as the ruler of these lands, it's the Demon King. That alone sends her into a panic. She says there's no way he can beat someone of that caliber with his current strength. He just doesn't seem like the type to unleash such chaos. If this is his true personality, then something must have changed him. So Sian takes a chance and asks him what he truly wishes to achieve as the Demon King. Amused by our protagonist's audacity, he says the only thing he desires is to ensure the safety and prosperity of his people, and if anyone threatens that peace, he won't hesitate to destroy them. For a brief moment, Sian glimpses Barian's true core, a raw force of evil repressed deep within. Something must have triggered it in the past to awaken that beast, and our protagonist knows he must prevent that from happening. He warns him that soon both Belkarian and his empire could face a critical moment. The Demon King frowns, puzzled by the vagueness, asking what he means. Sian admits he doesn't know the exact details, but if events spiral out of control, a massive conflict could break out between humans and demons, and he wants to set conditions to prevent it. Belkarian asks aloud why he would want to start a war with humans in the first place. Sian responds with a plea. No matter what happens, promise me you'll never invade human lands or declare war. That earns a raised eyebrow from the demon. But if events spiral out of control, a massive conflict could break out between humans and demons. He asks for his name and, upon learning it, solemnly swears as the Demon King that he will never start a war with humans or invade their lands regardless of the circumstances, but he warns that Sian must uphold his end of the bargain. With that said, he soars into the sky. Shortly after, our protagonist is spotted by frontline scouts who were patrolling the river. The news spreads quickly. He becomes known as the one who survived the demonic dragon, and he wants to set conditions to prevent it. Belkarian asks aloud why he would want to start a war with humans in the first place. Erin is sitting nearby with flushed cheeks. Gathering her courage, she timidly asks him if he would be hers. Sian can't understand what's happening around him. From the expression he shows, she gets the clear message that he doesn't want to go through with it, and it hits her hard. Tears begin to well up as she admits that it actually makes sense for someone like him to avoid someone like her, a useless princess with no power to offer. Her reaction starts to get to him. Her mood, her desperation, the way she lays it all bare, begins to wear on him. Deep down, he already knows she has nothing practical to contribute, but her emotional chaos is starting to test his patience. She quickly wipes away her tears, forces a smile, and claims she just needs to level up, get stronger, become so powerful that someone like him will finally look at her and accept her presence. She sets that goal, vowing that she will become so frighteningly capable that resisting her won't even be an option. Just before leaving, she stops at the door and throws him a quiet thank you for not having died on the front lines the other day. Days later, at the shadowy edge of the back of the forest, a man slips through the trees, making sure no one is following him. He pulls a cube from his backpack, arcane and faintly glowing. As soon as he exposes it, dark chains of magic lash out at him, immobilizing his limbs. A voice sounds out from behind, scanning him and commenting in disbelief that Railed Crimson was the rat all along. The smuggler immediately launches into a frantic explanation, rambling that the cube isn't an ordinary item. It's charged with enough raw mana to grant it near unlimited storage, a design straight from the mage labs of the Gam Kingdom. The assassin snatches the cube and removes his mask, revealing his face and casually reciting his full name as if reading an arrest warrant. Rayold freezes, stunned that Sian is the one who caught him. He demands to know what led him there, but the other man doesn't even respond. He's already checking the boxes and supplies that the smuggler has been transporting. He notes it all down. Smuggled parts, demonic remains, and it all fits. Reynold has been draining corpses of their corrupted blood, packing it into carts and getting them across the borders with inside help. Soon, they'll go further. They'll start creating horrors with that blood, twisting magic into something much worse. But Sian is several steps ahead. He's seen that demonic blood circulating in the underground markets. Someone is selling it. While he tries to piece together who the mole could be, Reynold tries to catch him off guard with a blast of fire. He thinks he'll succeed, but Sian is already on him, slicing off his hands and pinning them to the bark of a nearby tree. Then comes the offer. Either Reynold tells all, the smuggling route, the trader's identity, the whole operation, and gets a clean end, or he keeps it all to himself and is dragged into a torture so prolonged and merciless that he'll beg for death. Later, on the western edge of Velas, inside a trading post near the border, A group of merchants opens a box of supposed shipments of blood, only to recoil in horror at the sight of Reynolds' decapitated head floating in a swirl of black mist inside one of the containers. Not far from the scene, Sian watches from a hidden spot, silently monitoring his plan as it unfolds. Karam, standing by his side, asks him why he's letting those traitors go free. He replies coldly, "They just need a shake-up, a warning." He remembers all this from his previous life. Rayold Crimson, deeply allied with the Garam government, had been trafficking corrupted blood right under everyone's noses. Every shipment led directly to the Gam-Mage Society, the same fanatics obsessed with unraveling the source of magic and pushing its limits beyond all reason. For now, they're still focused on creating useful tools like the Dimensional Cube, but he knows what comes next. Soon, they'll go further. They'll start creating horrors with that blood, twisting magic into something much worse, and he's determined to stop that spiral. Karam throws a jab, mocking that now. He's suddenly doing the Empire a favor, after swearing he was done with all of it, that this time he would live only for himself. In one of the Uhev family's properties, Asel is relaxing in a room, having just spent some private time with a woman. His attention is piqued when she mentions something. Sian apparently left for the battlefront and took their father with him. That's all he needs to hear. Now Asel is ready to go visit his brother. That bastard has been getting on his nerves lately, and he's not about to let it slide. Emily lets out a cry of joy the moment she finally leaves the battlefront and enters the castle safe and sound. The relief is real, and she practically screams her excitement. She turns to Sian, saying the academy will be a total upgrade compared to this gloomy place they're stuck in now. But he doesn't share her energy. His face says it all. He already knows what's coming. Sian apparently left for the battlefront and took their father with him. That's all he needs to hear. Now Asel is ready to go visit his brother. That place isn't the bright new chapter she's hoping for. It's a maze of internal politics and shallow alliances, what awaits him inside those academy walls, and it's nothing like what she imagines. The truth is, real learning takes a backseat to social climbing. She, on the other hand, is excited because she's heard the academy is full of handsome guys and is convinced she might finally have her chance at finding love. Envy fuels everything, and reputation is worth more than talent. Time passes and eventually, entrance day arrives. Sian gets to the main gates and, upon entering, runs into Cry. Karun, confused by the sudden retreat, asks what's wrong with him. Sian plays it down, explaining that he's just his half-brother. She comments that he doesn't look much like the rest of the family, but he disagrees. He says he's not so different from Alice. Once inside, the academy staff greets him with excessive politeness and respect. She turns to Sian, saying the academy will be a total upgrade compared to this gloomy place they're stuck in now. He says he just came to see him, nothing more, but Sian knows that's not true. Asel doesn't waste time on those he considers inferior, but he doesn't give it too much thought. After grinding non-stop for the past year, he decides to take it as a win. Maybe this is what being rewarded feels like. He makes his way down the hall until he reaches his assigned room. Before he even opens the door, a familiar aura cuts through the air. It's strong, unmistakable. Asel is on the other side. He just knows it. And just as he expected, upon opening the door, there stands his older brother with a smug smile, greeting him with a long time no see. Sian holds back, trying not to do anything reckless. Asel remarks that he probably doesn't even remember him, that it's been years since before he entered the academy. That triggers something in him. Sian explodes with rising fury and moves to grab Cardi, a counterattack. That triggers something in him. Sian explodes with rising fury and moves to grab Cardi, a counterattack. He barely hears her. Instead, he greets Asel through gritted teeth, but she intercepts him just in time, begging him not to lose his cool, reminding him that a single wrong move here could cost him his life. Asel remarks that he probably doesn't even remember him, that it's been years since before he entered the academy, casually mentioning that he's heard that Sian has improved quite a bit in combat this past year, and that maybe now he could actually be of use on the battlefield. Sian holds himself back, replying that he hopes so too, but the hatred in his eyes says otherwise. Asel catches that look and stops. He says he just came to see him, nothing more, but Sian knows that's not true. Asel doesn't waste time on those he considers inferior. If he's here, it's for a reason. And oddly enough, that thought calms him. Meanwhile, right at the end of the hallway, Emily is carrying her things to the room, yelling, annoyed because Sian didn't come out to help her carry them, but as she gets closer, she freezes. Instead, Asel walks right past her, telling her not to pay him any mind and to get back to work. When he leaves, Emily is there, demanding to know why the hell he couldn't have warned her that he would be here today. He doesn't answer, just tells her to leave him alone for a bit, locks himself in the bathroom, but as she gets closer, she freezes. Instead, Aisel walks right past her. Emily is carrying her things to the room, yelling, annoyed because Sian didn't come out to help her carry them. She could have taken control of his body right then and there. She cuts him off immediately, saying she didn't hold back because she was being soft. She just wants his rage to keep growing. The more twisted it becomes, the better it will taste. Sian smiles with a smirk, saying he prefers her that way. In Asel's private chambers, a butler enters with an update. Just as she could have taken control of his body right then and there. She cuts him off immediately, saying she didn't hold back because she was being soft, but as she gets closer, she freezes. Instead, Aisel walks right past her, especially to outsiders, but of course, it had to be her. She has a way with people, so it makes sense that she managed it. He tells the butler to notify him immediately if she ever decides to return. The servant nods, but before leaving, he asks if something happened during the meeting. He sees him looking different, even happier. Aisel, shaking his head, says it's just the opposite. His mood is terrible. He can't stop thinking about the look Sian gave him earlier. Sharp and heavy, as if he were looking at a sworn enemy. He orders the man to keep an eye on Sian from now on. The butler promises to assign someone to watch him and leaves. Aisel is left alone, thinking, trying to figure out what the hell his younger brother could be hiding. Just outside the castle walls, a formation of royal knights waits fully armed, ready to escort him on his way to the academy. Emily stands nearby, clearly disheartened. She isn't allowed to travel with them, and it hurts her. He says his goodbyes and tells her to be well, wishing her the best before walking away. Just as he's about to leave, she shouts to him to remind him not to get discouraged if people bother him once he's there, and to take care of himself no matter what. Her words take him by surprise, not because of what she says, but because it proves she hasn't changed at all since his past life. She's still the same, still good, exactly as she was back then. Like that time when he was 8 years old, sick with a brutal fever, passing out over and over again, with no one noticing him, no one, except for her. She picked him up and carried him on her back, running to the nearest doctor. She spent the entire night by his side, and taking care of him. If it weren't for her, he probably would have died in some forgotten corner of the castle. Peeking his head out of the carriage, he jokingly shouts that she'd better behave or she'll be punished when he gets back. She waves goodbye, her eyes glistening with tears, but smiling. To him, she has never been just a servant. She's someone important, someone he truly cares about. Once inside the carriage, something starts to feel wrong. The escort, 6 nights for a single person, makes no sense. He begins to suspect that there's something more behind this routine trip. Whatever they're planning, they probably won't wait for him to reach the academy. Hours pass before they stop. One of the knights tells him they'll be camping here for the night. Curious, he asks where exactly they are. They answer vaguely, claiming it's a spot in the middle of Saffron, and that they'll reach the city in the morning, but he knows that's a lie. The scenery doesn't match in the slightest. There's no forest like this anywhere near Saffron. Based on the area, they've deliberately brought him to an isolated place, far from everything. He steps out of the carriage and the group immediately surrounds him. Calmly, he asks the only thing that matters. There's no forest like this anywhere near Saffron. Based on the area, they've deliberately brought him to an isolated place. He begins to suspect that there's something more behind this routine trip. Whatever they're planning, they probably won't wait for him to reach the academy. Then he blows the man's head off with a single counterattack. Raising his sword, he points it at the others and repeats the question. They all lunge at him at once, but they don't last long. In a matter of seconds, he cuts through them as if they were dead weight, far from everything. He steps out of the carriage and the group immediately surrounds him. Calmly, he asks the only thing that matters. There's no forest like this anywhere near Saffron. Based on the area, they've deliberately brought him to an isolated place. From the moment they accepted this mission, they were already doomed. He approaches, weapon still in hand, and asks again, who ordered this? No evasions, no delays. Overcome with panic, the knight spills everything. It was Lady Margaret. She issued the execution order. He doesn't kill him. Instead, they both return to the carriage and continue on their way to the academy. During the journey, the knight adds another piece to the puzzle. Apparently, Cry had gone to Margaret to ask her for a favor. This assassination was most likely his request. Sian grits his teeth. That's enough. He swears to settle the score with Cry later. The dejected knight quietly asks what's going to happen to him now. He replies without emotion. He's useful for now, so for the time being, he can drive. Not long after, the outline of the academy appears in the distance. They have reached their destination. Back at the mansion, Margaret completely breaks down when she receives the news that the mission went wrong. A rumor spreads that most of her men were found dead near the road, their bodies discarded like trash. And yet, who survived? And worse, he made it to the academy. Her nerves are shot. In disbelief, none of this adds up. The butler suggests calmly that perhaps they underestimated his abilities, but the idea that a child managed this doesn't sit right with either of them, of the two. He assumes there must be a hidden hand pulling the strings, proposing to send a cleaner to the academy to finish the job. She cuts him off before he can finish. If they do that, he'll go straight for Cry. She orders a total blackout. No retaliation, no leaks, not a single word about what happened today. The servant bows and leaves, but outside the room, Aisel's butler has been listening to everything undetected. 10 days have passed since Sian and Brian left Saffron. By now, they've probably discovered that he's still breathing. That means the path to the Royal Academy is finally clear, but finish the job. She cuts him off before he can finish. If they do that, he'll go straight for Cry. She orders a total. The back of the carriage, enjoying the silence, the escort informs him, "We've arrived." He takes a look and sees the academy building. Nostalgia hits him hard, a wave of memories washing over him. Some good, most of them miserable. He enters and presents his credentials at the reception. A wave of murmurs, "Finish the job." She cuts him off before he can finish. If they do that, he'll go straight for Cry. She orders a total. He must attend the entrance ceremony and the elemental evaluation. The staff hands him an ornate key along with a sealed letter. He glances at them, confused, then shocked to discover that he has been assigned a royal suite for himself. No one in his lineage has ever received such an honor, so clearly someone is pulling strings. Brian enters with him, still following. Sian turns to him. Now that the escort job is over, it's time to settle things. The man freezes, convinced his time has come, but instead of a sword, he receives a heavy sack of gold, payment for his work, more than enough to start over. Somewhere else. Bewildered, his eyes filling with tears, he kneels and begs to serve him for life. The request leaves Sian completely thrown. Why would anyone want that? The man explains that his father always told him, "If you ever find someone worthy of your loyalty, don't hesitate." Sian is irritated, finding it a stupid way. Instead of a sword, he receives a heavy sack of gold, payment for his work, more than enough to start over. Somewhere else. Bewildered, his eyes filling with tears, he kneels and begs to serve him for life. In the dean's office at the Royal Academy, the man reviews the most recent elemental results. Many impressive candidates arrived this year, like Aaron, who obtained 2-star mana and shows a 50% affinity with the light element and beyond. He's genuinely impressed with what the kids are bringing this year, but one name stands out above all others. Sian, 2-star mana, S-rank physique, and most shockingly, a 92% affinity with darkness. Not even his sister, Ver, the so-called daughter of God, reached those numbers. She only managed 88 in water when she graduated. He admits it's insane. None of the other prodigies compare to the younger brother. Instructor Sarah points out that his element is still darkness. He knows, but she should also know that the boy was granted a royal suite by the Emperor's direct order. He earned it after saving Aaron from a monster attack on the front lines. Now the Emperor is considering marrying him off. He asks Sarah what she thinks would happen if the overlooked 5th princess were to marry into the Burt family, famous for producing elite talents. The answer is obvious. A succession, drama, chaos throughout the empire, maybe even a civil war. She warns that forcing things too much could fracture the kingdom, but he dismisses it. There's no need to get ahead of themselves. He wants to see how it all plays out, whether Sian becomes the empire's savior or its ruin. Elsewhere, Sian walks the halls, mentally replaying his elemental results. He's still stunned by the numbers. He only had 80 in his past life. He figures drinking all that demonic blood must have given him a push up to 92. Out of nowhere, he runs into Cry, who looks like he's seen a ghost. He clearly thought Sian was dead. Next to him is an annoying fat guy from his past, Pape Panaron, another one who used to make his life a living hell. Just like Cry, Sian practically lights up at the chance to take care of him early. Pape lunges, trying to start a fight, but he doesn't even get a word out. Sian slams him against the wall with a single kick before he can make a sound. He leaves him unconscious on the floor and then turns to Cry, asking for a quick chat. Leaning in, voice low and smile unsettling, he tells him straight up that he doesn't care in the slightest what schemes he pulls behind his back. But if he ever crosses him again, Cry will be leaving the academy in a wheelchair. Cry's legs give out, and he collapses with tears in his eyes, completely broken. Sian walks away smiling from ear to ear before he can make a sound. He leaves him unconscious on the floor and then turns to Cry, asking for a quick chat. Leaning in, voice low and smile unsettling, he tells him straight up that he doesn't care in the slightest what schemes he pulls behind his back. Overflowing with satisfaction, Sarah, still mulling over the dean's words, replays the entire conversation in her head. She whips around, startled. She hadn't felt him approach. She reminds him that students aren't allowed in here and demands he hand over the book. His voice breaks the silence. He's holding it, asking if she was looking for it. But if he ever crosses him again, Cry will be leaving the academy in a wheelchair. As soon as she gets it back, she attacks. A black mist lunges toward him. He assumed she wanted to get the counseling session over with quickly, but she insisted it was for his personal development. In his past life, their first meeting had seemed completely normal. She had casually asked him about his day. She admitted to finding him intriguing. It's not every day someone shows up with an 84% affinity for darkness. Back then, it made no sense at all. What growth could someone who was humiliated by his own brother expect in front of the entire school? She disagreed. She said it was only because humanity barely understood it. Its potential, she claimed, he was limitless, and she was looking forward to seeing what he would become. Her sweet tone and gentle smile completely fooled him, but he had always been told that darkness was worthless. The whole instructor act was just a cover. She's hiding in the academy, right in the midst of royalty and nobles, is a little unnerved by how calm she is. Inside, it's just as he remembered. He takes a sip of the tea she serves and immediately knows it's poisoned. She plays it off as a joke, but he just shrugs. The poison doesn't work on someone who's drunk demon blood like water. He tells her she'll need a better recipe next time. She asks how the hell he knows all that, especially the fact that she gets her orders from specific books in the library, the very place he went. Now she suspects he might be a member of MIST too. He tells her there's no better proof than that. This infuriates her. He mentions that before leaving for Chatan, someone asked if a single night would be enough. Lately, the nobles have been dropping like flies. He smiles and calmly asks her when the purification project began. She plays dumb, saying she has no idea what he's talking about, but he calls her bluff. He says he's already figured out the assassinations. She warns him that he's going to regret running his mouth. They both prepare to fight. The mist thickens around the laboratory when she suddenly throws the table at him. He doesn't dodge, just sinks his fist into the wood, splitting it in two. He tells her he's already shown more than enough to prove who he is. There's no reason to continue this. She ignores him and keeps pressing. Even if he were part of MIST, she would know. She is the soul and has never seen his face. There's no way she's letting him go. He unsheathes Karam, cutting down every attack she throws with clean and swift counters, saying he'll give her all the proof she needs. That's when her eyes lock onto the weapon, the demonic sword. Only someone chosen by Eru can wield it. She freezes, bewildered. There's no way she's letting him go. He unsheathes Karam, cutting down every attack she throws with clean and swift counters. In a shadowy valley hidden deep within Luen, Sarah opens a hidden door in the basement, revealing a tunnel that descends far below the surface. She finds it strange that he doesn't seem remotely surprised that the MIST base is in such a gloomy, back-alley location. From here, she tells him, you'll be on your own. You'll have to walk to the altar by yourself, just as you wanted. He crosses the threshold, letting the door shut firmly behind him. What awaits him is no ordinary space. It's a realm built from the power of the MIST god, making the interior extend far beyond what the entrance suggests. He already knows what time each group of MIST operatives shows up. 2 arrive at 4 in the afternoon, and 3 more at 11, letting the door shut firmly behind him. What awaits him is no ordinary space. It's a realm built from the power of the MIST god. You'll be on your own. You'll have to walk to the altar by yourself, just as you wanted. He crosses the threshold. He tells her he knows that MIST is still looking for the successor. They can stop searching. They have him right in front of them, and he wants her to take him to their leader. As he walks down the dim path, a barrage of flying daggers comes out of nowhere. With a precise strike, he deflects them effortlessly, but he's not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. In fact, it didn't even work the first time. This time, he knocks the daggers back in midair, sending them straight at their throwers. They stop, clearly impressed by his reaction time and control. Now, more serious, they spread out and surround him, ready to attack from all directions. He unleashes his MIST magic, the bloodthirsty mist, a technique, special and exclusive to MIST, which channels killing intent into a physical force to immobilize opponents. The red mist coils around their bodies, squeezing so tightly they can't even breathe. One by one, they collapse unconscious, but not all of them. One remains standing, immune to the spell. He instantly realizes this one is clearly a higher rank than the others. He prepares to cast Unbreakable Roots, something more powerful. But the assassin moves in before he can finish, breaking his concentration. The attacker's mask falls off in the middle of the struggle, and it turns out it was Sarah all along. She joined the fight to personally test what he was capable of. A complete combat fanatic, obsessed with powerful mages, she simply sees him as the perfect target. He pushes her back using KRM, but she's still too excited to give up. As she keeps ranting about how skilled he is and how much she wants to continue, he suddenly walks away. He already knows what kind of maniac she is. Someone who fights for the sheer thrill of it and doesn't stop until she or her opponent is down. Only those who have faced her directly would understand. She's the type to chase you until one of you is dead. She runs after him, casting a spell to increase her speed and closing the distance, launching an attack that he stops without much effort. Still, he has no interest whatsoever in fighting her right now. She slows down and tells him that he doesn't have to worry about people outside detecting their magic. This entire area is sealed, built by Aro himself. The outside world doesn't even know this place exists, which means he can let loose completely and use everything in his arsenal without any restrictions. But she also warns him that if he does, she might not make it out alive. Before he can answer, his legs give out and he collapses right in front of her, by Aro himself. The outside world doesn't even know this place exists, which means he can let loose without warning. Then KRM materializes in her physical form, standing between the two. Sarah recognizes her, attacking the successor chosen by Eru. Sarah replies with complete calm that it was just a little test to see if he really was who he claimed to be. KRM is not amused at all. She's furious and threatens to handle the fight herself. Before she makes a move, they both see him on the ground, bleeding and unconscious. When KRM enters her true form, it drains the host's life force, and right now his body isn't built to withstand. But he really was who he claimed to be. KRM is not amused at all. She's furious and threatens to handle the fight herself. Sarah, still smiling in that weird, unsettling way, interrupts to say that she's not going to refuse the duel that burden. She holds him in her arms, yelling at him as if this was the last thing she needed on top of everything else. KRM tells him to step aside and rest. She'll handle this round. Her eyes light up at the idea it was offered. He forces himself up, barely able to stand, and asks why the hell she manifested without warning. The threat, acting like a complete masochist. Before they can trade blows, delighted to be able to fight the spirit instead. They get into their fighting stances, and Sarah is clearly enjoying this. Things might go according to plan. He's about to meet the god of darkness. People from long ago spoke of the god of the black mist as a merciless force, one who takes life without pause or reason. Harrow's voice pierces through the realm, booming from a portal above them, ordering them to stop and go to the altar. At last, they defended it as a twisted act of mercy, in a way only they seemed to understand. It was his will, his decision, and if killing was the only option to protect your beliefs, then so be it, what they claimed to want. In the end, they insisted that no one else had the right to define right or wrong for them. Most label that mindset as completely unhinged madness, but in reality, he's been protecting the vulnerable all this time, heading straight for the altar where Arrow resides. As soon as he arrives, he's asked if he knows who stands before him. He answers without hesitation. Aru, the god of the black mist. Although he's technically the chosen successor, the god has never heard his name and wants proof, something solid to back up the claim. But the mist energy pulsing inside him is already proof enough. There are only two ways to become a successor. Either Aru chooses you personally, or the mist stone does. Since the god doesn't recognize him, it can only mean the stone chose him of its own will, especially considering it completely vanished last year, which further fits his identity as the next in line. Arrow is genuinely impressed that he managed to awaken Khan, and even more so, that he controls it with such ease. And those eyes, sharp, focused, nothing like a child's, tell him immediately that this boy comes from a time and place far different from his own. Sian once suspected that the god had interfered with his journey through time, but Arrow is no longer the all-powerful being he used to be. His divine power vanished long ago, and Sian knows it. Still, he came here looking for better answers. Arrow shrugs, saying it actually worked out for him. Less effort on his part now that the successor found his own way here. As vague as ever, just as Sian remembers. But, jokes aside, the god notices something strange. His guest didn't arrive empty-handed. He can feel it, an object giving off an unpleasant aura. It's the hilt of the holy sword. He questions him. Wasn't the power of the demon sword enough? Now he wants both, but Sian has no intention of doing anything with it. For now, he just wants the world to forget the blade even exists, to let it fade into irrelevance. His way of thinking takes Aru by surprise, but he doesn't press the issue. It's none of his business. Still, tradition is tradition. He has to ask the successor what he plans to do with the power he's about to receive. It's not the first time he's faced that question. Last time, his answer was foolish. To live for his brother. That answer led to his betrayal. It led to his death. The strange thing is, no one seemed to mind back then. Arrow even warned him not to put blind faith in others, as if he already knew what. Asterisk, asterisk. How pathetic that ending would be. But this time things will be different. Sian isn't chasing some grand mission or noble dream. He will use that power for a single reason. Eru himself tells him it's up to him to decide what's right and what's wrong, but he should think carefully. Depending on his answer, he might not make it out of there alive. Sian doesn't flinch. No fear, no hesitation. From the beginning, he decided he would no longer obey orders or live by someone else's rules. Eru, now curious, asks him what he plans to do with that kind of freedom, but he refuses to answer. It doesn't matter. As long as he fulfills his duty as the successor, the god won't pry. He gets the message and asks no more questions. Then, he turns to Karun. He has something to tell her. After all, she is his daughter. The fearsome god persona disappears. Immediately, his energy completely shifts as he takes her face in his hands and tenderly asks her how she's been coping with her new owner. For her part, she hasn't changed at all. She's still, as sharp-tongued and cold as ever. He leans in and kisses her on the forehead. It's not just a kiss. That touch returns her to her true form, and this time it doesn't consume any of Sian's mana, because Eru gives her a portion of his own life force, allowing her to maintain that body without draining him. He then jokes that she's spicy things with her master. She completely loses it, screaming and scolding him for saying something so disgusting. Honestly, they're made for each other. They have the same chaotic energy. The next day, inside the royal hall, Brian asks what the hell is going on, but Sean is just as lost, watching everything unfold. In the center of the room, Sarah and Cam are face to face. The tension builds with every glance. The sword spirit tries to provoke her, saying it's suspicious how close she must be to the builder and Sian if she's sneaking into his room early in the morning. Sarah doesn't react, just smiles calmly and lets it go. Still, the atmosphere thickens like two wild animals sizing each other up before a fight. Halfway through the awkward standoff, he backs off saying he's going for a walk, leaving Brian caught between them right before everything explodes. Outside, still within the academy grounds, Sean is perched high on a rooftop, silently observing the students below. No one can see him. It's his usual escape spot. His peace doesn't last. The metallic taste of blood hits his nose. Down below, a group of older students are ganging up on a younger boy, giving him a beating. One of them mentions conducting a little experiment, and the others agree without question. The blonde one forms a glowing sphere of mana and forces the boy's mouth open. They're about to make him swallow it. Before he can, a voice cuts through the air, clear and firm, telling them to stop. Princess Erin steps forward, fired up, accusing them. How can nobles stoop so low as to attack someone defenseless? The group's leader straightens up and tries to intimidate her. He introduces himself as Barrett Louise M., the eldest son of a duke from the Gam Kingdom, and asks who the hell she is. She hardens her expression and gives her name with full authority. Erin, 5th princess of the UID Empire. Barrett doesn't seem very impressed by her title as a princess or her royal lineage, of the emperor. He already knows she's the youngest of the imperial group. Puffing out his chest, he gets closer, clearly trying to intimidate her. She refuses to shake his hand and warns him that she will report everything to the academy. In a clumsy attempt to calm things down, he turns and points to the girl they were beating. He insists that it was all a misunderstanding. He assures her they weren't bullying anyone. The victim is a girl and, according to him, they weren't hurting her. He offers to let her speak for herself. The girl stands there trembling and bruised, her gaze dulled by resignation. She quietly tells Erin that nothing is wrong, that they weren't hurting her, and that the best thing is for her to just leave. He bursts into the kind of laughter that screams villain reveal, but she doesn't believe a single word of it. It's painfully obvious that the girl is lying out of fear. Before she can take her away, he grabs Erin's arm to stop her. He tells her it's too late. Leximus made her choice. Just as things are about to get out of control, he intervenes by sweeping his legs and slamming him to the ground. The inflated aura vanishes instantly. Just one look is enough for Sian to recognize Leximus. It's hard to forget someone you had a death match with in a past life. She was the best swordswoman on the continent, born in the UID Empire. But after a series of complicated events after graduation, she defected to the house of Count Klein Gam. That duel had been long and wild. He was ordered to assassinate her, but instead he formally challenged her. He gained absolutely nothing by doing it that way, but she had earned it. She never used mana, and yet held the title of the greatest living sword user, so he faced her head-on with no tricks, no sneak attacks. Standing up again, Barrett dusts himself off and fixes his gaze on him, knowing perfectly well who he's facing. There are rumors about a battle survivor who even faced a dragon face-to-face. Instead of starting a fight, he offers him a spot in his game. It's called Mana Marbles, a twisted pastime where someone is forced to swallow mana spheres until their own internal flow is destroyed. It poses no threat to Sian, but he doesn't feel like fighting either. So he devises a scare tactic, forming a mana marble in his hand, and makes it grow until it's the size of a freaking cow. Then he threatens to calmly make him swallow it back. They take Leximus to the dorms to get her checked out. On the outside, she seems fine, but she'll need a few days of rest to heal her internal injuries. Aaron stays by the bedside, proud and unwavering, telling her to take it easy. She assures her that this was something they had to do, and that she owes them nothing. Then she scoffs at how those cowards fled the moment Sian appeared in the back of the room. He remains silent, remembering how strong she truly was. Broken ribs, a concussion, and she still kept going. Exactly what you'd expect from the best swordswoman the continent had ever seen. She notices him looking at her and asks if they have met before. He apologizes and says no, but it's a lie. Aaron asks where her room is, wanting to walk her back so those guys don't bother her. Leximus mentions that she lives in the commoner's wing. That throws Aaron off, who wasn't expecting it at all. Wait, you're a commoner. Leximus nods. She got into the academy thanks to instructor Ben, who promised to cover her fees, but she'll need a few days of rest to heal her internal injuries. Aaron stays by the bedside. Wait, you're a commoner. Leximus nods. She got into the academy thanks to instructor Ben, who promised to cover her fees, train with her, and learn swordsmanship in the process. Leximus blinks in confusion. Why is he calling her her? She thought he didn't know. Turns out no one had told him. She apologizes for the misunderstanding. That throws Aaron off, who wasn't expecting it at all. Wait, you're a commoner. Leximus nods. She got into the academy thanks to instructor Ben, who promised to cover her fees. She'll be able to stay at the academy, study, live comfortably, and train in peace. Leximus thanks her and vows to become someone worthy of that protection. She turns to thank Sian as well, but he's already gone. He left without a word. He's done enough. Aaron can handle what comes next. And now he finally understands why Leximus abandoned the Empire and went with his enemy. It was because of Barrett. He was the reason she lost her mana, but now she hasn't lost it. So the question is, how powerful could she become with both sword skills and mana? Perhaps strong enough to be a real challenge even for him, but that's a problem for another day. He's just received his first mission as a member of the Fog. That same morning, the Hallmaster Sarah gave him the target. A new assassination awaits him. He was already given a hellish initial mission, and he's already stressed, wondering how much worse it can get. As he walks down the hall, a sudden crash breaks the silence and part of the wall explodes outward. From the rubble emerges a huge figure with broad shoulders and an imposing presence. His first thought is that some demonic creature has invaded the academy. The guy asks loudly if he is Bert, the famous physical type S rank and youngest of the Bert lineage. But it turns out he's not a beast, just another 11-year-old kid. Says C.S. Charkin, and he's apparently heard the stories. The kid who walked out of a battlefield after fighting a dragon and lived to tell the tale. But what really caught his attention was the S-rank physique, the famous physical type S-rank and youngest of the Bert lineage. But it turns out he's not a beast, just another 11-year-old kid, a level that not even he had reached. So he has come just to fight and see how he measures up. Sian finally notices the emblem on his uniform and deduces where he's from, the Espia Empire, a desert nation located on the eastern edge of the continent. But despite its power, it collapsed when the prince died suddenly from an illness. The guy had become a walking tank, but he forgot the basics, like not dying. And now that same guy is standing in front of him much earlier than expected. The timeline doesn't match up. They weren't supposed to meet this soon. Fighting random kids isn't on the list of today's agenda, so he stops him. He tells him the academy doesn't allow street fights. If he wants a duel, he should register it officially at the main office. Clearly, muscle mass doesn't equal intelligence because he runs off in the completely wrong direction. Sian just watches him disappear and lets out a sigh, relieved he doesn't have to deal with that walking dumbbell for a while. He has a mission to focus on. Behind the academy, hidden in a shadowy corner, two men are talking. One is a knight who confirms that everything is ready. The other gives the order to move, to deliver the package to the buyer immediately. This man is Ik Kerman Albus, one of the 3 richest men on the continent. At first glance, he seems like a saint donating to charity and handing out money like a hero, but in reality, he's a monster. The mastermind behind the slave trade. He runs it, manages it, and even breeds creatures specifically to sell them. Today, he's about to reveal the jewel of his twisted collection. He yells at his staff to handle it with care. This is his masterpiece. Due to the lack of guards, Sian deduces this is probably the best chance he'll get to make a clean strike. But just as he's about to move, Karun detects something strange, an energy he doesn't recognize. There's something unusual here, something not human. Meanwhile, Albus is too distracted, admiring his captives to notice anything is wrong. Then it happens. A pressure is felt in the air, and a dark mist begins to snake through the area. One of his assistants suddenly drops, his head gone in an instant. Before anyone can react, Sian has already cut through the rest, silent and precise. In a matter of seconds, all the bodyguards inside and out have been eliminated. Albus, now pale and trembling, pleads for his life. He pulls out money as if it were a shield, offering it desperately. Sian is not impressed. He responds by cutting off his hand. For someone who has tortured and trafficked lives, who has built a business based on breeding and breaking others, death is the only just sentence. Still, he gives him 60 seconds to confess, to say whatever he wants and die without screaming. The man collapses sobbing. He knows how this ends. He starts rambling, saying he was just satisfying a need, that the real villains are the buyers, that he only provides what they ask for. Sian is unfazed. That pathetic excuse doesn't even deserve a reaction. He had his chance at redemption. Now he will bleed for it. Sian cuts him open from the torso down, letting him bleed out slowly to death. He then scans the area, looking for what Karun had sensed earlier. She guides him toward one of the cages where the energy feels different, strange. He rips off the steel bars. Inside, a woman lies motionless. She looks dead at first glance, but she's clinging to something. It turns out she was tightly hugging a dragon egg, that he only provides what they ask for. Sian is unfazed. That pathetic excuse doesn't even deserve a reaction. He had his chance at redemption. He then scans the area, looking for what Karun had sensed earlier. It's not like it matters. Dragons are basically mana in physical form, and unless someone can fill that egg of magical energy, it's never going to hatch. To them, that thing is nothing more than a paperweight. But of course, as if it were a joke of fate, just as he finishes that sentence, the shell begins to crack. And to make it even weirder, what emerges from the egg isn't a dragon, but something halfway between a dragon and a human. This is already turning into something much more complicated than he ever imagined. The little creature looks him straight in the eyes and blurts out, "Daddy." Without hesitation, she throws herself at him, clinging to his torso as if she had found her long-lost father. He immediately turns to Cam, blaming her for letting this end up this way, while she's doubled over with laughter. When the mission was over, she was the one who insisted he keep the egg, just to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands and being used. He argued that it would never hatch anyway, not without its mother, and at this point it was nothing more than a volatile rock. It turned out he was completely wrong, and now they're stuck with a half-dragon girl and all the chaos that comes with her. The problem isn't just weird, it's huge. Her mere existence is dangerous. Being a hybrid of a dragon and a human, she doesn't belong to either world. The Academy would eliminate her as soon as they found out, just to prevent a potential disaster. And as for the dragons, they're fanatics about keeping their bloodline pure, and if they find out about her birth, they'll execute anyone involved. He's cornered and doesn't know how to handle her. The risk of protecting a hybrid is astronomical. Logic tells him the most compassionate option would be to kill her now, to spare her the terrible fate that awaits. Cam watches in silence as he struggles with the dilemma, visibly unsure of what his conscience will decide. He proposes to set magic aside entirely and fight with pure skill alone. The challenge is accepted. She opens her eyes and calls him daddy again, wrapping her arms around him. Her warmth and a strange, unfamiliar emotion wash over him. He slowly lifts her up and looks at this small, strange creature clinging to him. Something changes. He decides he'll raise her. With Cam back in the halls of Burt Castle, Margaret is pacing in circles, lost in her thoughts about what to do with him. If she lets him go free, there's no telling what he might do to her precious and spoiled son Cry. Her storm of anxiety is interrupted when Ale appears, offering to listen if she needs to talk. She quickly turns him down with an excuse and a hasty exit. Once she's gone, he calls for Sian and asks for a report. The report states that 6 of their knights have turned up dead in the Belios forest. The only survivor seems to be in Nguyen, most likely near Sian, the one who orchestrated the murder, his mother. The latest intel says he was taken to a royal hall, but after that, All communication was lost. None of this surprises Ale, and he's clearly disappointed that after all this time they still haven't discovered anything new. Sian asks for permission to go to the academy personally. He promises to find something concrete. Ale gives the green light for him to find out what Sian is hiding. Back in his royal chambers, Sian is feeding the dragon girl when Sarah bursts in. She sees the creature and starts questioning him, but he cuts her off and asks about what he's doing there at this hour. The reason is urgent and unsettling. Sez has submitted an official request for a duel. She is furious that things have gone this far. His actions are now drawing too much attention. Sian didn't really think Sez would do it, but the request was approved. And worse, the duel is scheduled for just 2 hours from now. 2 hours later, they are both in the arena. Sez looks excited for the fight, although he's a bit annoyed by the rules. They only allow the use of swords and magic, no free-for-all chaos like he enjoys. He proposes to set magic aside entirely and fight with pure skill alone. The challenge is accepted. Sez throws the first punch without hesitation. His speed is no joke, and Sian makes a mental note of it as he blocks the blow with ease. He's not intimidated by the force behind the attack. He knows that strength alone doesn't win. What he's doing there at this hour. The reason is urgent and unsettling. Sez has submitted an official request for a duel. His hand slides toward the girl's neck. He's made a decision. He's going to eliminate her. But, just before he does, every attack is deflected with tight, controlled movements. In a last desperate attempt, Sez throws the first punch without hesitation. His speed is no joke, and Sian makes a mental note of it as he blocks the blow with ease. Although he's a bit annoyed by the rules. They only allow the use of swords and magic, no free-for-all chaos like he enjoys. Sez pushes himself up and throws a kick to break the hold. That quick recovery finally catches Sian's attention. The crowd is completely engrossed, watching what feels like a duel to the death. Sez gets to his feet, admitting he's lost the advantage in swordsmanship. Now he's going all out. Whatever he has left, he's going to use it. He takes a stance, preparing to cast a high-level spell. In the distance, the dean watches in silence, clearly interested in how the fight unfolds. There's a glint in his eyes, waiting to see how Sian reacts to the next move. Sian may have a rank in physical ability, but his opponent is a level above, S rank. If this were just a matter of stats, the outcome would already be decided. But Sez has an ace up his sleeve. His mana has a rare 3-star classification, the highest among all the students. Here, Sarah watches from the stands, holding herself back from yelling at Sian for taking things this far. Sez summons a magic fist ready to strike. Sian barely moves, dodging it is effortless. The spell redirects in midair, forced to follow him, but he evades it just as easily, without even losing focus. He's studying how the caster works and is starting to understand. This guy might be channeling above his level, possibly a 4-star spell. Annoyed, Sez calls him a coward for refusing to face the blow head-on. He decides to up the ante. This time there will be no evasion. A 4-star sandstorm is unleashed against him. Sian, as a proper aura user, plants his feet and takes it head-on. Elsewhere, Brian is busy entertaining the dragon girl. He's had plenty of practice raising his younger siblings, and that experience is now serving him well. But before he can process it, she suddenly grows up, now able to stand on her own. Back at the duel, Jen's advanced spell hits Sian. The barrier around the arena strains under the pressure, nearly collapsing. The spectators shout for the dean to intervene. This has clearly gotten out of hand. He ignores them, insisting they wait. Sian activates a technique, channeling the attack into a single point. The void devours. In seconds, the storm completely vanishes, absorbed. Echoes of amazement resound. No one expected it, not even the dean. Sarah watches him with growing anxiety. She's worried that move revealed too much. A stunned silence falls over the crowd. Sian turns and asks if Sez still wants another round. He gives up and collapses from exhaustion, defeated in both magic and hand-to-hand combat. Although frustrated, he takes it as motivation to improve himself. He approaches, hand extended, offering mutual respect and saying he hopes to face him again someday. Sian wordlessly rejects the handshake. When he returns to his spot, he is in for a surprise. The dragon girl is not only taller, but she has also aged in appearance. Everyone knows that dragons age differently than humans, but seeing it in real time is something else. She now looks like a 6-year-old human girl, and at this rate, she might look his age by the end of the week. She greets him with a smile. Brilliant. But the only thing he can think about is how the hell is he going to raise her without being discovered? Sarah tells him directly. He won't be able to hide her forever. He can still protect his identity, but covering up for the girl is beyond him. Then she scolds him for putting on such a show during the fight. She also notices how much the girl has grown in the short time he was away. Still, it's his problem. He chose this, and now he must deal with it. But shouldering something like this will inevitably put everyone at risk. He takes full responsibility for raising her, and has already placed a magic barrier around the room to ensure that neither Karam nor the girl can be detected by others. That measure is solid enough to calm Sarah's worries. Before leaving, she hands him a crimson envelope and warns him not to put on that kind of show again. Inside is a formal reprimand for causing trouble during the duel and a threat of expulsion. The girl looks up at him and asks innocently if they'll end up living on the street now. He calmly reassures her. Nothing bad is going to happen. He'll sort things out with the school. He already knows it was the dean who sent the letter personally, not the administrative office, which probably means it's more of a summons than a punishment. In his past life, he had once gone before that same dean to request entry into the Knights of Light. He had finally decided to follow his father's wishes and submit to his brother's orders. The dean had not supported the decision. He knew it wasn't a good path, but he couldn't stop him either. Right before granting him entry, he gave him a warning that turned out to be true. Nothing of value would come from pursuing that path. Whether it was facing consequences or a miserable end, either way he would come out empty. That's the reality of living as someone else's puppet. No matter how it ended, the resentment would always return to his brother. That's what the dean told him the last time they talked. But now the situation has changed, and whatever the dean is thinking, this time he's about to find out. Brian suggests something. They have to stop calling the girl Kid and give her a name once and for all. Without a second thought, Sean calls her Nana. Brian laughs at how simple it sounds, but she lights up with happiness. She runs in circles, repeating, Nana Bert, completely delighted. Back in his office, the dean is still reflecting on what happened during the duel. He already had high expectations for Sian, but what he saw today shattered those expectations. He absorbed a 4-star spell with a 1-star technique and did it without breaking a sweat. The boy's raw potential is too great to ignore. He wants to know exactly how deep that power runs. Kundal Kizel once trained Emperor Dion himself and also the father of the last empress. He is one of the few living people who possesses a 9-star mana rank, but after his sister Dana died, he retired from the battlefield and focused entirely on running the academy. Still, there's something that has always intrigued him. He has never seen the man fight. He always assumed he was a peaceful figure. But in this life, Kizel has thrown himself headfirst into the royal succession crisis. However, his personality doesn't seem to have changed. On the way to the office, Sian runs into a dense wall of magic blocking the path. The dean was clearly expecting him to show up, and that 9-star barrier was placed as a test. From his office, he waits to see how the challenger will face it. Only a capable mage could get through it. Sian recognizes the challenge, but instead of forcing the barrier, he goes around the building and enters through a back window. He comes face to face and says he's here to formally complain about the warning letter. The dean accepts the confrontation and asks him what the problem is. Sian points out that the letter came directly from him, but after seeing the tomb, the previous test site, he's now sure. It was just bait to test him. The dean doesn't deny it, admitting that the test was excessive, but that he passed it without a doubt. Still, the warning stands. He repeats, he is not going to withdraw it. Sian insists on asking a question first. Do you want to expand the empire or protect your family's legacy? The older man responds by calling the question bold, but says he doesn't care about either of those things. Sian doesn't believe him. He presses further. If Emperor Tone dies and the 3rd or 4th prince tries to take the throne over the 1st, wouldn't the dean choose a side? The dean's tone becomes sharper. He is clearly annoyed and calls him arrogant for pressing the issue. Sian retorts that while he may have been a pawn for Cell, from his perspective, the dean is no different. In his past life, wouldn't the dean choose a side? The dean's tone becomes sharper. Wouldn't the dean choose a side? The dean's tone becomes sharper. Do you really think a century of peace can be broken so easily? He thought Sian was a prodigy, but now he sees nothing but a naive fool. Do you think the 3rd and 4th princesses are fair competition for the 1st prince? The Napoli family, where Empress Cassandra comes from, is known for hoarding power. That clan would do anything to stay on top. From Sian's perspective, peace in the empire is already collapsing, and when that happens, the academy will fall with it, and the dean is scared. It's hard to believe that a boy of just 11 years old is analyzing politics like this. He seems to understand this whole mess like someone twice his age. The dean asks him what he wants by telling him all this. Sian says it bluntly. He wants to negotiate. He's willing to help preserve the academy's future and the dean's family's safety, but, in exchange, he wants the warning rescinded. The dean just laughs, casting a spell above him, conjuring magical bonds that snap shut tightly. Chains wrap around him, immobilizing him. Then, the dean glares, intently, wanting to know what kind of power he thinks he has to even dream of offering such a deal, because now he's going to learn what it means to make a mistake. The dean activates his spell, binding Sian with his chains of judgment. The magic envelops him, completely restricting his movement. He looks confident, convinced that the protagonist won't escape a 9-star spell like the tower chain. He wonders in silence if maybe he gave him too much credit, but that thought doesn't last long. Sian summons the Sphere of the Void. To his surprise, the supposedly weak 1-star spell begins to absorb the high-level magic. Sian stares him down and asks if it still seems useless to him. The dean admits it. He's impressed, and yes, he will revoke the warning. But that can't be the only thing the boy wants, right? Meanwhile, Ryan has gone out to buy food for Nana. He ends up buying a random collection of sweets, already imagining how happy she'll be devouring them. But something is wrong. The streets are unusually quiet for this time of day. He ignores it, assuming it's nothing, until he senses something strange coming from a shadowy alley. He calls out, saying that whoever is hiding should show themselves. When they do, his eyes go wide. He recognizes them instantly. Before he can react, they get him. Back at the academy, after finishing his talk with the dean, Sian decides to attend his last class of the day. He's present, but mentally completely checked out. It's hard to be interested in material he already mastered 30 years ago. He tries to sneak out midway through the lesson. There's no homework today. He plans to go straight to training. Aaron stops him halfway, asking where he thinks he's going. The class hasn't ended yet. Sian throws out the typical bathroom excuse, hoping to slip by, but she doesn't buy it. That's not the right hallway for that excuse. Leximus intervenes, reminding her that she needs to act like a proper princess. She ignores him and presses Sian again. If he's not going to the bathroom, then where? He tries to change the subject, asking her why she lets Leximus speak to her so familiarly in public. She shrugs, saying she only lets him use her first name in private, and then adds that Sian should do the same now that they're friends. He replies that he's a nobody, while she's the emperor's daughter. She tells him he's being too much. Seriously. Before they can continue their conversation, 2 upperclassmen appear. Arene freezes at the sight of him. One of them smirks arrogantly, saying, "Long time no see." Pabian steps forward with his brother Nerobian by his side. She gives a polite bow, showing respect. Nerobian mocks her, asking her why she's hanging around with commoners she once had chained up. Sian immediately identifies the Neptune brothers, his half-brothers, and they clearly don't like her. Then they notice him. Sian steps forward and introduces himself as Sian Burt, the youngest heir of the Burt family. They nod, saying they'd recognize a duke's son anywhere, and they mention they saw his duel earlier. It left an impression on them. They tell him that the next time there's a gathering, he should attend. Maybe they'll even become friends. Then, Pabian turns to Arene and tells her bluntly to know her place, drop the arrogance, and remember where she belongs. With that said, they leave, taking her pride with them. Leximus watches them, confused, and asks if those 2 were really her brothers and what the hell is wrong with them. She keeps her voice calm, saying they're still family. She can't just abandon the ties of blood. Sian disagrees. To them, he says, she's worth less than dirt, less than a stranger. Blood or water means nothing without power. That's why they treat her like this, because deep down they fear her. That's their way of keeping her in check. So she has no reason to bow her head. His words hit her harder than expected. She turns completely red, visibly moved, unable to believe he said something so kind to her. He returns to the royal lounge and, immediately, he notices something isn't right. There's no one there, except for Nana. He calls for Kun and Brian. Only Karam answers. He notices she's in the form of a floating fireball. When he asks why, she says it helps to conceal her energy when she needs to stay hidden. Then he asks her what is so urgent. He says that he needs her to track Brian. She pauses, concentrates, and then says she can smell blood and it's coming from the direction he went. Elsewhere, Brian is being brutally beaten by a group of thugs, clearly in Barrett's service. The man crouches nearby with a sneer, mockingly, saying Brian should have listened when they were still being nice. But now they're no longer holding back. They're going to cut him to pieces and send the remains to Sian as a gift, all for daring to act bravely in front of him. Brian just laughs, unfazed, telling him he's still got nothing. That's the last straw. Barrett loses control and gives the order, "Kill him." The thugs raise their swords, ready to strike. But a sharp question interrupts them. "What do you think you're doing?" Barrett freezes as soon as he hears that voice. He knows who it belongs to, the S-rank mage. He turns to Brian, who looks completely broken, barely able to speak. The older Luis M. brother sees the moment as perfect. This could be his opportunity for revenge. He growls a threat, saying he's going to tear out Sian's organs. The other boy smirks, accepting the fight, and then releases a dense fog. 8th form, assault. In an instant, the knights are torn to shreds, bloody fragments everywhere. Barrett is paralyzed, speechless, as all the mercenaries he brought drop dead in seconds. There's no way he can beat someone like that. It's beyond what his mind can process. Sian's strength is simply unreal. He tries to cast a spell out of desperation, only to be interrupted by a brutal kick to the stomach that sends him flying. The mage looks down on him with fury and asks if messing with the weak is what he calls entertainment. The so-called noble coughs and laughs, saying that it's just one of his hobbies. He wants to know if Sian will really kill him. You see, Barrett, the eldest heir of the Lisbismail family, is, in effect, the shadow ruler of the Garum kingdom. His reputation for being twisted is well known. Beating people was the least of his crimes. He once set a small animal on fire just for fun. Then came the time he crossed the line completely. He murdered a female classmate. His excuse, that he was just practicing magic. Eventually, the fog issued a purification order against him. When Sian broke into the Lisbismail residence after the exile, he discovered piles of corpses, dead servants piled up in the basement. He didn't plan for a quick death, wanting to make him suffer first. But then, the criminal laughed, telling him to save the drama and just get it over with. He claimed he didn't care about dying. He said he had already squeezed all the pleasure out of life. Now, remembering it, Sian realizes that killing him that way wouldn't have been a punishment, it would have been a mercy. Barrett had already gotten what he wanted from in life before he died. Just dying will never come close to paying for what he's done. The mage grabs him, forcing his mouth open, and begins to form a sphere of mana. The heir of Lisbismail recognizes what's coming and panics, begging for him to stop. He hurls threats, warning what will happen if he dares to harm someone from the most powerful bloodline in the Garum kingdom. But before he can finish, the sphere is forced down his throat and he swallows it. The victor tells him it's fine if he wants to hate him, talk trash about him, curse him, whatever. But there's one thing he'd better not forget. Never lay a hand on someone who is under my protection. Barrett writhes in agony as the sphere of mana detonates inside him, permanently shattering his internal mana flow. From a nearby rooftop, Aesel's butler has been watching everything. He's stunned. Sian's power far exceeds what he expected. He realizes he must report to his master immediately before the mage ruins everything, but he doesn't even have the chance. A cold blade is pressed against his neck. She has finally tracked down the stalker who has been following her student for days. Meanwhile, Sian heads over to Brian to check his wounds. The injured man apologizes, saying he didn't expect to be ganged up on like that. The mage straightens up and asks him if he really considers himself a subordinate. So, why the hell was he fighting a losing battle? He says that jumping into a hopeless fight might seem noble, but it's still stupid. A dead loyalist is no use to him. He cuts the scolding short and tells him they'll finish this conversation at home. Then he shouts, demanding that Sarah reveal herself. A group of mist assassins appears with her at the lead. She's impressed. He noticed them despite their perfect concealment. She comes down, dragging the butler with her, saying she brought him a gift, but he already knew the man had been following him for 1 week. The assassin acknowledges his growing skills. He has outsmarted a mist assassin, deceived the dean, and manipulated a demonic sword without losing his sanity. He meets all the requirements of an ideal successor. Still, she warns him that he can't keep this up. More and more people are becoming suspicious. He promises to be more discreet, but makes it clear that he won't continue pretending to be the fool who gets pushed around. He says it plainly. If anyone ever touches one of his own again, he will destroy them without exception. Sarah understands. She respects that he wants to protect his people and prepares to leave. Before leaving, she tells him to take care of the butler and that she will handle the matter with Barrett. The captive has been listening to every word. He thinks he's about to die, but Sian has something different in mind. He asks him if he is Aesel's top subordinate. He clearly never leaves his master's side. The mage used to envy that loyalty in his past life. He could kill him right there, but he has a better use for him. Tian casts a dark personality spell. The butler screams as dark energy floods his body, taking control from within. Leximus and Aaron are training nearby, using their combat as part of their routine. She struggles to keep up with him due to his speed and precision. Finally, he manages to get behind her, gently placing the blade near her head and declaring victory in his favor. Still addressing her formally as, "Your Highness," she yields, accepting defeat. but insists he drop the title and use her real name instead. Elsewhere, they hear Brian grunting through his teeth while training with Sian, who is pushing him to the limit. He's taking hit after hit, but he stays on his feet thanks to his high endurance and brute strength. Sian is already considering that he could be a good asset in the future. He asks him if he wants a break to rest. The other boy ignores the pain, pretending that he's still fine and ready to continue. Not that it mattered. Sian would have kept going anyway. He knows that you can't predict when someone like Barrett might attack again. Brian must be prepared to defend himself. Brian mentions Kian, asking if he's really okay after they used that spell on him. Sian tells him not to worry, that he's with them now. He explains the spell. It hijacks a person's personality and puts it under external control. He had only used it one time before in his past life. Sian directly questions Kian, asking who he is now. The knight answers without hesitation. He is Kian Diego, a candle guardian assigned to keep watch. Sian presses further, asking him who his master is. Kian currently replies that it used to be a cell, but that has changed. Now he wants to serve Tian and asks to remain under his command. Tian gives him a sly smile and orders him to deliver his next message exactly as dictated, word for word. Kian nods, completely committed. Back on the field, Aaron asks if Tian is there to train. He nods and he asks in return. She replies that she trains there every weekend with Leximus. Lately, she thinks it's a smart decision, especially after last week's chaos. They found Barrett collapsed outside of the infirmary and completely out of his mind and covered in bruises. No one has managed to get a single word out of him about what happened or who was responsible. The thing is, it's not that he doesn't want to talk. Sian directly erased his memory. And to top it all off, he's now permanently blocked from using any kind of magic. Still, what puzzles Sian is Leximus's reaction to hearing all this. He expected her to be satisfied, but something in her expression indicates otherwise. His thoughts are interrupted when Nana falls from the sky screaming his name. Apparently, Karum left her unsupervised again. The little half-dragon lands right in Aaron's arms, still shouting Daddy, while staring intently at Sian. Ain watches her, bewildered, and asks, "What the hell is going on?" He tells her the whole story from beginning to end. Once she understands, she's clearly relieved. Nana isn't really his daughter, and there's no secret romance with a mysterious woman. He braces himself for blackmail or a school scandal, but instead she quietly assures him that she won't say a word to anyone, not to the teachers or the students. He's baffled. Why help him if she gains nothing from it? She simply pets Nana. She says that she doesn't belong anywhere. Neither humans nor dragons will ever accept her ever. If he's willing to take care of her, Ain doesn't approve, but on one condition. She wants to be able to visit her whenever she feels like it. She tries to cover up her request with her usual indifferent tone, hiding what she really feels. Still, he agrees. He doesn't have much room to argue. He jokes that it'll be their little secret. As he leaves, she blushes slightly, feeling a strange mix of joy and nervousness, as if she had finally taken a step closer to him. Meanwhile, in another room, Karam is scolding him for letting Nana appear in front of his classmates. She smirks mischievously, joking that maybe they too should get a look at him. He immediately retorts, blaming her for passing out when she was supposed to be looking after Nana. The maid shrugs without any remorse and throws the blame back at him. Brian steps in with a more practical idea. Maybe some walks around the grounds would help Nana relax, instead of keeping her cooped up all day. Sian agrees. It's probably for the best. Above the academy, two dragons soar through the sky. One of them stops midair. Catching a stench that turns its stomach, it turns to the other, Catherine, and asks where they are. She tells him they're flying over the domain of Lewin. He frowns, saying he needs to stop by the academy. There's a disgusting presence down there and he's not going to let it continue to contaminate the place. Brian and Sian go out together late at night, taking Nana for a walk with the hope of changing the mood a bit. During the walk, she learns to use her wings and speak clearly. Now she flies like crazy through the air, without any control. She seems completely drawn to the open spaces, wide open, fluttering from side to side without stopping. Sian watches her with a quiet smile, clearly enjoying seeing her have so much fun. He has taken her to a secluded area, far from the academy grounds, so that she can move freely without attracting attention. Now she flies like crazy through the air, without any control. She seems completely drawn to the open spaces, telling him he should go find Aaron like a mother, since he already looks every bit the part of the father. However, their moment of peace doesn't last long. An intense and powerful presence pierces the air, heading towards them. Carr notices the unusually wide smile on his face and makes a sarcastic comment. Brian reacts instantly, running to intercept Nana and pulling her away just in time from an incoming attack. Two clearly high-ranking dragons appear before them, Luan and Catalina. They demand to know if he is her father, having recognized the demonic sword he carries. Tarum doesn't appreciate the insinuation and responds immediately, but they continue to hurl more insults, looking at the group as if they were trash. The tension rises, and they are seconds away from fighting until Luan signals for Catalina to stop. He says that he isn't interested in wasting energy on inferior creatures, and that there's no need to fight if they simply hand over the girl. Sian is unfazed and responds by calling him a lizard-faced piece of trash, which enrages the dragon immediately. He fires a beam of pure mana at the swordsman, but Sian dodges it in an instant before activating his demonic transformation. Both of them instantly recognize the aura. It's the power of the exiled one. Even so, they don't take him seriously, but Sian moves faster than expected and closes the distance before Luan even notices. The dragon barely manages to block the incoming blow and create some space between them. For a moment, he casts a shockwave spell, taking his opponent by surprise, but the impact doesn't seem to do anything to him. Sian breaks free almost instantly. Before the dragon can react, the swordsman moves behind him and attacks from the rear, only to be stopped by Catalina's shield. Luan tells her to stay out of it, warning that she is no match for him, but she stands her ground, confident that her shield, reputed to be the strongest among the dragons, will be enough. It isn't. Sian makes a single clean move, cutting through the magic barrier as if it were paper, and shatters it using one of his mist-based techniques. Luan is stunned. He can't understand how a human is wielding that level of power. Even the mist god has already lost his domain, so it shouldn't be possible for anyone else to channel that kind of energy. He demands to know who this man really is, but the swordsman remains silent, refusing to say a single word. Desperate to turn the tide of the battle, Luan activates his polymorph, transforming into his full dragon form in a last-ditch effort to win. His opponent remains serene, not fazed in the slightest, and charges straight at him. He knows that this is the moment the dragon is most exposed. Luan doesn't see it as a problem, doubting a human would know anything about the dragon's weaknesses, but the swordsman leaps and lands a blow right in the center of its forehead, its most vulnerable point. The dragon tries to escape by flying away, but chains of mist ensnare it and drag it back to the ground, sealing its fate. When the dust settles, Brian runs to check on what happened, only to stop dead in his tracks upon seeing his friends standing over the defeated dragons, already eating them. Kian enters Aesel's chambers and reports that an unknown force seems to be backing his brother. He also suspects that the scouts they sent have likely been eliminated by that same group. Aesel narrows his eyes and asks if that's all he's discovered. Kian apologizes, admitting he has nothing else to report, but something feels different. Aesel senses a change in his demeanor. The desperation he showed before going to the academy is gone. He now seems like a completely transformed man, and that immediately sets off all his alarms. To be sure, Aesel decides to test him with a question, and Kian immediately realizes he's being evaluated. So he bows deeply and begins to recite holy blessings to Lumain in a display of unwavering devotion. Aesel laughs and tells him not to be so dramatic. It's just part of the standard procedure, nothing personal. He waves his hand and dismisses him from the room. Kian leaves in silence, noting to himself that he'll have to act more cautiously next time. If the suspicion increases, even a little, he won't get out so easily again. Just as he opens the door, he nearly bumps into a young girl, recognizing her immediately. She is Sian's personal maid. Curious, he asks what business brings her there. Before she can answer, Aesel appears behind him and places a hand on his shoulder, saying that he was the one who summoned her. He gives her a polite smile and kindly asks for her help with something. She seems confused at first, but she agrees, willing to help in any way she can. Elsewhere, the dragons hold a private emergency meeting. They've discovered that Catalina and Lucian have completely vanished from the map. The last trace of their presence was a massive surge of divine power recorded near the borders of Luen. After that, nothing, just absolute silence. What's alarming is that both of them were ranked higher than 8 stars and their mana cores were shattered. All that remains of the battle site is pure destruction. There are no bodies or clear evidence, just an overwhelming magical residue. Whoever killed them went to the trouble of erasing all traces using magic. This suggests that a dark element sorcerer was involved. The only one they know who could have killed them both is Kundal Kaseli. But Kundal has no affinity for the dark element, which leads them to a single conclusion. There is someone out there with dark element powers they haven't yet identified. They already know who is enrolled at the Royal Academy. To them, He's just a teenage boy who happens to wield dark element mana. But now the rumors are constantly growing. Apparently, he survived a confrontation with a demonic dragon. They also suspect he might be linked to the deaths of Rhaeolus and Kerman, two key figures in trade. Slave traders. Both men had been supplying human test subjects and magical materials to the dragons. The leader of the meeting decides they need more information on Sian. He turns to his granddaughter and tells her to start getting close to him. Back at the royal dorms, Aaron arrives carrying a pile of sweets for Nana. Sian remains seated off to the side, quietly watching as the two interact. Despite the peaceful scene, he can't help but stay on guard. He's worried that other dragons might sense Nana's presence again if they're not careful. He's determined not to let anyone mess with those he considers under his protection. He has already made the decision to live for himself this time and to ruin whatever plans he has. Aaron notices the soft and carefree smile that crosses his face as she watches them laugh together. She pauses, but just chalks it up to him enjoying the moment. Meanwhile, in the garden of the Burt residence, Linnell VI, the first prince, sits down with him for a private conversation. It's been some time since they last saw each other. Linnell leans back and asks him how much longer he plans to stay cooped up, wasting away out here in the middle of nowhere. He's also heard rumors that Alice left on some kind of journey. Aesel confesses that he's really worried about her, but admits he has no idea where she went or what she's doing. Linnell smirks mischievously and teases him, suggesting that maybe he's more concerned about his influence and position than about Alice herself. Aesel warns him not to talk about sensitive topics in public, but the prince brushes it off, saying they're close friends and it's fine to be honest with each other. He then asks if Aesel's brother's name is Sian. Apparently, the Emperor is starting to take an interest in the protagonist. He's even been considering arranging an engagement between Sian and Aaron, the fifth princess. Linnell admits he's not sure why the Emperor is so set on it. Maybe it's his way of trying to protect his daughter. Aesel advises him not to act rashly. He believes that the more attention Aaron receives, the greater her value and influence will become, and the more useful she'll be to them. Linnell raises an eyebrow and laughs, clearly amused by his calculating approach. A butler arrives with drinks, offering them politely. Aesel watches him and asks who that gentleman is, since he doesn't recognize him. Linnell replies that he's a rare gem, a real find he discovered while exploring the slums. Aesel nods, commenting that he certainly looks like an impressive specimen. The butler formally introduces himself as Barusla Alam, the same character who appeared in the story's opening chapter. 2 years pass, and Alice returns to the academy. She keeps a low profile, trying to get back into the routine without drawing much attention. But despite her efforts, commenting that he certainly looks like an impressive specimen, the butler formally introduces himself as Barusla Alam, the same character who appeared in the story's opening chapter. 2 years pass, and Alice returns to the academy. She keeps a low profile, people notice her everywhere. She finally enters the dean's office. He greets her warmly. He's visibly surprised. That's not a place where humans are usually welcomed. It seems she's made a decision. Alice tells him she's decided to join the Knights of Light. He asks her if that means she plans to continue her family's legacy. She replies that someone has to take responsibility and follow that path. She also mentions that she's specifically worried about him. The dean lets out a mischievous laugh, knowing exactly who she's referring to. He assures her that he can take care of himself perfectly fine. And right at that moment, Sian appears behind her. She turns around and stares, completely bewildered by the sudden reunion after so many years. She notices he's grown, that he's broader too. He's now almost at her same height, maybe even about to surpass her at any moment. He teases her, saying that maybe she's the one who's shrinking. The date is July 2nd of the year, 988. He remembers that exact day from his previous life. It was also the last time he saw his sister alive. She asks him if he plans to go home during the summer vacation. He tells her that no one at home would even bother to welcome him, except for her. She is surprised by that. She asks if that's the reason he's avoided coming back for 2 years. The truth is, his reasons are much deeper. Aesel is one of them, and the Duke's wife has been hunting him, taking every opportunity to end his life. And his father does absolutely nothing about it. Going back would be like signing his own death warrant. He's already decided to stay away until he graduates. She then asks him if he has gotten closer to Cry. He replies that there's no chance of that, at least not for now. She reacts with visible surprise. He explains that the guy has been nothing but hostile. He even tried to kill him once. She freezes, unable to believe it. Silently, Brian steps forward, ready to confirm every word. She asks who he is. He introduces himself simply, Brian Kendrick, Guardian Knight. Sian tells her everything, how things unfolded between him, Cry, and his mother. Her expression twists with a mix of emotions, mostly fury, completely taken by surprise by the truth. But he quickly tells her that it's not her fault. Still, her anger continues to grow. She asks if he's told anyone else. He replies that there's no point. All of that is in the past. But Cry shows no signs of guilt or remorse. Suddenly, Alice hugs him tightly. She tells him he doesn't have to keep it all in, that she will be his shield from now on. She promises to take care of him from here on out. She tells him she'd love to stay longer, but she has a place she needs to go. Still, her anger continues to grow. She asks if he's told anyone else. He replies that there's no point. He shoots a death glare at the night, burning with jealousy over his sister. They say their goodbyes, and she leaves. All of that is in the past. But Cry shows no signs of guilt or remorse. Suddenly, she promises to take care of him from here on out. She tells him she'd love to stay longer, but she has a place she needs to go. But he can't get the image of how furious she looked out of his head. He hadn't seen her that angry in a long time. Cry didn't care what others thought. He just kept punching him, ordering him to stop. She forced him to apologize with that same expression. She asks him to stay safe while she's away. She even hugs the guardian as a thank you for taking care of him, to know the truth about her family so he can protect her properly next time. Brian approaches holding a red envelope and a black one. The red one is from the academy, the black one from some courier. He takes the black letter and ignores the red one completely. He assumes the red one is from the palace. It's sealed with the imperial emblem. He even asks what it could be. Sian says the palace usually hosts a banquet around this time of year. But the black letter, that's something. The older boy told him to get up and keep fighting, but he had given up and asked him to stop. Considering that Man is the younger brother of the reigning empress, it's no surprise that Karun is stunned to learn he will be attending, especially considering he already has other matters on his schedule, that her daughter shouldn't believe a commoner over her. But Alice doesn't care. She calls her by her full name in a cold and is showing his favor. Karun opens the red letter and discovers it's from Princess Erin. She jokes that he's not a child anymore, even if he still acts like one. It's basically a confession letter disguised as much worse. It's an assassination contract for Danian Nepolis, who caused huge chaos during the banquet back then. She just laughs. The letter also talks about preparations for the upcoming trip to the palace. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Nana barges in, loudly declaring she's starving. Everyone turns to and has decided to remain silent. She won't be able to hide any longer. The accused tries to shift the blame, insisting, wild and hard to believe. Meanwhile, back at Burt Castle, Alice storms into the royal hall. Banter. In response, Sian activates the curse of the demonic sword to give her a little punishment. She's in her room, just sitting there. Alice enters without hesitation. Margaret, her mother, greets her kindly, but Alice doesn't wait. She walks right up and slaps her with all her might. The guards burst in after hearing the shouts, the only time he saw her so upset. Things at the Duke's mansion are about to explode, and she needs every step filled with rage. She demands to know where her mother is. One of the servants answers in a low voice, before muttering a question, asking if there's any proof. That was the worst thing she could have said. By asking for evidence, she's basically admitting to the crime. Alice furiously yells at her for having the audacity to lay a hand on Tame without even having the courage to deny it. She orders the guards to throw her out. 5 guards lunge at every step filled with rage. She demands to know where her mother is. One of the servants answers in a low voice, water magic and spiritual arts, taking them down in seconds. The older woman stands there wide-eyed, watching as her daughter single-handedly defeats the guards as if it were nothing. Alice approaches and tells her that the guard has already confessed. Tame without even having the courage to deny it. She orders the guards to throw her out. 5 guards lunge at her mother is the crazy one. She accuses her of trying to assassinate Tame, which leaves the woman frozen in silence for a moment. Princess. But she leaps back, dodges the charge, and then counterattacks with a burst of sharp voice and tells her she will inform her father, and when he finds out, she'll see what real consequences are. Alice leaves the bedroom feeling victorious, believing she has finally defeated her mother, and has decided to remain silent. She won't be able to hide any longer. The accused tries to shift the blame, insisting, even after all these years, Alice hasn't discovered the truth. The Duke has never felt affection for Sian. His only priority has always been himself. Alice bursts into her father's office and tells him everything she just discovered, but the Duke doesn't seem angry. He remains perfectly calm and tells her he already knew about the assassination attempt by his wife. Alice looks at him in disbelief and tells him that his son almost died. Shouldn't he feel something? He responds bluntly that he sees no problem as long as he ends up dead. She bursts out, but the Duke doesn't seem angry. He remains perfectly calm and tells her he already knew about the assassination attempt by his wife. But the woman just smiles behind her, amused by how naive her daughter still is. That would mean that Sian took care of the 6 knights all by himself. Her father lets out another low laugh, realizing that she doesn't know his brother at all. He hands her a red envelope, an invitation to a royal banquet, and tells her he won't be attending and that she should go in his place. Then, he nonchalantly tells her not to worry about Sian. He's much stronger than she thinks. Alice leaves the room, but her father's words keep echoing in her head. Just then, she runs into a white-haired girl who has returned after a long absence. She lights up upon seeing her and hugs her tightly, demanding to know where she has been hiding all this time. The newcomer is Cecilia Rhine, a high-ranking member of the Knights of Light, and she was also a maid, mentor, and close friend to Alice. She gently encourages her and immediately invites her to the banquet. Meanwhile, Sian and Brian have already begun their journey to the banquet. Nana is excited, looking wide-eyed at all the scenery and wildlife they pass. He reminds her to hide her tail. He doesn't want any trouble. She uses magic to conceal both her tail and wings, making it easier for her to go unnoticed. He asks her if she still remembers what he told her. She nods quickly and says she'll introduce herself as his maid, but he doesn't seem very convinced she'll manage to act normally in public. The carriage comes to a sudden stop. They're being blocked by bandits. Sian glances at Brian and tells him to take care of it. It's no big deal. Without hesitation, the swordsman slits their throats and eliminates them in a single clean move. It's clear he has improved a lot since his training days. With the path cleared, he gets back into the carriage and they continue their journey. In Sarah's office, he glances over some papers his assistant just handed him. The aide comments that there are many more attendees at the banquet this year than expected. Perhaps they should delay the plan. Sarah refuses. The assassination of Drain and Pillis must happen now. The assistant hesitates and asks him why he's so insistent. Sarah replies coldly. He is a predator who uses his magic to assault married women. Someone like him shouldn't be allowed to live another day. And what's worse, he's also her fiancé guests. She's a rare prodigy with perfect elemental affinity, 20% in each category, but her weak body prevents her from attending most classes. She is the granddaughter of the leader of the Gam Mage Association, Luna Reber. She has never made a public appearance before, so why now? The assistant says she heard it was the association leader himself who personally ordered her to attend. That puts him on alert. Is she sure that something is afoot? This banquet won't be simple. Back in the city, Sian, Brian, and Nana walk through the streets of a town they've just arrived in. Nana accidentally bumps into a stranger, but her innocent smile makes him forgive her instantly. Sian makes a mental note. He needs to stop thinking the world is always kind. Suddenly, Sian notices something is wrong. Her eyes have changed. She looks like a predator. Her dragon pupils have returned. This banquet won't be simple. Back in the city, Sian orders Brian to take her to the nearest restaurant. A few hours and numerous dishes later, Nana is back to her usual self. Luckily, he brought enough money to deal with her appetite. Just as he starts to relax, he senses an unknown mana approaching from behind. A voice calls out to him, asking if it's really him. Sian is startled for a second. She knows his name, and that alone puts him on alert. He maintains a cautious tone and asks for her location. She doesn't answer. Instead, she sits quietly beside him. He repeats the question, slower this time. She finally responds and introduces herself as Lunab, explaining that she attends the same school and is currently a second-year student. The name sounds familiar. He swears he's heard it before. Still, something about her doesn't sit right with him. Why the hell is she being so friendly? He coldly replies that he doesn't waste his time with underclassmen. She shrugs and says, "It's fine. Compared to you, I'm practically invisible anyway." Brian and Nana notice the interaction. The maiden leans in and asks if that girl is a friend of his. The knight, narrowing his eyes, admits he has no idea who she is, but she definitely doesn't seem to be. The girl comments on how close the knight and the maiden seem. With a playful tone, she says he feels warmer than the rumors suggest. He tries to ignore her, but the way she suddenly complimented him only heightens his suspicions. She asks if he came to the capital for the banquets. He nods, then immediately asks how she knows. She replies coolly, "There's no other reason someone like him would come to this city unless it was for those events." With a small, flirtatious smile, she tells him they'll see each other at the venue, since she's been invited too. He deduces that if she's attending, she must be nobility. Suddenly, she stands up and says she's leaving. Time to wrap up the introductions. She throws him a wish that he won't forget her. Then she reveals her full name, Donald Renee, and in that instant, everything clicks into place. He remembers her from before, the granddaughter of the president of the Rhine River Mage Association. That man must have sent her here. In his past life, she died while studying at the academy. He can't tell if her death was from illness or from the grotesque experiments conducted by the association. This is uncharted territory. People he had never encountered in his previous life are now crossing his path, which means the future is constantly changing. And to top it all off, all of this is happening on the day of the banquet, the day history will remember as the Banquet of Blood. Elsewhere, Aaron is getting ready for the occasion, looks at Luzmas, and asks if she looks okay. He reassures her. She's stunning, more beautiful than ever. Still, she isn't convinced by the outfit and changes into another dress. Luzmas smirks, teasingly saying that Ayan will love it. Her cheeks flush red. Her face turns completely crimson, totally flustered. She is surprised that he's going to be present tonight, even though she was the one who sent the invitation. A maid enters with an ornate box and presents it to her. It's a necklace sent by her brother Luel, who insists that she look her absolute best for her future wedding. She blinks, surprised by the gesture, but doesn't overthink it. Finally, the banquet arrives. The atmosphere is lively. The crowd fills the venue. Laughter and conversation flood the space. Sian moves through the hall, his eyes scanning for his target. So far, no luck. It's then that he spots Kian among the guests and quickly asks if Sel is there too. Kian confirms, who is currently with Prince Lewin, but before he can say another word, he has something urgent to tell him. He begs Sian to leave immediately. He stops and tries to understand what's happening. Queen doesn't doubt the information, but says that if Sian stays, he and many others could be in grave danger. Ale personally warned him to leave the palace before the event began, mentioning that he was preparing something. Unexpectedly, that last piece fits. Sian finally sees the whole picture. The one behind the blood banquet is him. Kian admits he couldn't stand the thought of him getting hurt, which is why he begged him to leave, but he tells him not to worry. He'll be fine. Although Kian had better watch his own back. He leaves wondering what kind of madness his brother is planning to do now. With each passing day, his brother proves to be even more unhinged than he thought. Kerma casually appears, mocking him, asking if he's suddenly grown a conscience for innocent lives. Sian glares at him and says, "No, it's just that the plan is kind of clever, in a twisted way, but if this gets out of hand, it's going to get really ugly. I have to intervene before it's too late." Using Ael's astral lens, Sian accesses Sarah's psyche and pushes his thoughts into her mind. He starts with a compliment about her dress. She immediately realizes he's mentally manipulating her and gets straight to the point. What does he want? He tells her to delay the purification mission. She wants to know why. He replies that he received a warning. The banquet is about to turn into a massacre. He promises to explain more later, but for now they need to confirm if there are monsters infiltrated in the event. She questions if the information is correct. Information is reliable. He assures her that he even knows who's behind everything. The sense of dread has been growing, for a while now. That scream in her head hasn't stopped. She didn't have full confirmation until now, he tells her, to forget the target for now. With a mocking tone, he adds that her creepy fiancé will probably die, in the chaos anyway. He walks away as she watches him, clearly furious. Alice sees her and calls out to her. Sarah hears the voice and turns around. She didn't expect to see Alice there. That wasn't in the plan they had agreed on. Alice replies that she just wanted to get some fresh air. But this isn't good. Alice is about to get caught in the storm. Sarah starts to get anxious about the mission. Then another voice chimes in, addressing her as Miss Sarah, and calling out to Alice as well. His tone is dripping with cheekiness, and just when it seemed like things couldn't get any more chaotic, the target makes his grand entrance. He introduces himself with a mocking smile, Tran Inepolis. That smile says it all. Trouble. Meanwhile, Sian pulls Brian aside to talk about something important. The knight looks attentive, eager to act. Sian can tell that he's been taking that protector role more seriously lately. It's probably because of the excess dragon's blood. He gives him orders to check the underground tunnels of the palace. Brian leaves immediately, ready to comply. But before Sian can say anything else, he stops him with a warning. This isn't a game. The mission is important. Before he finishes speaking, Brian senses movement behind him. Sian feels the presence too, but before he can react, the knight lunges to attack. Assuming it's a threat, he charges at the figure. It turns out to be Emily. He stammers an apology as she falls to the ground, unconscious. While that chaos unfolds above, someone is already in the deepest part of the palace. He performs a ritual, giving orders. Dozens of armed combatants begin to move. The room fills with shadows, ready to attack. Inside the banquet hall, Princess Erin stands still, visibly irritated. Sian and his group are nowhere to be found. She had gone to the trouble of inviting them personally. This wasn't the reaction she expected. Suddenly, Lunat approaches her, greeting her politely and saying, "It's an honor to meet the princess." Erin turns, confused, and asks for her name. Lunat responds with a proper introduction. A moment later, Erin remembers they are in the same academic year at the academy. She comments that she would never, she expected. Suddenly, Lunat approaches her, greeting her politely and saying, "It's an honor to meet the princess." Erin turns, confused, and asks for her name. Lunat responds with a proper introduction. A moment later, Erin remembers they are in the same academic year at the academy. She comments that she would never, seems genuinely moved by the kindness and comments aloud that Sian should see how considerate the princess is. The princess is jealous and in love. Their conversation is interrupted by a woman's scream from the other side of the hall. She screams for help, begging the guards to protect her, but it's already too late. A fighter, soulless from the depths of the palace, slits her throat with a single slash. Erin freezes, paralyzed. A monster has managed to get inside. The killer turns its head and looks directly at her. There is no doubt, she is its target. Elsewhere in the palace, Sian is in a side room introducing Nana to Emily. He refers to her as his partner. Emily falls to her knees in shock. It hits her like a blow. He has replaced her with a maid who is younger and prettier. He brushes off the thought. He changes the subject, asking if it was Ale who really brought her there. She nods and says that Ale was so desperate to have her that he even offered her a job. She recalls how a few days ago he called her to his office. He asked her to work as his personal maid, arguing that since Sian was away at the academy, she must be lonely. She refused the offer. He narrows his eyes and asks if she's completely sure, but she has no more answers. That's all she knows. Sian turns to Brian and tells him to stay close. Emily and Nana aren't safe alone. Brian asks if he's planning to go out. Sian confirms it. Emily shouldn't be in this timeline. Now, with a spy lurking around and clearly pulling the strings, he sees the whole picture. His expression sharpens. Ale has crossed the line. Without another word, he leaves, determined to find Erin and anyone else who might be in danger. After he leaves, Emily collapses in tears. She tightly clutches a bow tie, the same one Ale had asked her to give to Sian. As she cries, Nana senses something strange. The gem on the bow tie is emitting a faint and disturbing magic. She tenses up. There's something about it. And Prince Luel speak in low voices. They both know the mission has officially begun. After all, the time has come. Luel's gift is about to be delivered. Ale nods to Boris, giving his approval, saying that he has proven to be surprisingly effective. The prince smiles and says, "This is just the beginning. Your unit will be even more valuable from now on. They're not just sabotaging a party, they plan to tear down this peace-soaked empire and remind it exactly what it needs." Back in the Grand Hall, panic spreads through the crowd as the monster attack unleashes chaos. Arin remains calm, helping to guide people to safe zones. Lunable insists that she leave while she still can, but she shakes her head. She will not leave until she ensures everyone is safe. She insists on staying to help. The creature easily overcomes the frontline guards, then it divides. Identical replicas appear in the hall. One of the copies grabs a guard and tears him apart before he can even scream. While everyone focuses on the copies, a demonic beast bursts in from behind. In seconds, it wipes out half of the defensive force. Despair begins to take over the place, but a new figure enters the scene. Sarah takes down one of the beasts with expert precision and immediately orders the remaining guards to focus on evacuating the civilians. Then Alice appears, seamlessly joining the combat. Together, they both begin to clear the place of enemies. The head of the guards tries to organize a coordinated retreat. Meanwhile, they hold their ground, preparing for the next attack. But to her surprise, the creature doesn't even look at them. Its attention is fixed solely on Erin. Just before a tentacle reaches the princess, a guard lunges forward and cuts it. He dies instantly. A cluster of tentacles pierces his body, killing him on the spot. Erin rushes to hold him, trying to keep him on his feet, but he's already gone. Tears stream down her cheeks as guilt takes over her. She blames herself. Meanwhile, Lunat repels the advancing monsters by launching bursts of aquablast mixed with gusts of wind. She turns and shouts at Erin to run now, that they will handle it, and that she will not let that captain's death be in vain. Although they beg her to leave, the princess takes one last look at the fallen guard. She whispers a promise. His sacrifice will be worth it. The creature's roots are soaked in lethal toxins. Just by touching them, death is immediate. This shield blocks the poison. She orders the survivors to stay alive and fight. The guards, ignited with determination, charge into the attack, that they will handle it, and that she will not let that captain's death be in vain. Although they beg her to leave, the princess takes one last look at the fallen guard. That's when Alice casts a freezing spell to slow the advance. One of the royal guards again pleads with Aaron to evacuate, but Sarah finally reveals what she is capable of. Wielding a dagger, she cuts down monster after monster with surgical precision. Although she teaches alchemy at the academy, using a sword like this puts her true identity at risk, but that no longer matters. She changes her sword technique into mist and annihilates the tree-like demonic beast. An assassin leaps from nowhere, surprising a guard. The alchemist spins and splits his face in two. She yells to the remaining soldiers, there are still more out there and they can't let their guard down. Her plan is for Eyeless to get the princess out while they hold the line, but something feels off. This still feels wrong. Alice and Aaron run down a hallway, escaping the chaos. The princess's mind is reeling. If this girl really is one of the Berts, that makes her Sian's sister. The thought shakes her. It's okay. She's safe. Her train of thought is broken when a skeletal creature drops right in their path. It doesn't seem lost. It knew exactly where to find them. Alice observes the monster. Her gut tells her she will be able to face it alone. It's a high-rank Nick Crawler. They team up, chain it down, and coordinate their attack. Hope emerges when reinforcements arrive. Maybe they still have a chance. The Nick Crawler throws a brutal left hook. Lun appears, raising a barrier that absorbs the blow. Alice seizes the moment, already on its back. With a smile, she launches her attack, declaring her name and promising it will regret ever showing up. The blow lands with enough force to finish it on the spot. Back in the banquet hall, Sarah takes down the last creature with a strike of mist-forged magic. Something unsettles her. She approaches one of the assassins and removes his mask. A chill runs down her spine. They aren't living beings, they're corpses, puppets reanimated with magic dark. It's a twisted resurrection technique that requires ridiculous amounts of mana and preparation. With so many bodies, it couldn't have been the work of a single sorcerer. Someone important is behind this, but the reason why is still a mystery. Elsewhere in the palace, a squad of puppet soldiers lunges at the emperor. He takes them out easily, but his body can't take any more. He collapses from exhaustion, panting. As he looks up, he sees that Ael and Luel are already in the room. The emperor thanks them for their support, unaware that they are the ones orchestrating the chaos. Ael rushes to his side, swearing his loyalty. It's all part of the act to earn his trust. Meanwhile, Eyeless takes down another creature and runs to the next chamber. But things aren't any better there. More puppet assassins flood the room relentlessly. They just keep coming. Emily informs Brian that Ael gave Sel a bow tie, but that he had already left before she could deliver it. Brian finds it strange that Ael would give him a gift and admits he has a bad feeling. She asks if something is wrong. He isn't sure, but points out that Ael had never sent anything to Sian before. From what he's observed, Sian holds a deep grudge against his older brother, Ael, one that goes beyond typical sibling rivalry. From the other side of the room, Nana warns Brian that they need to leave immediately. He asks why, but she only replies that something dangerous is coming. Before they can react or ask more, a monster bursts in, smashing through the wall behind them. Brian orders them to run while he deals with the threat. A powerful beast, of visions. Meanwhile, the target of the purification runs desperately for his life. The others help him evacuate. He's the first to escape, but he's ambushed at the main entrance by a horde of corpse puppets. Fear takes hold of him. His only hope is to survive and return to his sweet, dear partner, whom he has been torturing and mistreating in his absence. He turns to suggest they fall back to the rear gate, thinking it might be safer. But before he gets an answer, a puppet decapitates him with a single clean strike. Just as the puppets prepare to kill more, Alice intervenes with a blast of water combined with Lunab's freezing spell. They manage to overpower and destroy them. Everyone in the room watches them, stunned by their display of power, curious to know who they are. But there's no time for introductions. The mage warns that the danger isn't over yet and urges them to protect Princess Erin. They turn their attention to the princess, making sure she's okay. However, she is more worried about the fragile condition of Lunab. She reassures her, promising to recover soon. She warns that the next assault will begin shortly and that Erin must evacuate. Despite this, the princess can't shake her concern for them. The guards step forward, vowing to protect her. Alice confronts the monsters directly and orders the guards to use their magic to defend the noble guests. They must hold out until the end of the battle. The royal knight's priority is the princess's safety. Alice vows to do everything she can to stop the monsters, though inwardly she doubts her chances. No matter how many they eliminate, more keep coming, appearing more frequently, as if they were being constantly tracked. It seems they're being followed through the gem that was given to Aaron. Meanwhile, Brian confronts the Vizhimes, doing everything he can to keep Amelia safe and hold the creature at bay. For such a powerful beast to have invaded the palace, there must be a much deeper plan. He had always relied on reinforcements until now, but he is all alone. He must defend himself and Amelia. She places all her trust in him as the monster charges. He prepares to block the attack, warning her to stay behind him and not wander off. He manages to parry the blow with precision, surprised at how much stronger he's gotten. This surge of confidence leads him to believe he might actually have a chance to defeat the creature. He stops every strike, matching the monster's ferocity blow for blow. Amelia asks him if he's okay. He reassures her that he won't get a single scratch. Then, distracted for a moment, the monster lunges in for a bite. Brian won't be able to block the attack in time. Just when it seems all is lost, Nana leaps in and hurls the monster away with immense strength. She seems transformed, as if she's a different person. Meanwhile, Ain and Alice continue to fight the remaining puppets. The princess erects a magical barrier to protect the knights, while her ally uses spirit water spells to immobilize the enemies. The battle seems endless. Whoever orchestrated this is still a mystery, but it's clear they planned everything meticulously. The knights will eventually get exhausted, and they need a new strategy. In the midst of the fight, a mask falls to the ground, revealing the corpse underneath. Alice realizes that these creatures are essentially corpses, reanimated by dark magic. To fight them, they need something to counter dark magic. The first thing that comes to mind is Luminel, the god of light, and his light magic. If someone can use it, perhaps they'll have a chance to turn the tide of battle. Alice calls out to Princess Erin, asking her to imbue her sword with mana. Erin replies that she can't. It would break the protective spell, keeping the knights safe. The guardian knight reassures her, saying they'll be fine without it. She hesitates, but knows they have no other option. She proceeds to bless the sword with divine light. Although combining two types of mana is difficult, the princess manages to channel the blessing of light into the blade. The spirit magic flows through the sword as smoothly as water, giving the mana a tangible form. Alice isn't entirely sure it will work, but she's willing to take the chance. Elsewhere, Sian had already eliminated most of the puppets in his path and quickly realized the enemies were nothing but puppets and mandrakes. Apparently, he had already started helping Acel, giving the mana a tangible form. Alice isn't entirely sure it will work, but she's willing to take the chance. Coombe expressed his surprise that humans still practiced necromancy-type dark magic, such an ancient and forbidden art. Sian acknowledged his remark and mentioned there was one person in particular who used it frequently. He explained how using sunstones accelerated the monster's strength and how the mana, the content in those stones, was attracting the beasts. She confirmed that she could feel the mana from the sunstones emanating from a specific direction. He insisted that they needed to move faster, warning that the palace was turning into a slaughterhouse. But before leaving, he insisted on changing clothes. Meanwhile, Alice, with Aaron's help, summoned the spirit Marion using light-type mana. Since mana types do not combine easily, the spirit's existence was unstable and couldn't be maintained for long without endangering her body. They had to end the summoning before the spirit collapsed completely. Suddenly, the spirit spoke, asking why the girl was willing to sacrifice herself. She confessed that she hadn't found any other way to defeat the enemies. The spirit expressed its disappointment that a blessed child would finally face a cruel fate. As the puppets advanced, the spirit's power, without any will behind it, repelled them with a single wave of mana. Still, the enemies kept getting up again and again. Aaron begged her to stop before she died from overexertion, but the mage understood that stopping now would only worsen their situation. She had to finish it immediately. She tried to invoke the authority of the spirit king, Ronjans. Just as she was preparing to summon him, someone grabbed her hand and immobilized her. Unable to move an inch, she looked at her captor, thinking at first that it was another puppet. However, his aura was different, and he used black fog magic, turning it into a devouring force. Once the fog completely enveloped the spirit, the entity began to fade away, whispering its farewell. Weakened by the fog, Alice fell to her knees, completely drained of energy. Just before fading away completely, Marion whispered that Fuina would always welcome her. Everyone present was bewildered by what had just happened. It was then that Eston explained that the man had blocked the spirit's mana, nullifying its manifestation, and added that she wasn't even sure if he was human. The puppets advanced to attack again, but Sian cut them down effortlessly. Although he was attacking, if he took a single step back, all the enemies would head straight for the princess's group as if they were irresistibly drawn. He asked Karum if she felt any kind of mana around the group. She confirmed that she felt demonic mana emanating from Aaron's necklace. He asked for her help to resolve the situation quickly and cleanly. Using his creation space technique, he enveloped the entire room in a domain of fog. Panic broke out, since no one knew what was hidden inside the fog, nor what threats might emerge. The puppets began to sink into the mist, devoured in seconds. In a matter of moments, they all vanished completely, leaving the place silent and empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Both sides were intrigued and fascinated, wondering who the masked man could be. Suddenly, Lunat collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion. Sian appeared behind Aaron, trying to take the necklace from him. She felt a vague familiarity, but couldn't identify him. He destroyed the gem that was drawing the puppets, but the guards they attacked, fearing for the princess's safety. Instead of dodging, his body transformed into mist, disappearing from sight. He reappeared next to Lunab, doing something to her. But Aaron counterattacked with his sting of light, turning him back into mist without causing any harm. Using psychological manipulation, he spoke, assuring them he meant no harm and was there to help. He had destroyed the druids, so the monsters would no longer be drawn to them. He asked them to leave through the main gate, assuring them that the path was clear. The domain of mist dissipated, revealing the original room. The guardians checked on the princess, but she told them not to worry about her and to help Alice and Lunat. The mage confirmed that she was fine, and insisted they recover and leave through the main gate, just as Sian had advised. Silently, she resolved that ensuring the children's safety was her top priority, leaving the mystery of the masked man for later. Lunab had sensed his mana and hidden his presence. In another room, where Emily and Brian were fighting the monster, Nana had already killed it and was now devouring its corpse piece by piece. Emily was horrified, wondering if the girl was really a maiden. Brian shared her bewilderment. He had never seen her act like this before. She had transformed into a small dragon that radiated a powerful aura. Rumors circulated in Sian's past life about the banquet flood incident, which claimed many lives. It was whispered that the culprit was the fifth princess of the empire, Aaron Sievers, claiming she had been blinded by her lust for power. The storm that day was probably the real cause, but there was speculation that Celuel had been given something that caused the disaster. After the chaos, both of them were proclaimed heroes of the empire, emerging as the biggest beneficiaries of the tragedy. Carr couldn't believe they had fabricated the entire event in their favor, sacrificing their own people for gain. His contempt was deep, even considering humans to be worse than demons. He replied that this was nothing compared to the atrocities they would commit later, though he admitted to feeling remorse for the massacres he himself had committed in his past life. Perhaps he was even darker than them. Getting up, she asked if they were leaving. He replied that Nana was probably waiting for them and that the knights should take care of the disaster at the palace. She hesitated and remembered her unease about the princess's necklace. She also mentioned Emily, noting that the girl carried the scent of sunstones. His reaction was immediate. Emily was in grave danger. Nana had lost control, obsessively repeating how delicious Emily smelled while trying to get closer to her. Brian intervened to protect the girl, but he was no match for the fierceness of the little one. He had to admit that she was no longer herself. Something monstrous had taken hold of her. Strangely, she only attacked Emily, ignoring him completely. He was in a dilemma. He had to stop her without hurting her. Both feared their end was near as Nana lunged to attack, but Sian arrived just in time, intercepting, and the blow with his own body, sacrificing himself to save them both. Amelia grabbed the bow tie from Nana's hands and destroyed it instantly. Karen shouted at the girl to snap out of it, reminding her that her father was there. The words managed to break the influence. Her consciousness returned and she understood what she had done. He stood up, with a large wound on his back, assuring her that he was fine and that it didn't hurt. Since she hadn't done it intentionally, she hadn't made any mistake. She fell to her knees, consumed by remorse for her actions and the destruction she had caused. Half the room had been destroyed by her attack. He turned around, telling her they needed to get out of there. Meanwhile, Luel and Asel were helping the Emperor escape. He was surprised that the rest of the palace seemed untouched, as if nothing had happened. They both expressed relief that the crisis had been resolved, but they felt something was off. The Emperor heard Aaron's voice calling for him. She ran to him, hugged him tightly, and thanked the gods that he was safe. During that touching moment, the princess noticed Luel standing behind the Emperor, giving her a frosty look. In a cold voice, the mage said she was glad Aaron was alive. Aaron's contempt for her intensified. She had many questions, but prioritized tending to the others. Alice, Lunab, and the guards finally arrived and knelt before the Emperor. He expressed his gratitude for saving his youngest daughter and promised generous rewards. Eric noticed Aesel whispering something to Luel. Suddenly, he shouted, pointing his sword at her and accusing her of orchestrating the incident. He declared that he knew she was the granddaughter of the president of the Garum Mage Association and demanded her arrest. The emperor reprimanded him, ordering him to lower his sword while Aaron defended Luel, pointing out that she had saved many lives and was an ally. Eric insisted it was all a sham, and claimed that the Kingdom of Gam had long been waiting for an opportunity to destabilize the Jusk's empire and cause chaos. Luel, unfazed, challenged him to present proof. Aesel intervened, revealing that a strange mana aura had been detected in her residence the night before. The emperor demanded proof or for the matter to be dropped. She explained that she had invited those present as a sign of peace, but had monitored them as a precaution. She assured him she would uncover more evidence if given time. He agreed, although Aaron expressed her frustration. She was still unsure if this was a trap or part of her grandfather's plan. Lunat de Reinraber and her group from the Mage Association of Gam were imprisoned for investigation. Meanwhile, Lu, separated from Aaron, was collaborating with other knights to protect the nobles and oversee the funerals of Marku Tranian and many others. The funerals were held openly in the streets. Sian had prevented many more deaths than in his past life. Still, the event would forever be remembered as the banquet of blood. However, it could have been much worse. Alice was tending his open wounds, cleaning and bandaging them. He protested, saying she didn't have to go to so much trouble, but she insisted it was her duty as his sister. She commented on how dangerous the situation had been and that she was grateful that he had survived. He mentioned the masked man. If it hadn't been for him, he would have died. His identity was still unknown, but his build was similar to Sian's. Upon realizing how fit he had become and noticing the new scars from training, he then accelerated his false kindness, casting a dark shadow. Sian's exhaustion grew. Alice noticed this and suspected that he already knew of Ael's cruel and vile nature. Ael asked about the investigation's progress, saying he came to talk about that. He revealed that a bracelet with a sunstone had been found in Luna's room. She claimed that it was a gift. Sian suggested that whoever gave her the bracelet should be considered a suspect. Ael nodded and asked if he remembered receiving anything during the banquet. Recognizing the trap, he denied it. He then asked Ael if he knew who had given the bracelet to Luna. The man replied that someone had died in the palace that day, which had initiated the investigation. He repeated the question. Sian understood that this wasn't an investigation, but Ael trying to use him as a scapegoat. This revelation meant that Emily was in grave danger. He understood instantly. It was a trap. Someone wanted to kill him. He let himself fall while feigning dizziness, bringing a hand to his forehead as if the pain were real. Alice intervened without hesitation, backing him up. She reminds Ael of everything he's already been through and adds that the doctor's advice was clear. He needs rest, not stress. Pressuring him like this helps no one. Ael seemed to believe it. The performance was good enough to quell his suspicions. He suggests leaving, but before turning around, Sian finally responds. He says he doesn't remember receiving anything, and that even if someone tried to send him something, it probably didn't survive that inferno. Ael nods slowly, acknowledging the answer. Something about it satisfies him, perhaps because it means he no longer needs to eliminate him. Still, a part of him regrets it. This was his best chance to erase him. Sian remains on alert even after he is gone. Alice forcefully pushes him down to lie back, insisting that he must rest, whether he likes it or not. Elsewhere, a maid runs through the halls in a panic. Boris is not far behind her. She screams that she did exactly what she was told. She gave the necklace to Aaron just as she was ordered. She doesn't even know what the hell that item does. Her voice breaks as she begs for her life. Boris catches up to her and almost calmly tells her that she didn't ruin anything, but there is still something she must do. She has no choice. He slits her throat without hesitation. As she falls to the ground, he curses quietly about how all his meticulous plans fell apart. Before leaving, he summons a hellhound from the darkness. The animal growls and then begins to tear the body apart, erasing all evidence. Far away, in a secluded forest, Emily and Brian are hiding in a wooden cabin, away from any prying eyes. He approaches her with a handful of apples and offers her some, sitting down next to her. They eat in silence before the conversation flows. She asks how long they are supposed to remain hidden there. He says that Sian gave clear instructions. They are to stay there until further notice. There is no time frame. It's indefinite. Before escaping from the palace, she had given him a gift, the bow tie he had intended for Sian. He looked at it and then reduced it to ash without hesitation. She asks how long they are supposed to remain hidden there. He says that Sian gave clear instructions. He approaches her with a handful of apples and offers her some, sitting down next to her. They eat in silence before the conversation flows. So protecting Emily was now his responsibility. Afterward, he knelt in front of Nana and gave her a small pat on the head. With a rare smile, he assured her that he wouldn't be gone for long. Even Brian blinked, surprised by the warmth in that smile. Now, back on the forest bench, Emily looks at him and asks if Nana is okay. He replies that she's been through some tough times, but has been looking better lately. Emily still can't understand it. She always thought that girl was just a maid. It turns out she's something completely different, a draconic hybrid. Emily knows she has to step up. Their eyes meet and something unspoken passes between them. Together they seal a silent pact to take everything from Acheon. Inside the castle, Luelle storms into the throne room shouting, lashing out at Emperor Dion for letting the suspects go so easily. Dion furiously retorts, telling him to lower his damn voice. His decision is final. The prince is there, brimming with contempt. How is he supposed to rule the entire continent with that kind of weakness? What the hell does the Gam Empire have that scares him so much? A blinding flash of light cuts through the air right next to his head, making him shut up. The Emperor speaks coldly. Conquest sounds noble, sure, but the If Empire borders more than just Gam. There's also the demonic kingdom, Espia, and Fuima. If Gam becomes an enemy, they will lose the only buffer that keeps Dement under control. If that floodgate opens, the entire continent will drown in monsters. Even if they could seize power, the death toll would be unthinkable. Anyone who desires that kind of blood-soaked rule doesn't deserve the title of emperor. They're just a monster. Luelle tries to change the subject, redirecting the conversation back to the suspects. Dion cuts him off again, this time mentioning the Daystone. The prince stiffens. He didn't expect his father to know about that. His agents shouldn't have gotten that far in the investigation yet. Dion catches his expression. It says it all. He knows his son well enough to know that once he wants something, he doesn't let go. He looks at him with heavy disappointment in his eyes, and mutters that Aaron would be a much better emperor than Luelle could ever be. And with that he walks away, adding that he doesn't wish to see him again. Hearing Aaron praised like that makes Luelle's blood boil. He explodes with rage and heads towards her bedroom without wasting a second. He slams the door open with heavy, furious steps. Inside, Leximu immediately steps between them, warning him that Princess Aaron is resting. Luelle doesn't care in the slightest. He punches the guard right in the face to forcefully move him aside. Then, he turns to his sister. She looks at him calmly, but alert, and asks him what reason he could possibly have for barging into her room like that. He gives her a twisted, malicious smile, saying that he just wants to have a little chat with his dear and sweet sister. Leximus firmly steps forward, reminding Luelle that if he continues with that attitude aggressive, the princess will have no choice but to act. Even though she's royalty, he is unfazed. That same twisted smile widens as he turns to her and casually threatens to exterminate her entire bloodline for a few reckless words. But before the situation escalates further, Aaron interrupts him. With a firm voice, she orders him to stop talking nonsense and asks why he is really there, tilting her head slightly with an unreadable expression. She asks if there is anything in particular he hopes to hear from her. He hesitates, noticing the change. But before the situation escalates further, Aaron interrupts him. She has not received anything from him. That rattles him more than he would like to admit. It is as if she already knew everything. A few hours earlier, she had met with the Emperor. He asked her if Luelle had given her anything recently. She replied, "No, nothing." Dion revealed that the necklace she had been seen wearing once contained a Daystone, a forbidden gem from the Black Blood tribe. These stones were used to manipulate illegal magic. Most despise them now, but there are rumors that they can control monsters. Recent intelligence suggested that someone inside the palace had been secretly buying them. The black market merchant, Hilbert, and the maid, Marita, had been arranging the deals. Both were now dead or missing. The shock showed on her face. Dion pressed again. Luelle had gifted her the necklace. He had ties with Hilbert and Marita. Aaron paused, stood her ground, and repeated that she never received anything from him. After some thought, she mentioned Lunat, asking if the investigation had already cleared her name. If they already knew who had brought the stones into the palace, then Lunat should not be considered a suspect. Dion nodded, assuring her that he would keep the girl out of it. Even so, Aaron could not shake her fear. If she exposed Luelle, he could retaliate against anyone close to her. She could not allow someone else to get hurt. Back in her dorm, she repeats her previous statement. He remains silent, still bewildered, but he does not deny it. This was what he had come to confirm. Still, her sharp tone wounds his ego. He threatens to go after Leximus instead. She holds her ground, completely unfazed. She calmly informs him that she now has a guest and that he should leave. He raises an eyebrow, asking who that could be. From the other end of the room, Sian steps into view. He has been there the whole time, silent, unreadable, without making a single sound. He comments calmly that he has heard everything. Luel stares at him, stunned, not knowing what is worse, the knight's stealth ability, or the fact that he was completely oblivious. He frowns, annoyed that Sian is treating the whole situation like a joke, but he does not react in the slightest. He moves to stand beside Aaron and, unperturbed, asks Luel if he plans on coming after him. Now, the prince falters. There have been rumors that Sian and Aaron might be engaged, and angering him would be foolish. He is the son of one of the allies, being father's closest confidants. What Ael had said to him a few days ago now circles in his mind. He had asked him why he was so determined to eliminate Sian, even though his father clearly trusted him. Ael answered bluntly that Sian just got on his nerves. He was hiding something big, and not knowing what it was drove Ael crazy. Now, he understands. That presence he gives off is unsettling. Suddenly, he eases the tension, stepping back and claiming he was just joking. Now that everything's cleared up, he says he'll be leaving. Sian finds the whole situation rather strange. Luel Severus, the man history once called the Mad Emperor, actually seems reasonable, at least compared to the one from his past life. Before leaving, the prince glances at Leximus and offers an apology for the punch. The night that everything's cleared up, he says he'll be leaving. Sian finds the whole situation rather strange. Luel Severus, that everything's cleared up, he says he'll be leaving. Sian finds the whole situation rather strange. Luel Severus, without warning, he plops down right next to her. She tenses up, her cheeks flushing red. She points out that he's sitting way too close. He just gives her a calm look and asks if he's not allowed to sit there anymore. His teasing tone makes her even more flustered. He doesn't even try to hide it. Sian had one goal in mind, to make the prince believe that he and Aaron were a couple. Now that the ruse has worked, the prince won't dare to touch her. With that settled, he gets up, ready to leave. Leximus watches him go, visibly confused by how casually he seems to be taking his leave. He's done his part. He walks away without a second glance, as Aaron sinks deeper into her feelings for him. Noel storms into Excel's office, slamming his fist against a stone wall. He demands to know how his ally plans to fix this mess. The plan was supposed to be foolproof. So why are all their targets still alive? Worse yet, he's lost his father's trust. Excel was supposed to be the great hope of the Use Empire, and now it's all falling apart. Boris enters, interrupting in a calm tone. He mentions that there has been some progress. He introduces himself and offers a polite greeting. The prince glares at him, asking where the hell he's been all this time. Boris explains that Ael sent him on an errand. He also brings news. Emilia has disappeared. Excel asks what kind of progress he's referring to. Boris pulls a small, glowing pyramid from his coat and holds it up. He says they've underestimated the people closest to Princess Erin. Noel asks if they're supposed to just reflect on that. Boris shakes his head. It's not about reflection, it's about facing the evidence. Faint traces of mana swirl inside the crystal. Most of it is common, but there's something else, a black mist creeping along the edges. That specific aura belongs to the demonic sword, which means someone within Erin's inner circle is using forbidden power. In the royal dorms, Emily sets down a steaming platter. Tonight's dinner is a monstrous demonic scorpion. Brian eyes it as if it's about to pounce on him. Meanwhile, Nana and Sian are digging in like it's the most normal thing in the world. Brian pushes his plate away. Sian has already finished, dusting off his hands as he stands up. Emily asks if he can stay a little longer, maybe have something else to eat. He refuses. If he stays, Aesel might find him and that would put everyone in danger. He says he only came to see how they were doing. Emilia can't return yet, but Brian can run errands if necessary. Sian quietly assures them that he has placed people nearby. For now, this place is safer than any other. He tells them that he will return later and then leaves. Just as he is walking out, Sarah appears in his path. Her voice is loaded with sarcasm as she comments on his adorable little family. Then her tone darkens. She wants answers. How did he know about the blood banquet or her fiancé's death? Everything about him screams knowledge of the future. She gives him a single warning. His answer will decide what comes next. Depending on what he says, she will mark him as an ally or as a threat. Her voice turns serious. She asks him directly, "No more games. Who the hell are you really? Who is Yambert?" There is no way he could have known who her fiancé was, much less that he had died. Sian responds bluntly. Dran, her fiancé, was destined for purification anyway. It shouldn't matter. She doesn't buy it, and suggests that maybe he is part of another faction, one that has been spying on them. He remains unfazed, and asks her directly if he were a spy. What kind does she think he would be? Her only response is a dagger thrown in a flash. Karen deflects it in midair, getting between them and yelling at her for daring to attack his wielder. Sarah stands firm, not backing down from the possibility of a real fight. Both of them launch into a quick and sharp clash. The sword spirit separates just long enough to prepare a technique, then unleashes a dense sphere of black mist directly at her. Sarah twists just enough to dodge it, and everything the attack touches is obliterated behind her. If it had hit her, or worse, if she had tried to deflect it, she would be instantly dead. Now she understands. Why does Karen remain in sword form for so long? It is the only way to keep his power in check. If he were fully unleashed, he could level the entire city. Only another demon lord could face something like that. Their standoff resumes. Eyes locked, both ready to attack again, but Sian steps in first, activating demonic control over Cam and shutting down the entire confrontation. He warns them both to stop. Making so much noise is going to give them away. They have just blown their cover and now Emily and Brian must relocate. He enters the small house, ready to explain the plan to them, only to freeze at the sight of Lunap sitting calmly at the table with the others. She passed through the barrier completely, without even a ripple of detection. She is much more dangerous than he thought. He asks how she found this place. She shrugs, saying it is just one of her little talents, and assures him that no one else knows. She came alone just to thank him. He lets it go. He does not believe he did anything deserving of thanks, but she insists that from the moment his energy entered her, she recognized it. Everyone looks at him confused, not realizing she is talking about the day at the palace when his mana forced its way into her body. She explains that she can manipulate all types of elemental magic, mixing and changing them. She can even track a person's unique mana signature, a gift inherited from her grandfather. He disagrees, calls it a curse. His body is already cracking from the strain. Her expression changes, half astonishment, half gratitude. So it really was him who helped her that day. He stops her there and suggests continuing the conversation in another place. Emily lights up when he says they're returning to Luan Academy. She'll finally be able to take care of him every day. Lunat opens up saying that she spent most of her life locked away in a cold, dark place, subjected to brutal experiments. She had no choice. It was her role, her burden. As the granddaughter of Reinverde, of the Ryans, she asks if he also has a destiny he's bound to. He says no, so she insists. Then why save them? Why wear a mask to do it? He answers bluntly. Crowds are a headache that he prefers not to deal with, and that she can figure out the rest on her own. She falls silent. Then she conjures a spinning sphere of black mana in her palm. She tells him that when they met at the restaurant, she thought she had sensed pure darkness in him. He is surprised. He didn't know she could read mana through touch, something he had never encountered even in his previous life. She continues. The day she collapsed at the palace, the energy he pushed into her didn't match any element she knew. She's convinced it's his, but it's unlike anything she has ever seen before. That's why she asks him what it is exactly. He understands why she really came and asks if she plans to give that information to her grandfather. She dismisses the idea, saying it sounds like a hassle. He again presses her, so now he challenges her. She doesn't answer, just leans in and hugs him, thanking him quietly. Her body had become a volatile mess, like a boiling pot overloaded with all kinds of mana. Someone had put a lid on it, trapping everything inside. The heat built up until the pressure began to suffocate her life force. She had been at death's door. All he did was poke a small hole in that lid, enough to let some of it escape, just to relieve the pressure. To his eyes, she looked like a piece on someone else's board, and that struck a nerve because it reminded him of who he used to be. He separates her gently and tells her she owes him nothing. He asks her to keep it a secret. He has to go. Just before leaving, he turns and warns her not to overdo it again. Next time, it might kill her. A soft expression crosses her face. Now she is sure that he really is a good person. Meanwhile, deep in the Garam Empire, inside Rayan's chamber, the Emperor's expression twists in fury as soon as he hears the news about Lunat. His butler tries to calm him down, saying that no formal charges have been filed, but that's not what's bothering him. She still hasn't returned home. He orders them to track her down and bring her back no matter what. He and the rest of his group finish packing their things, preparing to leave and begin their journey back to the academy. Among them, it's Emily who stands out the most, her mood more radiant than anyone's. Intrigued by her enthusiasm, he looks at her and asks what has her so happy. She happily replies that it's because she'll have the chance to serve him again like before. But then she adds something else, reminding him that the academy has a strict rule against bringing maids and wants to know what he plans to do about it. He explains that the headmaster might allow it just for him, although he's definitely not in favor of the idea. If the headmaster lets it slide, he will take responsibility and make sure no one notices her. Then, he adds that he plans to ask for a special permit but only for himself. The dean asks why he should even consider making an exception in this case. Trying to strike a quick deal, Sian offers to never skip class again. He will take responsibility and make sure no one notices her. Then, he adds that he plans to ask for a special permit. The dean changes the subject and asks why Sian has shown up with 2 maids instead of just 1. Then, he presses further, wondering aloud if this has anything to do with the incident known as the blood banquet. He doesn't believe for a second that this request would be made unless there was something more behind it. Sian proposes a deal, offering to give him the answer, but only if the dean agrees to his request first. He consents and accepts. In return, Sian admits that it's not easy to explain the situation right now. However, there's one thing he's absolutely sure of. He had nothing to do with the blood banquet in any way, and he knows perfectly well this is the answer the dean was hoping to hear. The older man asks for confirmation, still not entirely convinced, and wants to know if he's really sure about that. Although his reaction shows skepticism, he doesn't push it any further. The conversation ends on a relatively positive note. Still, Sian can't get the thought of what would happen if the truth came out of his head. If he were to discover that the person behind the blood banquet was none other than his own grandson, everything would fall apart. As far as he knows, it couldn't have been Luel, who was too careless for something so precise. He's pretty sure it was Ale who came up with the idea, while Boris probably managed everything from the shadows, pulling the strings as usual. That has always been the pattern. Ale acts on the front lines while Boris handles everything behind the scenes. Later, when Sian returns to his dorm room, he's surprised to see someone outside his room doing push-ups on the floor. It's the same guy who challenged him to a duel a few years ago. As soon as he sees him, the guy jumps up immediately and asks for a rematch. Apparently, he's been showing up every day for the past 2 years doing this routine. Sian doesn't even recognize him, simply walking past him and entering his room without a word. Inside, he stops when he sees Brian lying unconscious on the floor, turning to Emily. He asks what's going on. She calmly explains that Brian passed out after eating some cookies she gave him earlier. Then, she offers one to Sian, asking if he wants to try one too. He stops her instantly, telling her not to give Brian anything to eat ever again. Plopping down on the sofa, he's finally ready to get some rest. But his mind won't quiet down. He's already stressed, thinking about the chaos his new group might cause. That's when he notices a white envelope on the table. He asks aloud where it came from. Upon opening it, the first thing that catches his eye is that it's from Lun. Before he can get past the first line, she walks through the front door in person, strolling right in, calmly, and asks how things have been. Without hesitation, she tells him that she has officially run away from home. Meanwhile, not far away, by a tranquil lake, 2 unknown individuals are having a conversation in private. One tells the other that the guards from Garam's Mage Association are already on their way, so there's no reason to worry. He assures her that everything is under control. The older man speaks again. Meanwhile, not far away, by a tranquil lake, 2 unknown individuals are having a conversation in private. The woman replies without batting an eye, telling him not to worry about her having any regrets. Even though Lunap was once her student, she feels no guilt for what she is doing. It's revealed that she is Mela Aronis, a professor at Luan Academy. She tells him plainly that she isn't naive enough to feel sorry for someone like her. She states that she will go to the place designated right now, and adds that her team should have already caught up to Lunap by this point. Back with Sian, he grabs her by the arm and drags her out of the village to a bench just outside of town. Once they are seated, he demands to know how she managed to bypass the protection spell on the dormitory entrances. She explains that she examined the spell's structure using her mana, and then used her own incantation to cancel it. He stares at her, stunned. What she just described goes far beyond a basic analysis. She can dissect and reproduce magic instantly. It's not just about scanning, she's capable of replicating it completely. He then asks her if he had time to read her letter. He hasn't. She arrived before he could even finish the first line. She admits she came early because she didn't want to wait for his reply. He then asks if her grandfather sent her. She freezes without saying a word, so he presses again. Ryan asked her to approach him specifically. She takes a deep breath and says yes, that's how it started, but it's not like that anymore. It's up to him whether he believes her or not. She then changes the subject and mentions something strange happening at the association. 2 dragons affiliated with them suddenly disappeared near the Huan region. In addition, some smugglers who were transporting illegal goods from other countries were recently found dead. She takes a deep breath and says yes, that's how it started, but it's not like that anymore. It's up to him whether he believes her or not. She realizes that he is connected to every one of those incidents. Until now, it was just a guess, but now she knows for certain. Sian hadn't noticed that the dragons were linked to the association in the first place. He laughs and asks her what she plans to do with that information. She replies quietly, saying she won't live much longer. Even though he helped her before, she's convinced her body is beyond repair. At best, she has 3 years left to live as a maximum, and that's thanks to his intervention. He doesn't accept that and asks her how she can be so calm in the face of death. He doesn't understand why she doesn't react or break down. She gives a small smile, saying she wishes she were able to feel something, anything, which irritates him even more. He stands up and tells her it's not his problem and that she should go back where she came from. He walks away, saying he isn't interested in getting dragged into another mess. They part without another word. Karon appears by his side and asks if he really plans to just leave her behind like that. He considers that it's for the best. He has already sensed the presence of the Garam Association lurking nearby. Just then, and that she should go back where she came from. He walks away, saying he isn't interested in getting dragged into another mess. They part without another word. A squad of guards in all-white uniforms appears and surrounds Lunab. The guards order her to return with them, telling her that her grandfather is looking for her. She narrows her eyes, putting herself on guard as suspicion takes hold. Something is not right. She points out that it is always Victor who comes to get her, not a bunch of unfamiliar guards. They explain that he is busy with something important, so today they came in his place. That response confirms her suspicions. She has never met anyone named Victor in her life, let alone from Garam. Without hesitation, she unleashes a gust of wind, using the brief distraction to escape. She manages to break free from their grasp and disappear from sight, but a hand touches her shoulder, and in an instant, she collapses unconscious. Her escape fails. The kidnapping has been successful. One of them gives the order to take her to the carriage and move out. Meanwhile, Karen looks at Sen and quietly mentions that he is detecting signs of combat nearby. She manages to break free from their grasp and disappear from sight, but a hand touches her shoulder, and in an instant, she collapses unconscious, now genuinely worried that perhaps they are not affiliated with the Garam Association. After all, the group takes the unconscious girl to a chapel, abandoned and hidden on the outskirts. Upon arriving, one of them notifies their master that the mission was a success. She assures them with an unsettling calm that the girl will serve a greater purpose. While the kidnappers loiter outside the church, lazily keeping watch, something unnatural begins to creep in. A thick black fog covers the area, and before they can react, blades slice through the haze. Screams erupt among the guards as they are cut down in seconds. The assailants enter the chapel, and the master screams, ordering Ralph to go out and eliminate whoever is responsible. Outside, Sian stands alone, surrounded by corpses, barely affected by the massacre. He knows that was not the main threat. What he truly came for is still inside. Ralph storms out of the church and lunges at him, attacking without a word. Sian immediately senses that the man shares the same chaotic energy as Lunab, though far more unstable. Minutes later, the fight ends with Ralph collapsed on the ground, completely defeated. Lima arrives and freezes, clearly not expecting to find her ally in such a state. Sian stares her down and asks if she's the last one left and what her motive was for taking Lunab. She doesn't answer. Instead, she immediately launches a violent barrage. Ralph collapsed on the ground, completely defeated. Lima arrives and freezes, clearly not expecting to find her ally in such a state. Sian stares her down and asks if she's the last one left and what her push him back, and immediately follows up with a lightning bolt. But the sword spirit materializes behind her, mid-cast, interrupting the attack before it can connect. The bolt had power, but its aim was off, leaving him unharmed. Sian traps her with his black mist-binding spell, immobilizing her for questioning directly. His first demand: who ordered the kidnapping and how many others are involved? She breaks into a twisted laugh and tells him they'll come for him soon. Her skin begins to deteriorate, rotting as her body begins to fade away. Karam watches the strange decomposition for a moment and then deduces what's happening. It must be the effect of a sealed heart. It's a special artifact that traps mana in the heart, preventing it from circulating. That would also explain Lunab's condition, who is likely under the same effect. Lima arches her eyebrows, surprised by how much they seem to know, and demands to know how they found out. Sian, in a low and cruel voice, tells her she'll get her answer in hell, plunges his hand into her abdomen, and rips out a stone that pulses with magic. In a past life, he discovered an ancient tome locked away in a GAM research lab. That book detailed everything about the sealed heart, how to activate it, control it, and how to destroy it. Karam asks him in a low voice what he plans to do with the artifact now. He tells her to bring him Lunab. She carefully places the girl on the ground, preparing for what's next. He takes the stone in his hand, crushes it, and lets the mana released flow into the girl's chest. If she's been bound by the same artifact as the master, this should be enough to break it from the inside. Inside the main building of the Gam Mage Association, Lunava opens her eyes with a strange sensation running through her. Her body feels unusually light, as if an invisible burden has been lifted from her shoulders. Something has changed. She can now channel more energy to Sian than she ever could before. On the rooftops, Sian and Karum remain silent. She turns to him and asks what he's planning exactly. He answers simply that he thought she might still be useful later. Killing her would have been a waste. She scoffs at that and throws a direct question at him. What if she betrays him? Ironic, considering she's the one trying to take over his body. She brushes it off as nothing, and he coldly cuts the conversation short. It's time to go. There's nothing left for us here. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Gam, Ryan is seething with rage after hearing what she had to say. She admits she doesn't remember anything after the moment she was captured and was later abandoned near the royal grounds by an unknown figure. She stands firm on that explanation, but he doesn't seem convinced. He tells her the kingdom is already in chaos. People are calling it the blood banquet. She's being reckless with her words and the butler steps in, apologizing. He says he should have looked for her sooner. Briggins shakes her head. It's not his fault. She simply acts on her own whims. She walks over, pats the man on the shoulder, and comments that things only work thanks to his granddaughter. Then, something changes. Her palm lights up, burning the butler's skin. She glares at him, saying that she's known for a long time that he was a traitor. Now she won't let that betrayal go unpunished. Not after what they did to her. The man falls to his knees, begging for his life, insisting it was all a mistake, and pleading for a second chance. But Ryan shuts him down cold. No more words. Flames erupt inside his body, consuming it from the core outward, until only ashes remain. Lunat remains frozen. In a state of shock, Biggin turns to her and explains that the butler was one of those who ordered her capture. Then, he asks her another question. Did she learn anything about him? She lies, saying there was nothing remarkable about the man. It's a weak lie and he knows it. He doesn't believe her. He narrows his eyes and asks her what she really means. She tells him she was up that night to meet with Sian. Their conversation didn't reveal anything special. That was it. He places a hand on her shoulder and says that's exactly the kind of answer he wanted, but then he asks again what Sian is hiding. Ragan knows he's one of the Berts. That alone means he has secrets or backup. With a straight face, she tells him he only has one bodyguard and a useless maid by his side, nothing that connects him to anything important. She counters by asking why he's so obsessed with him. That question strikes a nerve. His mood changes immediately. Now he's upset. It confirms it. He says, Sian is definitely hiding something. Then he cuts his questioning short. He reminds her that she is a Rhinray by blood. He doesn't need reasons, only orders. He tells her to leave unless she has something important to add, and that for now, she's not allowed to go out. She stands still, her gaze fixed on the pile of ashes where the butler once stood. She's fed up. It's not just family. She's supposed to be an advisor in this house. Back at Lone Academy, a burly guy has been lurking on the dormitory roof for a while. Sian's. Not for class, he's just standing there. Sian sees him and immediately looks away, not wanting to deal with whatever that is. As he passes by some students, he hears them gossiping. Apparently, classes have been cancelled for days and one of the professors is missing. Then he hears a familiar voice. Erica. She approaches him from behind and casually mentions that instructor Nea Aronis has disappeared and that she has a feeling that he's involved. She confronts him directly, asking why he killed her. He looks confused and tells her he doesn't even know the woman. Besides, he never goes to class. Nea Aronis had a reputation for being a powerful mage from Gam. It wasn't uncommon for mages from Garum to roam neutral lands like Luen, but it was said she wasn't a fan of the Rhinabers. That's why the Mist was keeping an eye on her. Lun's kidnapping was part of their plan. They were about to make a move, but he solved everything before they could intervene. Erica says that she is the only one who knows all that, so he doesn't need to worry. Instead, she hands him a new mission. He'll have to keep a low profile off campus for a while. He asks, who will take her position? Meanwhile, she tells him that the other instructors will rotate for now, but they're already looking for a new mage. She thinks recruitment ads must already be circulating somewhere in the countryside. Boris rides alongside a local farmer, observing the landscape and commenting on how beautiful it is. The farmer asks what brings him around here. Boris says he's after a position. He heard one opened up recently, so he's in a hurry too. She thinks recruitment ads must already be circulating somewhere in the countryside. Boris rides alongside a local farmer. Back in the luxury science dorm, Emily is sprawled on the couch, practically dying of boredom. Karun doesn't like the crowding. and tells her to get off her favorite spot. They get into an argument, and she doesn't wait, kicking her hard off the seat. Sian enters the room amid the chaos and calls out to her. They have a mission. Emily perks up, begging, observing the landscape and commenting on how beautiful it is. The farmer asks what brings him around here, and tells her to get off her favorite spot. They get into an argument, and she doesn't wait, kicking her hard, to go with him. But he tells her she has a more vital role. Her job is to make sure Nana never goes hungry. Are kicking in. Emily panics, shoves a cookie in her mouth, and immediately assures him she has it under control. No problem. Feeding duty secured. He reminds her, don't give Brian any food. He's still recovering. She tells him she has already cooked and prepared everything. Kuhn asks where he is headed. He replies, southwest of the Lambaster Empire. A city built on blood, corruption, and money. The strong rise. The weak disappear. Beneath its surface lies a massive underground arena that resounds with the roars of a bloodthirsty crowd. Tonight's fight is a no-rules deathmatch between two warriors, Salvar and Sibber. The size difference between them is almost absurd, but both are focused and ready to kill. Salvar makes the first move. A single punch from him shatters the ground at his feet. Sibber moves around him, fast and precise. But it is not enough. Salvar catches him in midair, wraps his fingers around his body, and crushes him with a single hand. The crowd goes wild, screaming his name as the victor. Karun and Sian make their way through the filthy streets of Lambaster. The place reeks of chaos, with drunks passed out on every corner and the air thick with rot and anarchy. Even the demon shudders at how disgusting and out of control everything is. He explains that, unlike Luen, which maintains neutrality through formal treaties, Lambaster is a completely different beast. It is not neutral by diplomacy. It is simply ungovernable. As they keep walking, a group of crude men crosses their path. They stare at her and try to flirt as if they will get anywhere. It is now clear that the city is infested with delinquents and lowlifes. They barely get a sentence out before he tells them to get lost. A few moments later, those same guys are on the ground groaning, already neutralized. They enter a bar, connected to a hotel, and he slams a heavy bag of coins on the counter with a thud and asks for the best room they have. The barmaid raises an eyebrow, surprised by how young he looks, and casually asks for his age. He repeats the request, but this time his voice changes. It no longer has a boyish energy, only cold authority. He tells her, that is, no way to treat a customer. That shuts her up. She straightens her posture and gives him a proper welcome to the hamster cage. From the upstairs window, he sees a group of suspicious men marching in formation. He knows immediately that they are heading to the cage under the hotel. He has to move fast. The barmaid, Lisa, asks if she can help, do something else. He says he wants access to the cage. She politely refuses. Newcomers aren't allowed. He quickly catches on to what's happening. Illegal dealings, probably drugs, and she's playing it safe to avoid trouble. He changes tactics and asks if there have been any other new faces. Lately, what happened to the other guests? That's when he notices the shift in her gaze. Sharp, cold, being ready to kill. She apologizes again, hiding behind the excuse that she's just doing her job. He doesn't buy it. He tosses a handful of gold coins at her. Instinctively, she draws a pair of blades and slices them in mid-air, scattering the coins across the floor. Even she's surprised by how fast she reacted, confused that a boy with coins could radiate such intense killing intent. He stoops down, picks up a coin, and with a serious expression, tells her she just screwed up. Then, he asks if she just tried to attack him. Lisa scrambles to explain that it was a reflex, not an attack, and begs him not to misunderstand, but his face hardens. Now, annoyed, disgusted, he tells her she needs to take responsibility. Cornered, she finally agrees to let him into the cage. She opens a door leading to the basement and tells him the staircase will take him straight there. Salvar makes the first move. A single punch from him shatters the ground at his feet. Sibber moves around him, fast and precise. Salvar makes the first move. A single punch from him shatters the ground at his feet. Sibber moves around him, fast and precise, but she warns him not to enter, unless he has more than one life to spare. He ignores her and starts down the bluff stairs. The demon watches him go and asks why he doesn't just order Lisa to bring out the owner of the Hardens. Now, annoyed, disgusted, he tells her she needs to take responsibility. Cornered, she finally agrees to let him. A serious expression tells her she just screwed up. Then, he asks if she just tried to attack him. Lisa scrambles to the place. He confirms it. He's been here before. in a past life, before the whole city burned down during the stairs. The demon watches him go and asks why he doesn't just order Lisa to bring out the owner of the stairs. The demon watches him go and asks why he doesn't just order Lisa to bring out the owner of the straight to the ring. Elsewhere, the same thugs he crushed earlier are kneeling in front of their boss, the place. He confirms it, he's been here before, in a past life, before the whole city burned down during the but they insist that kid isn't normal. They swear it happened right outside the city gates. Now the boss pays attention. They tell him the kid checked into Lamb's cage and even booked a VIP room. They tell him the kid checked into Lamb's cage and even booked a VIP room, but they insist that kid isn't normal. They swear it happened right outside the city gates. Now the boss pays attention. Gunter raises an eyebrow, intrigued. He says he'll go to the cage himself to see what kind of kid is causing such a mess. No idea. One of them begs for help and refers to the man in charge as Mr. Gunter, having just defeated another opponent. He watches her silently from the shadows. The demon now sees clearly. What's wrong with this place? These brutal underground fights are what dragged the city into chaos, which is why he's here. If he can't get to Linda Mielov directly, then he'll change the game and make her come to him. The security around the ring spots him and approaches, warning him that this isn't a playground. Perfect timing. He lunges, takes one down, then another, and then the rest. When he's done, he dusts himself off and casually asks where he can sign up. Not as a spectator, but as a fighter. The security around the ring spots him and approaches, warning him that this isn't a playground. He dusts himself off and casually asks where he can sign up. Not as a spectator, but as a fighter. If he can't get to Linda Mielov directly, then he'll change the game and make her come to him. He casually raises a thick finger to crush him like a bug. Sian leaps from the ground, landing right on that finger and splitting it in half. Then he throws his fist straight into the giant's face. Perfect timing. He lunges, takes one down, then another, and then the rest. When he's done, he dusts himself off and casually asks where he can sign up. Not as a spectator, but as a fighter. Then the silence shatters. Cheers erupt. They chant his alias over and over. Simon Karam leans in and asks him what name he gave them. He says he can't go around using his real name. Perfect timing. He lunges, takes one down, then another, and then the rest. When he's done, he assures her that's covered too. He has an enchantment activated, nothing to worry about. She catches on quick. That means Lord Fox's power is backing him up. He explains it. Unless someone interacts with him directly, they can't recognize who he really is. Even if they do, their memory won't retain his face. That's the spell at work, erasing any trace of his identity. From the shadows, Juntero watches everything unfold, but instead of being furious, his curiosity only intensifies. He's focused, laughter mixed with disbelief. The audience buzzing, thrilled that someone actually let a kid fight. In that moment he makes a decision. He wants to fight him. He's chosen him as his next target, and won't stop until he faces him in that cage. Back in the hotel lobby, a tall blonde woman storms in, furious. It's Delia, the boss of the red light district. Her voice cuts through the air as she demands to see Sian, accusing him of causing chaos at the underground fights. Lisa denies everything. She says she has no idea what the woman is talking about and firmly orders her to leave. Delia doesn't back down, threatening violence and saying the incident happened in Lisa's territory, so she won't stand aside. The hotel owner stands her ground. She's not going to let anyone cause trouble in her building. The tension rises as the intruders' gang starts to move, waiting for her signal to attack. Lisa is trapped, torn between protecting Sian or staying neutral. Then, out of nowhere, he walks in as if nothing is happening. As calm as ever, he casually asks if someone was looking for him. The room falls silent. Silence. No one even noticed he was there. He walks straight up to Adelia, calmly suggesting that they speak directly instead of bothering the hotel staff. She turns to look at him, and her expression changes instantly. He hits her like a drug. For a moment, the world disappears. She only sees him. She takes a step toward him, takes his hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and gently asks his name. He replies with the fake one, Lamea Simon. She completely melts, saying he's a bold man for a face like his. That said, she walks out of the hotel with a determined stride, still under his spell. As soon as she's gone, Lisa immediately scolds him. She's already heard that he entered the ring and won. News travels fast around here. After he leaves, another woman appears out of nowhere on the other side of the lobby. Her presence leaves the room breathless. It's Link Mailov, the owner of the cage, La Muster. Lisa's eyes go wide. She didn't notice her arrival. Link asks if Adelia withdrew on her own accord. Lisa hesitates in her response, saying she treats Sian like any other high-level guest. She's already heard that he entered the ring and won. News travels fast around here. After he leaves, another woman appears out of nowhere on the other side of the lobby. Lisa's eyes go wide. She didn't notice her arrival. Link asks if Adelia withdrew on her own accord. He plays it down by walking further inside and saying the place feels outdated, that it needs a serious renovation. Her eyes sharp and deadly, and demands to know why he showed up alone in her territory. He plays it down by walking further inside and saying the place feels outdated, that it needs a serious renovation. She replies by accusing him of being summoned. He confirms it, saying she was the one who called him to arrange a fight. Lisa intervenes, recalling that he was kicked out years ago. Link looks at him and asks who he plans to face. He takes a step forward without hesitation. He wants Simon. Gunter is completely serious. He's ready to take on the boy and presents the fight as a great money-making opportunity. Meanwhile, in her velvet-covered lair, Adelia is collapsing, pacing back and forth, screaming, "Something is wrong." Her assistants are getting more and more nervous. He takes a step forward without hesitation. He wants Simon. Gunter is completely serious. The tables have completely turned. Everyone in the room can tell she's obsessed now. She won't stop until she gets him back. Inside, she's been sitting at her desk for hours, trying to draw his face over and over, but every time she gets close, her mind goes blank. She can't remember what he looked like. She knows she saw him. His features were right there, but they vanish the moment she tries to recall them. Frustration turns to desperation. She whispers his name, his fake name, over and over like a prayer. Lamea Simon, in her mind, he's already hers, whether he knows it or not. Alcohol, women, and high-stakes gambling. The red light districts of Lambasa are notorious for feeding every imaginable vice. Sian never willingly sets foot in such a place. He expects trouble, but Adelia turns out to be even more unpredictable than he anticipated. Her reputation for questionable appetites has always circulated in whispers, but he doesn't have time to delve into that now. He needs to investigate other regions in search of any sign of Linza. While walking through a crowded alley, he bumps into a little girl and accidentally knocks her down. She drops what she was carrying and immediately bows, apologizing in a panic. He blinks, confused, thinking she's apologizing when he was the one who ran into her. Bending down, he helps her pick up her things, a bunch of cigarette packs scattered in the dirt. He asks if she's hurt. She shakes her head, bowing respectfully, saying she's fine and thanking him for his mercy. He hands her the scattered packs with narrowed eyes, wondering if she's selling them. She nods and says they are special cigarettes from the Gru Merchant Union, even offering to sell him one. He refuses, since he doesn't smoke and doesn't remember hearing about those merchants. Before she leaves, he asks her where she plans to sell the rest. She answers honestly that she'll be in the alleys west of the red light district, and that if she's lucky, she'll sell everything before dawn and can go home. Realizing she can't go back until she sells the whole lot, he takes out a gold coin and tosses it to her, saying he'll buy everything, and then gives her a second coin just for her. A huge smile spreads across her face as she clutches the coins tightly and runs off, shouting her thanks and promising to never forget his kindness. From behind, Cam appears and smirks, asking if he's sure he's not a charity foundation disguised as an assassin. He doesn't reply. Instead, he watches where the girl went and notices she's heading toward the slums, saying they should follow her. They slip through the alley just in time to see her cornered by 3 thugs, the same ones he'd already beaten near the city gate. They're yelling at her, calling her a liar and threatening to teach her a lesson. She's on the ground, begging for her life, insisting she didn't steal anything from them. Before any of them can move, he appears behind them like a shadow. His voice cuts in coldly, pointing out that she's asking them to believe her, so they should just stop. The men freeze, recognizing the voice of the kid who crushed them earlier. He steps forward, mocking them for robbing children. One tries to act tough, but the fear in their eyes gives them away. In seconds, he sweeps their legs, slams one against the ground. Before any of them can move, he appears behind them like a shadow. His voice cuts in coldly, recognizing the voice of the kid who crushed them earlier. He steps forward, mocking them for robbing children. One tries to act tough, recognizing the voice of the kid who crushed them earlier. He steps forward, mocking them for robbing children. One tries to act tough, recognizing the voice of the kid who crushed them earlier. He steps forward, mocking them for robbing children. One tries to act tough, pointing out that she's asking them to believe her, so they should just stop. The men freeze, but the fear in their eyes gives them away. In seconds, he sweeps their legs, slams one against the ground. The scream echoes through the alley. He turns to the little girl and gently hands her the coins the bullies dropped, pointing out that she's asking them to believe her, so they should just stop. The men freeze, but the fear in their eyes gives them away. In seconds, he sweeps their legs, slams one against the ground, scoffs, and mutters that they're trash before killing one on the spot, without hesitation or showing remorse. The girl shudders in terror and is startled, saying it wasn't necessary. Gunter shrugs his shoulders, wiping the blood from his fingers, saying he got carried away and just got back from talking with Linielov to set up a fight, thinking he shouldn't be identifiable under the spell hiding his identity. Gunter laughs, saying there's only one guy who fights like that. The name catches his attention, and without warning, he throws a punch. Gunter blocks it. Gunter's fist comes back with force. Sian dodges it by inches, and the ground behind him explodes from the impact. Gunter leaps forward again, pumped with adrenaline, saying that his opponent is even better than he thought. He's not fighting for dominance, he's fighting for fun. Completely unleashed, Sian tries to counterattack but gets caught. The heavy blow hits him squarely and sends him crashing to the ground. Far away, in the black fog god's pocket realm, Sarah meditates in silence as dense clouds swirl around her. Uru's voice echoes nearby, mentioning the task he gave time, but noting that the name on the mission doesn't appear on the altar. His tone is curious, not angry, saying he's not there to scold her, but he notes she's involved in something personal. She slowly opens her eyes and smiles, admitting that Linsai Nilov is a threat they'll eventually have to eliminate, and calls the mission a test. Uru questions it, and she confirms it's to see if he is worthy of inheriting what they've built, or if he'll fall down the same path as Linzai. Uru seems intrigued. Back in the alley, Sian pushes himself off the ground after taking the full-force blow from Gunter and surviving. Gunter is impressed. He says his opponent is still standing and grins even wider, and she confirms it's to see if he is worthy of inheriting what they've built, or if he'll fall down the same path as Linzai. Gunter is impressed. He says his opponent is still standing and grins even wider. In the middle of the fight, Sian demands to know where Linsai Nilov is, but the fighter dodges the question, clearly uninterested in talking about her right now. Trying to regain control, Sian reinforces his arm and throws a punch, but Gunter dodges it with ease. In that brief exchange, Sian notices something troubling. His attacks aren't leaving any marks. That arm is absorbing the blows, and Gunter keeps advancing without slowing down, smashing everything in his path. Sian realizes he underestimated him. Gunter isn't just strong, he's something else entirely. Sian leaps high, using the elevation to create distance and scan the man's movements from above. Before either of them can land the next blow, a voice cuts through the chaos. Lisa has arrived. She orders them both to stop. Sian ignores her, saying this is personal and that she should stay out of it. She ignores him right back and tells Gunter to stand down, stating that he's fighting someone marked as a VIP guest. Gunter tries to defend himself by saying Sian started the fight, but she's in no mood to listen. Excuses. The two argue like siblings fighting in the living room while he remains silent, watching them go at it. Finally, Gunter gives up and leaves, but not before throwing out a reminder that he has not forgotten their fight. Once he is gone, Lisa turns to see if he is okay. His expression says it all. He is far from pleased. She immediately apologizes for being late and for letting things get out of hand. She ignores him right back and tells Gunter to stand down, stating that he's fighting someone marked as a VIP guest. Gunter told him that she secretly arranged this fight, contacting the owner of the venue to make it happen. Sian reassures her that he does not mind fighting, but he wants something in return for the girl from before to get a job at the hotel. News of the fight spreads fast, and rumors fly as everyone wants to know how it will play out. Over the next few days, Sian wanders the area from time to time, participating in fights. He gathers some information about Lamb's Cage. It turns out it is not a lawless place. There are basic rules: no weapons, stop if the opponent surrenders, and most importantly, no killing is allowed. That rule is about to be broken. The day of the match arrives, and an announcer goes over the details. Both Sian and Gunter are informed that this fight will have no rules. The change was made at the personal request of the owner. Sian blinks. It is the first time he has heard of it. Meanwhile, Gunter looks like a kid opening a birthday present. He is practically vibrating with excitement. Sian does not even get a chance to ask questions before the bell rings. The match begins. The crowd roars, growing louder and louder. The arena vibrates with tension. From a hidden spot in the shadows, Nilov watches in silence, waiting to see what Sian is really capable of. Gunter shouts tauntingly, saying if Sian is scared, he can always grab a weapon. Sian does not bother to respond. He does not need a sword to win. He gets into a fighting stance, surrounding himself with black mist magic. This is where the real fight begins. Gunter grins. He is finally facing a real opponent. Shamelessly, he confesses that killing humans gives him a rush, and that is why he was permanently banned from the cage. Sian listens but remains unfazed. Gunter lunges to attack, throwing a direct punch to the face, but he misses completely. Sian grabs his arm, moves like a shadow, and without hesitation, slices it clean off. Gunter screams as his right side starts gushing blood, the arm severed in a single cut. Sian issues a quiet warning. If he moves too much, the black mist will finish the job. The silence says it all. He knows it is over. Sian wins. The arena erupts. The crowd chants his name, electrified by what they just witnessed. But not everyone is cheering for the same reason. One person in the stands is not focused on the fight. He saw something darker. The mist from that attack was all too familiar. There is only one possible conclusion. He wields the demon sword. After the match, Sian cannot shake the feeling that someone wanted to keep him in the dark about the no-rules fight. He begins to suspect that Lin knows exactly what he is trying to do. As he's thinking, the little girl from before approaches him with a beer in her hand, grinning from ear to ear, and telling him he looked amazing in the bar. He notices her name tag, Louise. He assumes that must be her name. He pats her on the head and tells her to do her best. Then Lisa calls out to him. It's time for a debriefing. She immediately apologizes again. He goes straight to the point. He asks her why she didn't tell him it was going to be a no-holds-barred death match. She takes a deep breath and shakes her head. She didn't know either. The change was an arrangement between the venue owner and Gunter. Sian exhales slowly. This approach isn't working. He needs another way. As he turns to leave, he stops. An old man is standing in the doorway, the same one he had seen in the crowd earlier. The man introduces himself as Morris, a representative of the Rue Merchants Union, and he doesn't waste any time. He's come to ask one thing. Is that sword the demon sword? And if it is, would you be willing to sell it? Sian shows nothing, dismissing the comment with a dry denial, stating that he doesn't know what he's talking about. The merchant doesn't believe him. He says there's no reason to pretend, that he's only interested in the sword. He leans in a little, his voice soft, and adds, there's no shame in wielding something demonic. On the contrary, it has style. Sian doesn't answer, just watches him with narrowed eyes. Unfazed, Morris smiles and says they'll be crossing paths again very soon. He then turns and leaves, escorted by his security team. Sian's thoughts drift to the Rue Merchants Union. He remembers now, that group didn't exist until after he killed Sykerman Albos. Luis approaches him with glassy eyes and asks, trembling, if he's okay. He gives her a gentle pat on the head and tells her there's nothing to worry about. Then he turns to Lisa. His expression hardens, his gaze sharpens. He wants something, he's not asking, he's demanding. He wants to meet the owner immediately. She freezes, startled by the sudden change in him, not knowing what to say. Elsewhere, deep in the city's ruined alleyways, Gunter is losing it. His rage is boiling over. He smashes everything within reach, tearing through the alley as if that could fix what happened. In the ring, people nearby try to calm him, telling him to stop moving before his wound reopens. He ignores them and roars Sian's name to the sky, vowing to kill him. Helplessness is consuming him. He was utterly destroyed, and it hurts. He needs a new plan, something that will actually work. But nothing comes to mind until a thought strikes him. Sian has grown fond of Louis-san. He's worried about her. Maybe she's the key. Maybe he can use the girl to get to him. That very night, with the hotel quiet and most of the guests gone, Louis-san is cleaning the bar counter. The door bursts open. Suddenly, Gunter walks in with a smile, that same unsettling grin spreading across his face, and asks if she remembers him. She hesitates, then nods. Yes. He keeps his smile and says he needs her help with something. In a nearby room, Sian is still talking with Lisa. The discussion is still intense. He wants to know why the owner won't meet with him. She tells him, responding coldly. It's not that simple. Linz isn't someone you can just meet. He narrows his eyes, wondering why she's defending him so much. Lisa isn't surprised that he already knows the owner's name. She might be impressed, but she's not surprised. She suspected he wasn't just some ordinary guy from the moment he walked in. She explains that. Linz has been watching him closely. The fight with Gunter was his idea, and so was the rule change. Then she gets serious, telling him that if he's smart, he'll leave quickly, because staying could cost him his life. He listens, not saying a word. He can't tell whose side she's on. Maybe she's on no one's side. Perhaps she's just doing her job. Suddenly a scream echoes from the main hall. Louison. They both rush out of the room, gets serious, telling him that if he's smart, he'll leave quickly, because staying could cost him his life. Neither of them can immediately understand what happened. Sian silently surveys the wreckage, before muttering that he might know who did this. Then he sees it, Louison's name tag, lying on the floor and stained with blood. He turns to Lisa and tells her to stay put for a while. She protests, saying he doesn't even know who took her. He cuts her off, repeating the words, but coldly. He has a very good idea of who it was. Neither of them can immediately understand what happened. Sian silently surveys the wreckage, before muttering that he might know who did this. Then he sees it, Louis-san's name tag, lying on the floor and stained with blood, blank face, whispering that she can no longer remember what he looks like. Then, a voice breaks the silence, saying that a lady's room shouldn't be this messy. She jolts upright, demanding to know who came in without permission. It's Morris. He's looking at her like she's something pathetic. She recognizes him at once and asks what he wants. He says it's simple. He's a merchant and only appears when he has a deal to offer. Noticing the drawings scattered around the room, he quickly realizes she's completely obsessed. Without wasting time, he pulls out a small glass vial containing a murky liquid from the Gam Kingdom, the most potent paralysis potion they produce. He says with this, she'll be able to make. He says it's simple. He's a merchant and only appears when he has a deal to offer. Noticing the drawings scattered around the room, he quickly realizes she's completely obsessed. Without wasting time, he pulls out a small glass vial. The offer sounds like a trap, but Morris insists. That's it, nothing more. He turns to leave, adding that he doesn't care who does it, he just needs Sian to disappear, and ideally for Gunter to take him out first. That's the plan. Back in the slums, Gunter has been waiting. Sian soon appears. The brute smiles and throws him something, an ear, saying it's a souvenir. The rest of the body is inside the box on which he's sitting. Sian stares at the severed ear, barely breathing. His expression darkens and his self-control shatters. He warns Gunter that he's going to kill him. The rematch has officially begun. Gunter couldn't be happier. Elsewhere, Linz is sitting across from Lisa, her voice calm as she asks if she thinks Sian will really kill Gunter. Lisa nods once, certain, without hesitation. Yes, he's going to finish him. Linz tilts her head, curious, and wonders, saying aloud if she's worried about him. Lisa's tone remains serene, saying that any connection she had with the fighter died a long time ago. She then pauses, something on her mind, and finally asks about the obsession with Sian. Linz lets out a low laugh and says, if you're that curious, I'll put your mind at ease. She then asks a strange question. Can Lisa remember his face? The question hits hard. She blinks, and then again, slowly realizing that she can't. She can picture the man, his movements, his voice, but no matter how hard she tries, his face won't come into focus. Linz smiles and tells her it's a side effect of one of Aru's divine powers, one of the authorities of the god of mist. Lisa's eyes widen upon hearing the name. Linz laughs again, amused, saying it seems fate is digging up old roots. She says it's funny how their past is coming back this way. Lisa's voice drops to a whisper, asking if he's in danger. The other, his woman, dismisses it with a wave, saying, no, it's not danger. They're just about to receive a guest worth keeping, and she plans to treat him well. Back in the junkyard district, the fight is reaching its peak. Gunter stands amidst the ruins, a manic gleam in his eyes. His arm, previously torn off, has now been reformed with pure mana, reinforced with debris from around him. He swings it, sweeping destruction through the air. The blow slams into Sian, but our protagonist doesn't flinch or move. Gunter growls, demanding to know why he's holding back, why he isn't using the same move he used last time. He says that if he wants to win, he'd better start trying. Sian looks down. The ground is covered in bones, human bones. The fighter sees his gaze and smirks, explaining it matter-of-factly, saying he's been digging up corpses of people who were worthless to him. This whole pit is a dump. Lambaster has always been full of trash, and he and Lisa grew up buried in it, learning to crawl through the filth to survive. He remembers how he had to fight anyone who tried to take advantage of them, scratching, biting, punching, whatever it took. Until one day, a boy showed up. That boy took out the old boss of the junkyard who was making their lives a living hell, making his life impossible, saying he'd left Lone Academy just to find some fun. And the fun that day was cleaning up the trash. Hunter remembers it clearly. Blood everywhere, bodies piled up like garbage. That guy's name was Ale. He remembers how the stranger approached afterward, smiling, saying that now everything was fine. The trash was gone and they were safe. To this day, he still can't forget that face. It was then that everything changed for him. He started admiring Cell, wanting to be like him, and vowed to clean up all the filth in the Ambassador, just like his idol. He started small, formed his own gang, took over the junkyard, entered underground fights to make money, and ended up killing someone. He was expelled and didn't care. That guy was trash anyway, destined to be thrown away. That was the final straw for Lisa, who cut ties. It didn't bother him. He had already become one with the trash heap. He repeats the promise he made to himself, to eradicate every last one, a piece of this city's filth. Sian cuts him off, telling him to stop talking and fight. He points out that the last attack didn't even leave a scratch, and if Gunter wants a chance to break through, he'd better try harder. The other man doesn't hesitate. This is what he's been waiting for. With a savage grin, he draws mana from deep within, fusing metal, bone, and rubble into a monstrous arm. In one hand, something glows. Sian detects it instantly. An ancient, dangerous artifact. Gunter smiles and names it, a gravity chamber. He activates the relic, and a field collapses around Sian. The air tightens like a noose as gravity multiplies by 20. He sinks slightly, his boots digging into the earth as if the planet itself is trying to crush him. Then, Gunter lunges forward while his opponent is trapped. Karam's voice chimes in, offering support, but Sian refuses, saying it's not needed. In the blink of an eye, he breaks through the field and reappears right in front of the other man. Gunter barely sees him before the punch connects, sending him flying and spinning. And if Gunter wants a chance to break through, he'd better try harder. He kicks him in midair and follows up with a devastating blow that slams him into the ground. The impact shakes the entire area. Twisted metal erupts from the ground, and dozens of shards pierce his body. He's not getting up. Breathing heavily, he looks at Sian and says he always knew it would end like this, but he has no regrets. He mutters that Luis will probably end up like them, like him, like Lisa, trash. That's how this city works. Rules made by whoever's in charge. Blood fills his mouth, but he asks for one last thing, that someone stop that from happening. Our boy doesn't answer. He just stares, stunned, then runs to the box Gunter was guarding. Inside, Luis lies unconscious. Time passes, and Lisa arrives with a group of guards, her eyes scanning the rubble. She sees the body, but doesn't react much. Instead, she orders her team to check on Sian. They find him right away, cradling Luis in his arms. He tells them she's not hurt, probably just asleep. Lisa approaches and asks if he's okay. He keeps his eyes fixed on the child, saying there's nothing for her to worry about. Just take care of her. She asks where he's headed. He stands up, gently setting Luis on the ground, and says he has something to clean up. Lisa asks where. His voice is cold and final. Lambaster. He's already walking away. Lamster is divided into 4 main sectors, with the infamous Lambaster cage right at its heart. To the west lies the junkyard. The shopping centers expand to the east, and the entertainment zones take up the southern portion. The city has no official police force, but a fragile order is maintained by the bosses of each district, who control just enough to keep everything from falling apart. In the past, Sian watches, questioning how he plans to take control of such a chaotic place. If it were a normal state, they could just storm in with force, but that option is off the table. Instead, he suggests going in alone and taking out the district bosses directly. Aesel smiles, dismissing the idea, saying that's not necessary. The city is already on the verge of collapse. Even if they just stand by, Lamster will. It will fall apart on its own. They just need to show up at the right time to claim it. Sian watches him, skeptical, wondering how he can be so sure. The answer is simple. He's seen it, and the rot runs deep. That confidence still unsettles Sian to this day. He inspected the place back then, and Aesel wasn't wrong. The decay was real, but this time he's not there to watch it rot. He's there to rip it out by the root. He enters Delia's den of indulgence and is greeted with a cup of tea. The scent hits him. Sweet mint over what's supposed to be black tea. It's not subtle. She's barely hiding that it's been tampered with. As she embraces him, she watches him closely, clearly waiting for him to drink. The aroma reminds him of a standard mixture of paralysis sold in Gam. She thanks him for accepting her invitation, promising the night will be worth his while. In that moment, he confirms she's setting a trap for him. He stares at her, finishing the cup in a single gulp, and then collapses, pretending to pass out. A crooked smile spreads across her face. She finally has him. He belongs to her now. Meanwhile, in the shopping district, at the CRW Merchants Union, Morris receives the news that the trap worked. A Potter informs him that a message just arrived from the entertainment district. Morris lights up with satisfaction, though a trace of irritation remains. Wasting the gravity chamber on Entire left a bitter taste. He went through hell to get the one from the GAM Association, but with Sian captured, the demonic sword is practically his. One of his guards warns that things are going too well, suggesting they go check the place ahead of schedule. Morris approves, but but warns them to keep their hands to themselves. Although they're just doing their job, their eagerness doesn't sit well with him. He suspects they also want the sword. But with Sian captured, the demonic sword is practically his. One of his guards warns that things are going too well. He finds her reclining on the main bed, Sian unconscious beside her. He shoves her aside, saying he doesn't care about the body. It's the sword he wants. She replies coolly that she has already removed it. That makes his blood race, and he demands she hurry up and hand it over. She tells him not to rush, and then pulls a rope. What he sees next takes his breath away. Bodies, all embalmed and posed like dolls, crowd the room. In the center lies another Delia, bloody, beaten, unconscious. He is stunned. The first one rips off her disguise. It's Kararam, the living incarnation of the demonic sword that has obsessed Morris. The sight still unnerves him. He hasn't gotten used to the sword taking human form. A voice comes from behind him. Sian says Morris knows too much to be left alive. Panic crosses the merchant's face as he calls for the Shadow Assassin Squad, but a fist sinks into his throat before he can finish. He states clearly that his target is Linkai and that Lisa shouldn't even be involved in this, but she doesn't respond, forcing him to act, unleashing the mist swamp technique. Black shadows swirl around Morris, climbing up him as they begin to devour the living flesh. Sian calmly tells him that he knows about the artifacts delivered to Gunter and about the mixed paralysis for Delia. The man stammers, begging for mercy and swearing he'll never do something like that again. But once the fog swamp catches you, there's no going back. The shadows drag his body into a boundless sea, drowning him along with his guards. With Morris erased, only Delia remains. Sarah steps forward, offering to take care of her so Sian can leave. He warns her not to go overboard. She cracks a smile, saying there's nothing to worry about. Then she walks over to the woman and glares at her, accusing her of putting her filthy hands on her master. Sarah announces that she knows about her, that she's fully aware and that she better get ready because she's going to cut her into 1,000 pieces. The pleas come quickly, but Sarah doesn't believe them. She smashes a fist into her face, breaking her nose. Sian leaves the chamber and halfway down the hall, a ripple in the air shifts and he feels a familiar mana. An instant later, the surroundings distort and he finds himself in a different space. It's the fog condemnation technique, only this time someone else is using it. A voice cuts through the fog, mocking his stunned expression. She introduces herself as Linkai Niab, one of Lam's district chiefs. The name freezes him in his tracks. She's the one he was supposed to purify, and it turns out she's part of the fog. She materializes in front of him, casually noting that Sarah must have missed her. He thanks her, that she's fully aware and that she better get ready because she's going to cut her into 1,000 pieces. The pleas come quickly, but Sarah doesn't believe them. But danger flares as he intercepts an attack just in time and deflects it. What really surprises him, however, is that Lisa, the receptionist, is there and she's on Linkai's side. She lunges to attack, but Sian blocks every blow with sharp precision and tells her to step aside. He states clearly that his target is Linkai and that Lisa shouldn't even be involved in this, but she doesn't respond, forcing him to act. With no other choice, he activates a hidden spell called Wave of Seven Bloods, knocking her back and freezing her for an instant, saying it saves him the trouble of looking for her. To him, she's just another traitor. She smiles, saying she's not in the mood to fight, but Sian blocks every blow with sharp precision and tells her to step aside. She reappears behind him and speaks, saying he could have taken her out just now. She asks why he didn't. He ignores the provocation and asks how long she plans to hide in that fog. She starts laughing like a maniac. He finds it truly impressive that she's able to withstand the impact without falling, whom she personally trained. He frowns, genuinely confused that she knows so much about him and wonders aloud what kind of relationship they had. She gives him a playful nudge and tells him he should be worried about something else. Amused, saying she's curious about Sarah's supposed disciple and wants to see how he compares to Lisa, one strong enough to require a full purification afterward. Dozens of blades materialize and fly toward him, but he dodges all of them, moving like wind through threads. Lisa follows up with a strike. The mage is preparing a high-impact spell, her lineage. He fixes his gaze on her eyes and notices it instantly. Her mind has been manipulated. Someone implanted a shadow-based personality using a memory fragment and coded it with rage. Approaching him like that was her first and last mistake. Leaping from above and with a cold and cutting voice, tells him that he has broken all his ties with Gunter. But he must still pay for snatching the last piece of Dokle. The moment she falls, only he and Linza are left in that artificial fog dimension. He calls out to her, asking her to stop hiding. She steps forward laughing and says he should have figured it out by now. This fog isn't just around them, it's a domain formed by her own will. He says it's surprising enough to discover that she's part of the fog, but what really makes it worse is that she's both a traitor and a damned thief. She tilts her head and calmly asks what exactly he's accusing her of stealing. He grabs her by the neck, completely freezing her movement, and with a swift, deliberate strike, he knocks her unconscious. A tool that absorbs practically anything, whether it's pure mana or divine energy. She used it to fake her identity as a member of the fog. He scoffs without holding back, calling her a mere imitation. He points directly at her hand and calls her out. That ring she was wearing earlier is an artifact from Aunt Berry, but what she doesn't realize is that she has walked right into his trap. She invokes the power of the Black Fog God and activates Absolute Flag, her trump card. The fog bends, forming a sealed sphere, trapping them in an isolated space, a fake using borrowed power. That enrages her. Her composure shatters, and she unleashes a forbidden spell, Karam's, sharp and sudden, saying she's finally located him. A tear rips open through the edge, and from that tear emerges Kira, calm and composed, asking if Linza is really targeting her master. Linza freezes completely. Inside this space, only she can move freely. This world is hers, but then a new voice breaks in. Kira's power is rivaling that of the Black Fog God. Her mind goes blank, trying to process it, excluding Uru. There has only ever been one person capable of doing something like that, and there stands the being turned into a sword with a calm, her eyes wide with shock. She just saw someone slice through her domain as if it were paper. She can't believe it. She snaps her fingers and brings down the entire fog barrier with a single gesture. The woman stumbles backward, dumbfounded, stunned by the ease with which Kira simply entered, screaming that there's no way that Brat is the true heir. Fierce glow. Kira asks in a playful tone how many pieces Linza wants to be cut into. The demon leans in toward her, speaking in a sharp whisper, asking what her problem is. He shoots her a look and mutters that she's just throwing a tantrum. Linza seethes with furious rage. She insists it's impossible. 300 years, and now some random girl appears. Impossible, with a smirk, comments that Linza is too sloppy to pass for a decent assassin. They both activate a high-grade fog technique, Rusian Fton, and their weapons clash violently, calls him a child again, and then accuses him of being a fake successor before lunging to attack. He doesn't flinch, taking Kira and transforming her into her weapon form instantly, and, chosen one. He says, fine, if she still won't accept it, then he'll show her the real thing. As she stumbles, trying to regain her footing, he unleashes one of his highest-level mist techniques. A massive sphere of energy, black, dense, and constantly churning begins to form. The spell is called Ottoman. The mana charges, spinning violently before she can even take a breath. The sphere shoots toward her. Years ago, at the Temple of the Black Mist, Sarah looks at her and asks if she really plans on leaving now. The woman replies that she's tired of waiting for a successor who might never appear. But even in that clash, Linza has no real power to resist. He asks if she still doubts that he is saying there are far worse people in the world and no reason to kill her yet. Still, but even in that clash, Linza has no real power to resist. He asks if she still doubts that he is she will also retrieve every piece of stolen equipment she took. The woman shrugs, almost smugly, saying that no one even knows she stole anything, so there's no reason to get worked up. She says her goodbyes and tells her to stay decent as if they were still friends. That was the last moment they shared. She left behind the shadow of an empire and built a faction in secret. She turns her back and asks if Sarah plans to kill her. The priestess calmly denies it. Her goal was to create a system where strength was recognized. And now, this is where it ends. Half of her body has been charred, completely obliterated by the blast. She stood no chance of dodging it. She falls to her knees, her breathing shallow, feeling life slipping away. She asks him to send a message to Sarah, to tell her she was wrong and to end this. He grants her request. Using her own mist, he silently dissolves what's left of her body. No one sees it coming. Her downfall, not hers, not even his. After Lynn's death, her domain begins to crumble and dissipate. As a result, it collapses into a space right outside the hotel, shortening the time Sean would have had to spend traveling. Lisa breaks the silence, asking why he let her live. After all, she had tried to kill him and clearly knew too much about the mist. There was no logical reason for her to still be breathing. In a distant tone, her downfall, not hers, not even his. After Lynn's death, her domain begins to crumble and dissipate. He tells her she's free to go. Confused, she asks what she's supposed to do now. Before he can answer, the door bursts open and Luisi runs in, calling her name in a panic. The girl is almost in tears, saying how scared she was when Lisa suddenly disappeared. Lisa gently reassures her that she's okay and asks if she's hurt. Luisi says she doesn't care about that. She just doesn't want to be left alone again. Lisa had been the kindest person she had ever met, and she begs her not to disappear again. Sian tells her she's just found her new role. The Forba district is now without administrators, so she should take over and make sure Luisi grows up better than she or Gunter did. Lisa nods in silence, understanding. He crouches down and pats Luisi's head, telling her to listen to Lisa's guidance. She then asks if he's leaving. He confirms, saying he has to check out. Lisa asks if he'll be back. He replies maybe, but deep down, he hopes to never again witness what he saw in that place. He returns to the Mist Temple to continue Sarah's mission regarding Lin. When he arrives, she seems surprised that he managed to purify Lin Naob. She asks if it was difficult. He answers dryly, saying that she already knew perfectly well how hard that mission was. Sarah nods and comments that he seems to have questions. He asks about her former connection with Nindi, if she was ever part of the Mist. She confirms they trained together, but she left when she no longer agreed with the direction the Mist was taking. She even took the soul ring, something passed down by the Order. Sian takes that very same ring out of his pocket. She tells him it was supposed to be hers, but she wants him to keep it. He's confused, since that ring was only meant for Lan, but she says that she no longer needs it. She is strong enough without it. He admits he thought the real reason she sent him on that mission was to retrieve the ring. He didn't expect this. Kaman materializes nearby, commenting that Sarah probably held a grudge against Lind, which explains their dynamic. She says she was just fulfilling a promise and that most people end up breaking under the ring's power. He wonders aloud if this is a test to see if he will be corrupted too. He asks if she plans to warn him, like the others, that if he succumbs, he will be purified just the same. He then asks if she even accepts him as the next successor. Sarah smiles slightly, saying she is simply observing to see if he becomes a threat to humanity or a hero. Testing a successor is tradition. She even admits that Kara may have been wrong in her choice. The spirit reacts with fury, but Sian remains calm. He understands what she means. Days pass. At the academy, in the dean's office, the administrator is talking with a newcomer. With Instructor Nella's sudden disappearance, he makes a casual request. Could she give him a moment? He says it's nothing urgent. He just wants to evaluate her mana levels. The man responds calmly, promising to be understanding with the students. It's Boris, the new substitute instructor. When the meeting ends, he excuses himself to tour the academy, but the dean watches him leave, sensing something strange about his demeanor. A moment later, Sarah enters the office, apologizing for being late. She was responding to the dean's earlier summons. Boris greets her, introducing himself formally. As he speaks, she immediately senses his ominous aura and the unmistakable scent of blood surrounding him. He radiates danger. The dean mentions that Boris comes from the capital and privately asks her to keep an eye on him. Although he is polite and competent, there is something unsettling about him. She agrees. That level of blood on someone can't be washed away. It sticks, thick and permanent, like the smell of death walking in a man's skin. Later that day, inside the academy, a large assembly of guards is lined up in organized rows. The number is overwhelming. Even Erin is surprised. She had heard the guard force was increased since the blood banquets, but this is excessive, even so, crushing. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. She turns and recognizes Lunar, who is approaching with a warm smile. They walk together, chatting. Lunar expresses her gratitude and happiness, saying she has been doing very well lately, all thanks to Erin's help. Erin, modestly, returns the compliment, saying her friend has also done a lot for her. Then she introduces her to Leximus. The three of them chat and laugh as they walk, but then they run into Boris. He introduces himself as the new instructor, specifically asking for Princess Erin. She greets him with a polite smile, mentioning she has heard quite a bit about him. She asks if he will be teaching mana application. Then, he makes a casual request. Could she give him a moment? He says it's nothing urgent. He just wants to evaluate her mana levels. He asks her to produce her mana sphere. Without hesitation, she creates it and shows it to him. Leximus and Lunar exchange cautious glances. Something doesn't feel right to them, but Erin ignores it, insisting it's just a routine check. What could go wrong? As Boris prepares to do something with the mana, a blur of motion interrupts everything. Sian appears at her side, grabbing his hand just in time. His expression darkens, his razor-sharp eyes fixed on the instructor. In a low, threatening voice, he asks, why the hell is he in Noan? 1,000 years before the founding era, the dean mentions that Boris comes from the capital and privately asks her to keep an eye on him. Although he is polite and competent, there is something unsettling about him. The human soldiers struggled to withstand the relentless assault. conjuring barriers and defensive spells that were shattered almost instantly by savage blows, like those from a massive demonic spider. Casualties were mounting quickly. They tried to regroup, attempting to restore order amidst the chaos, but the enemy's pressure was unrelenting. The human soldiers struggled to withstand the relentless assault, conjuring barriers and defensive spells that were shattered almost instantly by savage blows. As they faltered, a flash caught their attention. A figure was approaching at high speed. Sian, in a single motion, sliced off one of the monster's legs at the root. He had finally arrived. The rumors weren't a lie. He pointed to the wounded, ordering them to fall back. He would handle everything from here. The demonic spider charged up energy and fired a beam directly at him, but Sian dodged and landed cleanly. A spark of excitement ran through his chest. He was hoping it was a special-grade monster, but it was too slow to be worthwhile. Disappointed, he summoned the Sphere of the Void and pulverized the creature in a single blow, completely vaporizing its head. Moments later, he heard applause. It was Boris, clearly impressed and smiling, as he commented that it was no wonder Siriel kept him close. He had assumed Sean was assigned to the rearguard just like him, but he had come north after hearing this front needed reinforcements only to find everything resolved. Sian pointed out the obvious. Those soldiers had been seconds away from being annihilated. This war wasn't going to end soon. It had already been 1 year since the Ver family ordered the elite knights on the front lines to hand over their authority to Emperor Luel. The monsters took advantage of that moment of vulnerability and began their advance, resulting in a non-stop war ever since. All a direct consequence of Luel's greed. Sian, he admitted that if Cell hadn't asked him personally, he wouldn't have even come. Boris let out a low laugh. He was hoping it was a special-grade monster, but it was too slow to be worthwhile. Mentioning she has heard quite a bit about him, she asks if he will be teaching mana application. Then, still, his values aligned more with Aesel's than with the Emperor's. Sian tilted his head, asking what kind of skills Boris even had. Boris raised a hand. Sian pointed out the obvious. Those soldiers had been seconds away from being annihilated. This war wasn't going to end soon. Sian assumed Luel had sent him too, but Boris corrected him, saying it was because of his set of skills that he was chosen. There was something about the energy in that sphere that felt strange. He studied it and then admitted there was something inside of it that might have been the moment the hunt truly began. He wouldn't make any mistakes again, and for that very reason, giving access to mana to someone like Boris was a terrible idea. Boris recoiled at the sudden change in tone. The aggression took him by surprise, unraveling whatever plan he had been executing. Leximus intervened, shielding Princess Erin and yelling at Sian to calm down. Boris tried to smooth over the situation, saying it had all been a misunderstanding. As a newly appointed instructor, he had only wanted to assess the students' attitudes. Sian didn't buy it. It was a weak excuse. He had never heard of that kind of protocol, and had only just learned of the appointment. Boris shrugged, saying he would back off if they felt pressured, adding a half-hearted apology if he had made anyone uncomfortable. Sian gave a short nod, accepting the apology, but telling him to get lost before things got worse. He kept a hold of Erin's hand as he said it. With no room to argue, Boris turned and left, visibly affected by the hostility. Lun blinked, clearly confused, whispering to herself, wondering if she had ever heard the name of that instructor. Sian let go of Erin's hand and muttered an apology for getting worked up, but she brushed it off, saying she understood and trusted that he was on her side. Her cheeks flushed mid-sentence, and, flustered, she took Leximus's hand and ran off, muttering something about an urgent matter. Once they were gone, Lun turned to him and asked if he knew Boris personally. He replied, "Not really, I barely know him." That surprised her. She had never seen the guy before. He cut her off, warning her clearly, "Don't look into him, don't go near him, stay as far away as possible." Later, back in his dorm room, Sian cast a candy cascade spell, thanking Emily and Brian for keeping everything under control while he was away. Brian perked up, but Emily looked annoyed, complaining that he always interrupted her cooking. He smiled, joking that he thought she liked being cooked for. She replied that she felt like her job had been taken away. He turned to Brian. It was time to train. They went to the academy's practice field, but they were too late. Someone else was already there. Leximus was already in the middle of an exercise. Greatsword, almost as tall as she was, moved as if it weighed nothing. Sian wasn't surprised, impressed, yes, but not surprised. She was destined to be called the greatest swordswoman on the continent. One day he picked up a practice sword, made of wood, and told her to show him what she'd learned. She stopped, confused by the challenge. He stood up, and gave her a nod. The first strike was hers. She hesitated. She had a real sword. He only held wood. It didn't feel fair, but before she could finish her thought, He lunged at her. She barely managed to block, shaken by how a wooden weapon could hit so hard. He adjusted her stance, correcting her form. Leximus gritted her teeth and lunged at him, warning that she wouldn't hold back anymore. She charged him, striking, with force, but he intercepted every blow without breaking a sweat, redirecting each one with trained precision. As he blocked her, he threw out a few compliments, admitting he was genuinely surprised by how much she had progressed. His tone shifted as he began to taunt her, throwing off her rhythm, asking if that was really all she had. He told her to stop holding back, to attack him as if she truly wanted to kill him. She complied. Attack after attack, her breathing grew ragged. Fatigue was setting in, but she refused to stop, still unable to close the distance or land a single cut. Desperate for an opening, she leaped high, aiming from above, but he intercepted her mid-air, slamming her back to the ground. The spar ended with her on the floor and, his sword pointed right at her face, making it clear who had won. He pointed out the obvious, letting her emotions run wild, had opened up a dozen weak points, all of which he had just exploited. She lowered her voice, admitting she was nowhere near his level, and then mumbled under her breath how nice it must be to have that kind of strength. He immediately reassured her, saying she had skill, real, rare talent. Not just anyone could handle that kind of sword, let alone with the fluidity she did. She was accomplishing something that even veteran knights still struggled to master. If she kept up this pace, he honestly believed no one would be able to match her in a duel. She blushed a little, taken aback by the praise, especially after being so thoroughly defeated. He changed the subject by asking her to start training with Brian from now on, and then he paused thoughtfully for a second. Of course, she was confused. He explained somewhat awkwardly that, regardless of her current skill, he had other matters to attend to and couldn't train Brian personally for the time being, so he was leaving him in her care temporarily. She nodded, saying that she would bring a wooden sword next time so they could get to work. Brian chimed in asking where Sian was headed. He simply replied that there was a place he needed to be. Leximus looked more than pumped for the next session. As he walked away, that unsettling feeling he'd had before still lingered, creeping at the edges of his consciousness. Then he saw her, Luna, standing right in the center of the academy campus under the night sky, motionless. He got closer and realized she was staring up at the Boris's tower, her eyes fixed on the surveillance light. He asked if she planned to sneak in. She smiled conspiratorially, saying that he already knew she would. It was just curiosity, she claimed. She had never heard the name of that guy before, not even once in the entire Gammage Association. For someone listed as an 8th, Circle Mage, Academy campus under the night sky, motionless. He got closer and realized she was staring up at the She was clearly sticking her nose where it didn't belong and enjoying it. Then she turned to him and asked if he was going to go too. She felt that he already knew Boris. Maybe he even hated him a little, enough to get involved. He exhaled sharply. She was dragging them both into a mess, and they both knew it. They waited for Boris to finally leave his room. Once he was gone, Sian took the lead and opened the door with a spell. The room was filled with books, dense with ancient symbols and magical script. A single glance was enough. They both thought the guy was a complete academic fanatic. She picked up one of the texts and flipped through it. Most of them contained ancient and forgotten spells, stuff that probably hadn't been used for centuries. Then he froze. Feeling Karam fade from his body, he asked where she was going. She replied from afar that she was heading to the rooftop, telling him to relax, that they could keep checking the lab. He narrowed his eyes, confused by her sudden departure. Before he could think much about it, Lunit called out to him. She had found something, a strange, dusty volume older than the rest. With a single glance, his expression turned grim. That wasn't just any book, it was Har's Krya, Boris's armor. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Karam raised her head, catching a foul, almost rotten stench in the air. She muttered that it was about to emerge. She called it Krya. A presence descended from above. A voice resonated, calling her name, saying it had been too long, 3 centuries to be exact. She forced a smile, her anger barely contained, saying she was doing perfectly fine until he showed up. The voice taunted her, saying that her personality hadn't changed one bit, joking that maybe that was why she ended up choosing Sian as her wielder. That struck a nerve. She exploded, lunging at him, but he calmly raised a hand and told her to relax. He hadn't come to fight, he just wanted to talk. She demanded to know what he was really plotting, what his ultimate goal was. Down below, Sian and Lunat were still examining the old book, Earth Krya. She studied it closely, saying it didn't read like an ordinary magic text. It had the structure of a historical chronicle, But everything was encrypted in strange glyphs and codes. Decoding it would take time. She flipped a few pages and pointed to an image, a half-drawn sundae. It was the only symbol she recognized, but even that looked strange and incomplete. She asked him what he thought a sun dragging darkness behind it meant. His face changed immediately, and he shut the book with a snap and told her they had to destroy it now. That book was the core of everything, the blood banquets and all the disasters that followed. But before they could move, a voice interrupted from behind. It was Boris, who appeared suddenly. Sian hadn't even noticed him arrive. He was too focused on it, the danger of the book. Boris took it back like it was nothing, holding it in his hand, saying that he had been considering stopping by, but now they had saved him the trouble. He called it an interesting coincidence, but the spying was where the fun ended. He raised a hand and cast a spell, sending Lunap flying straight through the window, the danger of the book. Boris took it back like it was nothing, holding it in his hand, saying that he had been considering stopping by. He just sent her back to her dorm. Now that they were alone, he said they should talk. He had been curious about Sian, about the version the world saw and the one that was hidden underneath. Sian clenched his fists. This was bad. He wanted Boris dead right then and there, but Harda complicated everything. The timing was terrible. Kar was still missing. Meanwhile, Karon was lying on the roof tiles. Krya, or whatever was inside, spoke again, asking her what she thought all of this meant. He told her that the one he served was not just powerful, he had been chosen, blessed by a god. That meant she was already on the losing side. She didn't blink. She didn't care, saying she was a demon sword, not some lackey of Lumen. She wasn't going to betray her wielder just because some divine clown said so. He shrugged, saying that was fine. There were other ways. If she took control of Sian's body and became the wielder, she would be even more dangerous. She laughed, calling the idea stupid and asking what kind of half-baked plans they were trying this time. Good versus evil, light versus darkness, creation opposing destruction, dualities trapped in an eternal cycle of conflict. And as always, light wins in the end. That is how the story ends, just like all the others. It has been 300 years since the war between gods and demons reached its final blow. Life on the surface is thriving like never before. But gradually, the world moves on. The old legends fade, reverence has turned to apathy, and eventually, they came to a decision. After long debates, they agreed that maybe what the world needed again was darkness. Meanwhile, Karon was lying on the roof tiles, Krya, or whatever was inside, and that she takes control of the body and goes crazy. And then Krya and Lumendel appear to stop her and be crowned as the new heroes. That is the plan. He nods, smiling, saying that is exactly right, but she is not having it. She swipes at his face with contempt and calls his whole proposal complete garbage. Hark sighs, clearly disappointed. He thought a demon sword's destiny was to one day possess its wielder, and asks if she has changed somehow. Her temper flares. She retorts that they were the ones who labeled them as evil from the very beginning. They never tried to understand. They just solved their own crises and left the rest to others. He had hoped that talking to her would be as easy as it was with Aru, but clearly that was not the case. So he says goodbye and disappears into the night. She stays there for a moment, rethinking everything he said. They never tried to understand. They just solved their own crises and left the rest to others. He gets straight to the point and asks him why he said he was so interested in him. The master laughs. Darkness to make the light shine brighter. Karon scoffs at that logic. In his class, there's nothing left for him to learn there. Boris asks with indifference if the dean or his father, the duke, know that. Sian tells him to stop beating around the bush and say what he really means. The mage stops pretending and asks if they have seen each other before. He says he has had that feeling from the beginning, as if he despised him, as if he wanted to see him dead, but he is sure that they have never met. So he wonders if maybe our protagonist already knows who he is. The answer is blunt. No, he does not know him. The most shocking thing is that no one knows him. An 8th Circle mage should be a household name everywhere. Boris says he simply likes to live quietly. Sian gives him a cold look and asks where he is really from. The answer is evasive, stating that it is a small, obscure place he has probably never heard of. But Sian sees through that. He is lying. He always has. Even in a past life, he buried his origin deep, refusing to let anyone discover it. Sian asks if there is anything else he wants to know. But Boris looks at the time and smiles, saying that it is late, that they can continue that conversation another day. Once he leaves, Boris speaks to his Krya, saying that he got so carried away by the moment that he could not even think of the right words. But now he understands why Ael felt so threatened. It is Sian who is behind the dying princess, the little brother of the savior, the one chosen by Lumendel, bound to a demon sword. Harta materializes, saying this is what destiny looks like. It is Karam who is supporting him. Perhaps he is the darkness they have been waiting for. And if, saying it's natural for someone in his position to take an interest in his students. Sian raises an eyebrow. He's not even. His mist that darkened the sun, the Savior's bitterness will soon come to the surface. Karum heads to the Hall of Line, the black mist. Aru looks up, surprised to see her arrive alone, and asks what brings her here. She does not. And waste time, she asks if he really does not know and tells him she just ran into her. Krya, she did not even know she was so close. His expression darkens, asking if the other god tried something, but she does not believe his act, saying that he already knows everything. So, why is he not doing anything about it? Who are being displaced. He tells her there is no place lower than where he has already fallen. He has nothing left to lose. Her voice rises, saying they are trying to use her and Sian. Aru asks if that is really what she wants to protect. He then grants her the right, giving her an official decree. All the mist will move with her, she and Sian together. She asks if he is really not going to act himself, if something happened between him and Lumendel. He says that every decision he has made for her. She turns away, saying she is tired of hearing his pathetic justifications. Skolden has turned him into a recluse, a coward, and she leaves the hall. Elsewhere, a priest finishes a blessing over Alice. She is kneeling as a representative of the Manel, pledging herself to the great god of light. The priest asks if she is really ready to become a beacon in this cruel world, ready to be on the front lines, to fight, to die. He calls her by her full name, saying it's natural for someone in his position to take an interest in his students. Sian raises an eyebrow. He's not even, but her heart is not entirely at peace. Is this really the path she should take? Lately, the Empire has been recruiting all its strongest for the solidarity of the night, throwing them to the front lines. Even during disasters like the Blood Banquet, the Royal Guard had no way to respond. She has dreamed for years of joining the Knights of the Light, but her heart is not entirely at peace. Is this really the path she should take? Lately, Cecilia congratulates her from behind. Alice quickly apologizes, saying that now she should address her formally, since she is just a novice knight. Cecilia tells her she can call her as she always has, at least when it's just the two of them. Alice insists she sees her as a superior and must show respect. They walk together talking on a bench. Alice admits that she is worried, afraid she has chosen the wrong path. Cecilia says that's impossible. She has known her for too long to believe she would choose wrong. Alice explains she feels divided. The screams from that day, the ones begging for help, still haunt her. Cecilia comforts her, saying there's only one way to know for sure, a single way to find out if the front lines are where she's meant to be. Alice leans in, asking how. Cecilia tells her to go with her, to accompany her when the time comes. That way, she will find out. Billard has assigned them a mission, a serious one. Her first real assignment. Alice's eyes widen. Her own father didn't expect it. Meanwhile, Brian seemed to be preparing for something important. Emily noticed the sudden urgency and asked where he was going in such a hurry. He shrugged, admitting he had no idea. Sian told him to get ready, so he did. Nana, in a doubtful tone, asked if that meant they wouldn't see him for a while. Just then, Sean entered the room and reassured her, assuring her it wouldn't be for that long, so there was no reason to stress. He turned to Brian and asked if he was ready for the trip and where they were headed. The answer came. Their destination was the Lemma Valley. Upon hearing the name, Emily's expression changed. She recognized it instantly. It was the same place they had visited last time. Curious, she asked how they even planned to get there. It was ridiculously far away. He activated a portal using the ring that the Alm had given him, saying it would make the trip quick. They needed to move fast. That was the day that Alice was supposed to die. Meanwhile, Alice and Cecilia had finally arrived at the front lines. Her commander informed her that they had finally arrived at their post. He acknowledged how difficult the journey had been for her, expressing pride in her role as one of the Knights of the Light. She remained modest, replying that she still had much to learn. As she dismounted, he mentioned that the Duke was waiting for them. She took her place behind her father, addressing him with formal courtesy and saying she had come as summoned, in response to her summons. He informed her that the second princess, third prince, and fourth prince were expected to arrive that day and that she should prepare accordingly. She nodded. He was just as cold as she remembered. Shortly after, the group spotted the royal guards approaching in the distance. The entourage had finally arrived. Among them were the third prince, Fabian VI, and the fourth prince, Nerubian VI. Both looked visibly annoyed and unimpressed with their surroundings. The second princess, Bael Elite VI, thanked them for their efforts. The Duke stepped forward, introduced himself properly, and greeted the members of the royal family. Nerubian, clearly impatient, complained that they should just get it over with and leave. This visit was merely symbolic. After all, Fabian commented that they weren't going to be ambushed by monsters out of nowhere. The Duke reassured him that the creatures stationed in the rear were nothing more than minor threats. Besides, the Duke stepped forward, introduced himself properly, and greeted the members of the royal family. Nerubian, clearly impatient, complained that they should just get it over with and leave. This visit was merely symbolic. His best knight was with them, so they were in good hands. Aesel appeared at that moment. Fabian gave him direct orders to eliminate the enemies before they even got close. He wasn't one to skip official visits like this. Fabian gave him direct orders to eliminate the enemies before they even got close, commenting that she was fortunate to have him as her bodyguard instead. Alice silently shared that confusion. Aesel was usually seen guarding the first prince, and now he was here with the royals. She decided to dismiss it as a coincidence. He looked at her, mentioning that he'd heard she joined the Knights of Light as the top of her class, expressing pride in her role as one of the Knights of the Light. She remained modest. His eyes held a threat she recognized. They reminded her of her 9th birthday, or around that time. Back then, he looked at her, mentioning that he'd heard she joined the Knights of Light as the top of her class. Aesel was usually seen guarding the first prince, and now he was here with the royals. She decided to dismiss it as a coincidence. He had given her a magic scroll. It was a 4-star spell. She remembered the scroll and prepared to activate it. But just before she did, Cecilia stopped her. His eyes held a threat she recognized. They reminded her of her 9th birthday, or around that time. Back then, Aesel replied that Luelle had delegated the task to him due to urgent matters elsewhere. Although she still had her doubts, she didn't press the issue, along with its military escort, began to move toward the battlefield. Nerubian asked why Luelle had sent him with them. Fabian muttered that the whole thing seemed shady, perhaps even intentional. Someone like him, being assigned as their personal bodyguard, was definitely suspicious. The princess intervened, reminding them that they already knew what kind of person Luelle was. If they didn't want to end up dead, they'd better behave. Alert. Suddenly, the caravan came to a screeching halt. Everyone rushed out to see what was going on. They saw Alice running towards them in a panic, screaming something about shrieks. An ambush had begun. They had to get out of there immediately. The attack came from a rare creature, a Sorark. The earth dragon let out a deafening roar. His gaze had a chilling, almost violent intensity, and he congratulated her. The expression unsettled her. Alice ran to get the princesses out of danger. The beast's tail slammed down, trying to break through the lines of defense, but she summoned a mana shield to block it. The barrier bought just enough time for the princesses to escape. She couldn't believe it. How had such a high-level monster ended up so deep inside secured territory? Something wasn't right. There, on the ground, the princess heard Aesel say he would protect them and ask them to come closer, and that's when it clicked. This whole ambush could have been part of his plan, a way to kill them under the cover of chaos. Just then, Cecilia arrived, casting her windflower spell to briefly push the monster back. Alice took the princess's hand, trying to lead her to safety. Something felt terribly wrong. When she looked at Baelit, there was a real killing intent in her eyes. She looked back and saw him standing next to the dragon, as if he belonged there. She screamed his name, telling him to be careful. A barrier appeared around Aesel, forcefully throwing the monster back. He clicked his tongue in irritation, realizing that both the princess and Alice had already escaped. The creature lunged again, but he, now visibly furious, leaped into the air and struck it down in a single blow. Elsewhere, Baelit, Alice and Cecilia were running towards a safer area. Suddenly, Baelit tripped and fell to the ground. Alice ran to her, frantically checking if she was okay, offering her a hand and asking if something was wrong. The princess managed a faint smile and said she wouldn't fall that easily. Before Alice could react, a blade pierced through her body. Cecilia had attacked from behind, a betrayal as brutal as it was unexpected. Stunned and staggering, Alice managed to ask why her friend would do such a thing. She fell to the ground with a vital organ pierced, screaming in pain. Baelit stood over her, explaining that she was Aesel's younger sister. She suspected something was wrong as soon as she learned that Luelle wouldn't be attending, especially considering how obsessed he was with participating in everything. She believed this was all a plan to get rid of them quietly, under the confusion of the attack, letting others take the blame while they got away clean. Alice tried to explain, insisting she only wanted to protect people, but Baelit cut her off, saying she already knew how ambitious the Berts and Luelle were. She scoffed at the idea of standing by quietly, waiting to be executed like an idiot. She told her to spit out her last words while she still had a few seconds. She laughed as she added that maybe Luenol would show up to rescue her in time. Then she threw down a scroll, an emergency teleport and summoning spell to take her and Cecilia away. Abandoned, Alice lay there, stunned. She couldn't comprehend what Cecilia had just done. A part of her refused to believe she would betray her. The betrayal was real. Maybe it was mind control. Maybe there was another reason. Tears streamed down her face as she thought about her closest friend turning against her. She looked around. The area was crawling with monsters and she forced herself to her feet. She whispered that she needed to get a grip. This wasn't the place where she was going to die. She had to survive and she needed to find out why her friend had done this. Blood streamed from her wound and she used it to enchant a spell, turning it into razor-sharp blades. Meanwhile, Baylet and Cecilia reappeared inside a protected safe house. The princess seemed much calmer. Cecilia was now silent, clearly mentally trying to erase any trace of Alice or their past together. Baylet asked why she had spared her. She'd had plenty of chances to finish her off. She reminded her that the order was to eliminate, not to let her escape. Cecilia calmly replied that Alice wouldn't last long. The monsters would finish the job for them anyway. Back on the field, Alice was still holding on, facing the creatures with what little strength she had left, but her body was still failing. She kept thinking what the heck she was supposed to report to the knights. No one would believe that Princess Baylet had tried to kill her. She shook her head and forced herself to focus on surviving. First, escape. Then she turned and saw it. A lava salamander. Not just any beast, but a top-tier monster. If she didn't get out of there, she was toast. The salamander started charging a fiery blast right at her. Her body wouldn't even react. Just before the attack was unleashed, Sian materialized, slicing the creature mid-charge with his mist sword. The bisected beast fell heavily to the ground, molten lava bursting from its body on impact. Brian came running, catching her as she collapsed and helping her to safety. She looked at him, realizing that if he was here, Sian must be nearby. Suddenly, a piece of the salamander slammed into the ground. They both ducked behind a rock as lava exploded around them. Before the flames could reach them, Karom appeared, summoning a wall of lava to protect them. He yelled for Sian to take out the rest of the monsters. Alice was still stunned by the events, unable to process everything that had happened. He leaped forward and unleashed the fear of the void, wiping out all remaining threats in a single blow. As the chaos subsided, she took a step toward him. She had suspected the truth for a while now, but seeing it confirmed before her eyes was a harsh blow. She reached for the mask and removed it. Her eyes filled with tears. She saw his face. Brian remained focused, his hands glowing faintly as he tried to close the wound on Alice's side. Beside her, Sian knelt down trying to explain the truth behind everything. He told her that Cecilia hadn't acted on her own. She had been placed by Princess Baylet from the very beginning. She murmured that she hadn't realized it until now and bitterly admitted that it made her feel like an idiot. Still, she was determined to go through with her plan to erase her family's legacy, no matter what. He interrupted her, telling her that none of this was her fault, or hers. The responsibility fell entirely on Cecilia, Bael, Elit, and Ale. She blinked in surprise, wondering if he had really been the one pulling the strings behind all of this, and if Sian knew something about it. After all, this whole mess traced back to their father. He didn't hesitate. He was certain that Ale had convinced his father of the idea, and she knew how far he was capable of going when it came to him. She looked at him, confused, asking why someone would go to such lengths for her sake. Sian told her bluntly that it was so Ale could shape the family's legacy as he pleased. Her expression darkened, twisted with fury. She couldn't believe that he was capable of going as far as murdering his own sister for something so insignificant. Her knees gave out, and she fell to the ground, still not fully recovered. Shaken, she looked up with a low voice, asking him if he was absolutely sure about Ale. She thought she was the only one who had felt that something was off, but Sian had noticed it too. He warned her that their father and the others must not find out about this for now. Whatever it was, Ale had a secret weapon that she didn't. During the previous fight, something had been wrong, like a force invisibly protecting him. Sian's eyes narrowed. That feeling was all too familiar. He had felt it once before in another life, right when he tried to kill him. Something stopped him before his sword could reach him. He still didn't know what the hell it had been. Some force that went beyond the body, interfering with the soul, a sword or something darker. There was only one explanation that made sense. He said they had run out of time and that they needed to talk to their father. And she nodded, but he shook his head. Their father wouldn't believe them. No way, she begged, saying that if they both came forward without delay, maybe they would be heard. His tone changed, becoming serious. He told her to trust him. If she acted impulsively and something went wrong, the entire order of the Knights of Light could turn against them. In his previous life, Ael had always been the golden boy. Everyone adored him, admiring him as if he had been sent from the heavens. Even Sian had followed him without question. People treated him like a messiah, never doubting a single word that came out of his mouth. But looking back, Sian couldn't help but think that there was something about it all that had always felt strange. The way Ael had been worshipped was not just admiration, it was worship. And if anyone still had doubts, they never said a thing. Even their father, an emperor who had died chasing his own dreams and fears, had trusted Ael completely, without a shadow of a doubt. Sian had also clung to that trust until the very last moment. When the betrayal came, he felt nothing but rage. And a lingering question kept drilling into his mind. What the hell made everyone believe so blindly in Ael? But the answer had always been there. Ael was an untouchable icon, carrying the divine authority of the most revered god in human history. The chosen one. The supposed savior of humanity. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the royal guards had formed an unstable perimeter around the princesses, trying to keep them safe. The girls were paralyzed, shaken to the core, not knowing what to do. When the ground began to tremble beneath their feet, a massive earth dragon lunged forward with its claws raised to attack. Then, he appeared. Meanwhile, at the rear of the battlefield, the royal guards had formed an unstable perimeter around the princesses, trying to keep them safe. The girls were paralyzed, placing himself just in time to protect them. The dragon launched another attack, but he raised the shield of judgment. He launched himself toward the creature's head and split its skull in a single blow. The beast fell dead. He asked if everyone was okay, unable to comprehend it. The savior chosen by Lumen Sian, the person beside her, told her clearly. Lumendale didn't choose based on character, he just needed a savior, that's all. And since Ael had been chosen by the supreme god himself, denying it now was practically heresy. She would risk turning the entire church of Luminel against her. A weight settled behind her eyes, a slow, deep disappointment. She had put her faith in Luminel her whole life. And now, this. She turned to Sian, asking him how he knew all of this. He avoided her gaze, saying he couldn't tell her. Not yet, he had already interfered too much. She placed a hand on his firm shoulder. She trusted him completely. If he couldn't say, there must be a reason. But one day, she said, he would have to tell her. He didn't have to carry this burden alone. Then she turned to Brian, giving him a small nod of thanks for healing her. Sian looked at her, asking what she planned to do now. She didn't hesitate. First, she had to take care of this whole mess. That meant finding Cecilia. She needed to hear the truth directly from her. She trusted him completely. If he couldn't say, there must be a reason. But one day, she said, he would have to tell her. Sian looked at her, asking what she planned to do now. She didn't hesitate. First, she had to take care of this whole mess. That meant finding Cecilia. She needed to hear the truth directly from her. Back at Baylet's hideout, Cecilia's eyes widened. She knew that sword. It was Alice's. While that was happening elsewhere, Ael arrived at Alice and Cecilia's last known location, picking up the remains of a magic scroll and immediately suspected it had been used for teleportation. Without wasting any time, he ordered the nearby soldiers to search the area and check for any nearby hideouts. One of the guards called out. While that was happening elsewhere, Ael arrived at Alice and Cecilia's last known location, picking up the remains of a magic scroll and immediately suspected it had been used for teleportation. Without wasting any time, he issued a sharp order to secure both princesses without delay and then rushed off to investigate what had caused this. In the hideout, Cecilia had been following Sian for quite a while. At first, she had assumed he would be incredibly skilled. His mana pressure and killing intent had been immense, but in the end, he was just a boy. Still, something felt off, as if someone else was supporting him. To close the distance, she cast a spell that propelled her forward, trying to catch and strike him directly. But just before contact, he vanished out of her reach, slipping past her blade like smoke. She let out a question aloud, demanding to know where the hell he'd learned to move like that. Nothing in her world compared to it. He didn't answer with a single sound. She pressed on, demanding to know about the sword and if he had saved Alice. But again, nothing. He remained there in silence. Frustrated, she increased her speed, attacking in flurries, slashing from all angles as she spun around him. She thought to herself that only a handful of people in the Night Order could keep up with her, and this boy was managing it. When she leaped to strike from above, he vanished again as if she were moving in slow motion. Then she understood. He was faster, not by a little, but by a lot. And he still hadn't drawn his weapon. The fact that he didn't even bother to do so made her snap. Her temper flared and she lunged from behind, wielding a sharp rock straight at his blind spot. He took it without flinching. Before she could even blink, she conjured a sphere of void. As calm as ever, he covered it with an obsession spell. And he still hadn't drawn his weapon. The fact that he didn't even bother to do so made her snap. Falling to her knees, she knew she was finished. Pathetic, she thought. A humiliating way to end. The moment the sphere made contact, her body began to come apart from the inside. This wasn't the kind of place she ever imagined she would die. She called him a reaper, half in awe, half in horror. Was Lord Leximu still alive? He knelt down, watching her with curiosity. He asked her what kind of expression that was. Was it relief? He admitted he had expected something messier, perhaps anguish. She managed a faint smile, telling him to think of it as justice, finally collecting its due. That this end, as ugly as it was, somehow fit. A voice echoed through the place. Justice. For what exactly? Alice came into view with her gaze locked on her, asking her how she could have done it, how she could betray her. The other woman looked up and smiled weakly through teary eyes, saying she was just glad Alice was still breathing. Alice screamed, cutting her off, demanding an answer. She wanted to know why. Why had she lied to her all this time? Years ago, her village, just a nameless dot on the map, was razed by monsters. Every building destroyed, every person dead. She was the sole survivor, barely clinging to life. She thought it would all end there, but then she heard voices. A rescue squad combing through the rubble dug her out from beneath the collapsed remains. Despite the scarce supplies, the princess in charge of the mission allocated food and water just for her. It was nothing short of a miracle. They had rescued her from death's door, whether it was by royal knights or members of the Raptors. She didn't even remember it clearly, and the one who took her in afterward was BETRAYED. From that moment on, it seemed obvious to her. When someone saves your life, you owe them yours in return. In time, the opportunity to repay that debt came, a direct order from the princess. She was told to infiltrate the birdhouse. Too, she was to watch them and wait for new instructions. That's how she ended up planted inside as a maid, and through that she met Alice. But now, looking back on it all, she wasn't sure if it had been worth it. A part of her wished she had died with the rest of her village, buried among the rubble in silence. Then that day came. Everyone was waiting for someone to show up. BETRAYED called her aside and gave her the order. Kill Alice. She had been labeled a threat. Alice, stunned, asked why BETRAYED would consider her dangerous. The maid answered without hesitation. The princess had always seen the Burt family as suspicious, ever since she noticed how closely aligned they were with him and the first prince, Lual. To BETRAYED, that loyalty meant that the Burts probably supported Lual. And in the paranoid world she had locked herself in, that assumption only got worse. She fell into a spiral of fear and distrust, because that's who she was, someone who only trusted herself when the walls were closing in. The failed assassin put on a faint, bitter smile, saying she was nothing like her, and wondered aloud how she had spent her whole life following orders from someone like that. And the worst of it all, Alice had trusted her the entire time, and in return, all she had done was betray that trust. That's when Sian snapped out of it and broke the moment, calling a spade a spade. If she thought admitting her guilt was some kind of free pass to forgiveness, she was sorely mistaken. Alice tried to intervene by asking him to calm down, to give her a second to process everything, but he raised his sword at the kneeling woman, cold and unfazed. It was no minor offense. She closed her eyes, ready to accept whatever came next. Alice screamed, begging him to listen a little longer before doing anything final. Brian held her firmly, whispering for her to trust Master Sian. The sword descended toward the condemned woman. Back at the shelter where BETRAYED was hiding, the silence was broken when the door burst open. She immediately demanded to know who dared to barge in, calling for Cecilia, then suddenly realized she had no idea when the girl had disappeared. Aesel entered the room, telling her he had come to get her out of there. An icy chill ran down the princess's spine. Her thoughts were caught on a single question. How the hell had he managed to find her? She managed a calm, almost mocking smile, noticing how he was practically radiating killing intent. In a sharp tone, she accused him of barging in uninvited, adding how incredibly rude that was. He met her gaze with a firm, cold voice, openly admitting that killing her was on his to-do list, and that Fabian, Naruban, and she were meant to be casualties, eliminated by the monster. She shot back harshly. There was no way in hell he would get out of something like that unscathed. Her hand went for a scroll of teleportation, but he destroyed it mid-motion, coldly declaring that he wasn't finished there. She asked if he really planned to see that plan through to the end. He responded with a shrug of uncertainty. Maybe, maybe not. His eyes scanned the room, and that's when he saw Cecilia's sword, pinned to the wall. He demanded to know where his sister was. She told him bluntly, she had killed her. She admitted it wasn't enough. Still, no remorse. Then she turned the question back on him, and now that he had come to avenge her, he immediately dismissed it, saying he was rethinking the entire strategy. He commented on her composure, how she held herself together despite facing threats she didn't fully trust. Cutting loose ends like that was a smart move, and honestly, he was impressed. She was nothing like Prince Lu, nothing at all. That shook her. She stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding how he could talk about his own sister as if she meant nothing, not understanding what his game was. He moved closer, saying everything was doomed from the start. Anyway, he planned to inform LOL and tell him directly that everything had fallen apart. She instinctively backed away, asking what the hell he wanted from her. He proposed that she ally with Enan and join his plan. Nothing at all. That shook her. She stared at him with wide eyes, not understanding how he could talk about his own sister as if she meant nothing. He flashed a casual smile, as if it were obvious. Nobody said they were allies, they were just in it for mutual convenience. Nothing deeper. She sat on the edge of the bed, skeptical, not buying it. He replied without blinking. Believe it or not, it was part of the plan. She smirked sarcastically, asking if this had to do with taking over the empire, because if so, she wasn't planning on getting involved. He turned his back on her, saying he didn't care who ended up ruling. His real mission was bigger, to eradicate evil completely, to wipe it from every corner of the world. She chuckled under her breath. She sat on the edge of the bed, skeptical, not buying it. He replied without blinking. Believe it or not, it was part of the plan. A warped and malevolent mana flooded the place, sending chills down to the bone. It was bloodlust. It felt like it. Whatever it was, he'd never felt anything like it. The room suddenly disintegrated. Walls, ceiling, everything was absorbed by the spiraling dark energy of the manosphere, the sphere of the void. Ale watched it intently. Frozen, he waited, expecting something, anything. But Sian didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and attacked. The other man reacted just in time, redirecting the blow at the last second. He demanded to know who the swordsman was, who replied without blinking. He was the evil Ale had been chasing and also the one who would end his life. Their swords clashed hard, both striking with such intensity that they ricocheted through the space, generating shockwaves that even caught the princess in the middle of the confrontation. Ale raised a magical barrier around her to shield her from the fight and moved her away from the destruction as the shelter began to crumble. The next blow sent him flying, throwing him far from the sight. She screamed, asking if he was okay, but he could barely stay on his feet. Sian's pressure was relentless. Ale counterattacked with a blow charged with adamantine energy, launching it directly at his opponent. He then recited a step spell, splitting the manosphere in two. The division momentarily protected them. Sian appeared behind him, hitting him in the blink of an eye, taking him by surprise, with no time to counterattack and no chance to dodge. He went for the final blow, but just before the sword connected, a shining shield activated and blocked it. Kar let out a guttural scream, as if something had torn her apart from the inside. Chen froze, thrown back by the force of the same shield. The mage turned to her, watching her carefully. Something about all of this wasn't normal. He tried to stabilize her, assuring her they would get through it, no matter what. Sian looked at her, confused, asking what was happening. She could barely answer, saying it felt like her entire body was being torn apart from the inside. It had to be her power, and yes, it was a nightmare for both of them. He pushed forward again, asking why Sian had backed off when he swore it would be his end. Then he moved forward again. The other man hesitated. Of course he wanted to finish him, but now that he'd seen what the mage's magic was capable of, he knew he had to retreat. He threw something at them, Cecilia's sword and her blood-stained shield. Baelit reacted immediately, demanding to know what he had done to her. He replied without emotion. She was purified. Ale watched intently, asking if that was the ultimate goal, wanting to know who had given the order. Chan didn't mention orders, he spoke of the mist. That's where it came from those who never forgive. He didn't do it because he was told to, he did it because it was necessary. And yes, that confirmed it. The rumors were true, the mist had returned. Before Ale could respond, Sian vanished, his body disintegrating in midair and disappearing like vapor. The mage's expression darkened. A heavier burden settled upon him. The realization struck him. The mist had been sabotaging him from the very beginning. Later, far from the battlefield, Kama was still curled up in pain. She admitted it. She honestly thought she was going to die there. Chen asked her if it still hurt that much. She nodded, forcing out the words, saying it was the worst pain she had ever felt in her life. Even if they wanted to defeat him, they couldn't touch him, and this was far more tangled than she ever imagined. He said that maybe there was a way. Then he revealed it. Duran Dark's elemental stone, the purity of the gods. It was only a theory, but he believed it could give them a chance. She grabbed his hand, begging him not to do it. She knew the risk. It could kill him. He knew it too. It was extremely dangerous, but it was the only viable path. He had people to protect and refused to repeat the mistakes of his past. If the enemy's strength was absurd, then he would have to become absurdly strong too. After a while, Cecilia finally prepared to leave. Before she left, Elise handed her a small talisman, Marianne's talisman. Access to the spirit realm was strictly controlled, but with it she could enter Fina without any trouble. Alice warned her to stay alert. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the knight, as she thanked her deeply, with a trembling voice for the apologies. Alice turned away coldly, making it clear that she hadn't forgiven her, and warning her to never show her face again. So, she nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and said she was leaving now. Without another word, she left immediately. Nearby. From there, Sian and Karam had watched everything. The demon asked if he was sure about letting her go like that, insisting it would be better to kill her now. He replied that he had already killed her in his past life. Upon reflecting on it, he realized it wasn't necessary. She was already shattered by the guilt of having killed her sister. This time, he had slightly eased that burden. He was sure she would eventually repay that debt. Hours earlier, when he struck her, he had only wounded her shoulder, commenting that she had just died once again, but he had spared her life, warning that he would later collect what she owed him and instructing her to remain hidden until summoned. She still didn't understand why he had spared her instead of finishing her off immediately, as if he could see the future. It felt as though he had foreseen a time when she could redeem herself, and if that day ever came, she swore she would repay him with her life. Karam kept watching him, asking if he was feeling unwell or something, noting he had become surprisingly soft lately. Alice approached and asked if the night's events were over. She nodded, giving him credit for it. Alice apologized for being late, but thanked the demon for saving her earlier. She thought to herself that maybe she could get along with the demon sword. Perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. She laughed softly and asked if Karam was close to Sian. The demon denied it, explaining that their bond was more like that of a master and subject. Then she fixed a serious gaze on Alice, warning her that this body belonged to her, so she'd better not try to snatch it away. That killed any hope Alice had of getting along with her right away. At the academy, Dean Kendall received a message from Cecilia. She explained that she had found answers to all her questions and had decided to leave the Knights of Light. Her path had diverged. The people they were protecting were not the right ones and the will of the house was corrupted. Even her father was allowing it. She promised to visit soon, as she wanted to talk about many things, especially about her brother Aesel and Prince Luel, and that she would explain more in person. The dean thought to himself that both families were a disaster, but she was still as worried about her brother as ever. He promised to at least feign interest since she had asked him to. Turning around, he apologized to Boris for making him wait so long and asked him how life at the academy was going. Boris replied that he was slowly adapting. The teenager wasted no time, asking why he had been summoned and expressing his curiosity about when he would admit to working for his grandson, Prince Lone, and if there was a reason he was hiding it. Boris smiled, saying he wasn't hiding anything, it simply had no relation to his work there. The boy leaned in seriously, asking what his true purpose was in this place. Boris replied that he was looking for someone. When asked if he had already found him, he confidently affirmed that he believed so. Kendall interrupted him, telling him to stop and warning him that if the person he was looking for was Sian, he should abandon whatever he was planning. Kendall's aura darkened ominously. Boris felt the threat but respected his determination afterward. He retreated to a secluded place to write a message, noting that he didn't expect such a reaction from Kundal, and commenting that Sian had impressive connections. Becoming more intriguing by the moment, he sent the scroll into the sky. Hitreya asked him what the plan was now, warning that if another human got involved, things would get even more complicated. Boris assured her that he knew, and there was nothing to worry about. Hitreya reminded him that Kar was not like him. She had a physical form. Boris reassured her, saying he just needed to cut his ties first and that everything was under control. Suddenly, Hallmaster Sarah answered his summons, asking why he had wanted to meet. Boris thanked her for coming. She replied that she had also to cut his ties first and that everything was under control. Suddenly, Hallmaster Sarah answered his summons, asking why he had wanted to meet. Boris thanked her for coming. She replied that she had also just wanted to see him. As he stood up, he mentioned that he wanted to ask her about Sian, saying that he spent most, with a wave of her hand, saying that Sian was a natural prodigy, and asked if that was what had caught his attention. Summons, asking why he had wanted to meet. Boris thanked her for coming. She replied that she had also, in the haze. Both took combat stances, but before she could draw her sword, Boris summoned a hellhound that devoured her whole. Inside the beast, she managed to slice its insides and break free. Using the powers of the mist, she conjured a domain that enveloped them both. Boris admired her, not expecting her to have such abilities. She could create an entirely new realm, explaining that this was how she prevented her mana from leaking into the real world. Sarah smiled arrogantly, admitting she didn't know how he had discovered her true identity, but that revelation would cost him his life. If he wished for death, she would gladly grant it. He raised Hitreya's book, warning her that it wouldn't be as simple as she thought. She smiled again, calling him by his name, Sian, mocking that his confidence wouldn't last much longer. Without hesitation, he summoned sea puppets that completely surrounded her. In response, she called forth her fox assassins, declaring that she was ready to begin his purification. At that moment, a portal materialized inside the royal dormitory, and both he and Brian stepped through it. Nana immediately pounced on him, scolding him for how much she had missed him. She had grown noticeably since the last time he saw her. He asked her how she had been, and she replied that she had been training diligently with Sarah, just as he had ordered her to. For the past few weeks, she had been honing her skills under the woman's tutelage. A week ago, he had requested that Sarah train Nana to control her emotional breakdowns, emphasizing that the blood banquets must never happen again. Nana had done surprisingly well, having killed countless monsters during her training. He patted her head, acknowledging how difficult that must have been for someone known as the best at managing instincts. She hugged him with strength, adding, "There will be no training today because Sarah has other plans." He asked what those plans were. Carr stepped forward and revealed it was the purification. Sarah had been ordered to purify Boris. He asked what that meant. Karum explained that since Boris was an instructor, and Sarah was one as well, she would have easy access to him. He was confused about why she would take such an action, and questioned if Karum understood the opponent they were facing. She sarcastically asked if he was referring to the scripture, mocking him and assuring that neither Sarah nor the mist could handle that. He exhaled in relief, confirming that she knew about the decree, and then asked when she planned on telling him. She laughed, saying she didn't think it was necessary. He quickly gathered his belongings, stating that there was no time to rest or delay. His lineage was the real danger here. He instructed Brian to handle everything in his absence, and the man reassured him, telling him not to worry. Brian asked if they should stay or leave, and he told him to take Nana and Amelia to their new rooms. Brian asked if he was planning to leave the girl behind or take her with him, but he patted her head, emphasizing that it was too dangerous to stay there, so they all had to leave as well. He promised to return once the situation was under control, but made it clear that for now everything was left in Brian's hands. Meanwhile, Sarah was struggling to maintain her defense against Boris. The more she looked at him, the more repulsive she found him. All of her mist assassins had been defeated, and the puppets continued to appear endlessly. She finally understood that the blood banquets had been orchestrated by him. These puppets carried the same aura as the ones involved in the banquets, but they were significantly stronger. He laughed darkly, declaring that this was just the appetizer, and warned her not to get tired yet. More puppets pressed the attack. She wielded the swift mist stone, slashing through as many as she could to create some breathing room, but he used script spells, sending spears of light like projectiles flying toward her. She barely managed to dodge most of them, and every time she thought she'd found an opening to counterattack, he responded immediately with more advanced spells. The number of puppets kept growing, and his ability to dodge was rapidly decreasing. When one got close enough, he ordered it to detonate beside him. The explosion threw her off balance and trapped her in the midst of a group of puppets that exploded simultaneously. Exhausted and weakened, she was exposed to an attack. She invoked the script to summon a huge warhammer and launched it directly at her. The hammer struck Sarah, driving her deep into the ground and shattering everything beneath. She lay there, defeated while Boris mocked from above, murmuring softly to herself. She finally understood that the puppets could track an opponent's mana. They were not mere puppets. She realized that her grimoire was the source of his power, something extraordinary given the mana she sensed. It had to be a divine weapon. He applauded her sharp combat instincts and vast knowledge with a dry laugh. Then he shrugged and summoned a new wave of puppets to attack her. Still, she refused to give up. She got up instantly, gathered her mana, and unleashed a secret mist technique called expansion. Her shadow grew and twisted into a demonic form, the of greed. He froze, amazed by the sight, unable to comprehend how she had managed that. The mana he had previously felt from her had disappeared completely. What kind of mana was she accessing now? The demon swung a massive arm, crushing countless puppets in its path. The puppets climbed onto its body to attack it, but it generated more spikes that tore them to pieces and absorbed their energy. He didn't know how to react. She had summoned a demonic familiar whose mana surpassed all expectations, but it was a temporary shield. Now she herself was drained of mana, and even casting a simple spell would be nearly impossible. Opening his grimoire to attack again, he suddenly lost sight of her, as she had disappeared and reappeared behind him, completely silent and impossible to detect. He activated a sacred protection just before she plunged a blade into his back. She unleashed a rapid flurry of blows, slowly eroding the shield until it shattered. Before he could react, she slammed him to the ground, grabbing him by the face and shoving it into the dirt, leaving him helpless. Just as she was about to slit his throat, he managed to cast a chantless spell. He detonated the ground beneath them, launching them both into the air. He reacted quickly, firing spears of judgment, but she dodged everyone and teleported close, landing a brutal kick to his face that slammed him into the ground, destroying everything beneath him. Gasping on the ground, struggling to get up, he heard a voice ordering him to stop the fight for today. Before he could react, she lunged in with a final blow, but the grimoire intercepted the attack. He reflected that they didn't have enough information on her. He had assumed she was just one of countless servants of Uru, but with skills like those, she was probably a high-ranking officer. In his current state, he had no chance. She took a defensive stance and noticed black blood dripping from his mouth. She recognized the infamous, the black blood of the tribe that was believed to be extinct. He smiled, admitting that was the reason he avoided spilling his own blood. Finally, she understood that the puppets from the banquet were made from blood and a tasting stone. The Black Blood tribe had originally created both, and he was the one who massacred them. He didn't deny it, confessing that he had been found out and that continuing his work would be difficult from now on. She launched another attack, seeking to finish him once and for all. But as she tried to teleport, the summon stood firm behind him. She and the demon combined their offense against his protection, but even together they couldn't break through, until a portal opened inside the domain. Surprised that someone could interfere there, she saw Sian burst in, slashing the protective barrier and creating an opening for her next attack. The shield shattered into pieces abruptly, as Karam materialized with a smile on his lips as he watched his prey struggling to catch her breath. He demanded to know how she had found him and what her purpose was. There, she let out a sharp laugh, saying she could smell him, the filth that a hypocrite like him, and left in the air. He reminded her that he had already warned her she chose the wrong side. Without warning, he transformed into a larger, more imposing form, with wings wider than before, surpassing even the authority of the god's high seraph. The shield surrounding Boris intensified, expanding in size and power, violently blasting everyone out of the immediate area. Despite this, Sian stood firm, resisting the overwhelming force. Even Hardcraw was in a state of shock, unable to believe he could withstand the authority of the Supreme God, a power that not even the angel could resist, even with the help of the demonic sword. Boris offered to help. He defeat him, pointing out that the wielder of the demonic sword was right in front of them and must be eliminated immediately. Hardcraw tried to intervene, warning that they were not strong enough for that fight. Sian shouted Boris's name as he broke through the shield and slashed the angel's book, pushing himself closer, toward his core, intending to stab the seraph in the chest. He finally understood that the black fog covering the sun symbolized Sian. If that man was a sword destined to be part of Asher's future, then he was a threat that had to be eradicated. He kept repeating to himself that he was someone who had to be eliminated. The angel lunged forward, preparing a final blow that he believed would finish him once and for all. Sarah noticed the surge of powerful mana charging in the air and realized that Sian would not last much longer. He knew he had to act before a catastrophe occurred. As he and Boris clashed, Sian activated his unshakable root spell, freezing the seraph in place to prevent any escape. Boris counterattacked by summoning a hellhound with the intent to devour him, but at the last moment, she arrived just in time to rescue him, unleashing a secret technique called Human-Demon Unified Form. Moments later, a huge explosion erupted, shattering the entire domain around them. She was not surprised, sensing that this was the overwhelming power of a god's divine weapon. They had escaped. The purification mission had failed. Sian stood up, questioning why she had intervened, and she told him that she had saved his life. He bent down to pick up Karam, asking if she was okay. She remained silent for a few seconds, then said she needed some rest. He knew she had probably experienced the pain directly, but that she had managed to endure it anyway. He promised himself that when the real battle came, he would have no choice but to use that weapon. In Verno, the trade city near Luen, Alice moved through the crowd searching for Someone, until she finally spotted the academy's dean. She had doubted he would show up, but there he was. They found a coffee shop to talk in a more private place. He commented that it had been a long time since he had left the academy, and she replied that she was just as surprised, as he rarely left the school grounds. He explained it was because of the letter she had sent him. The situation seemed serious now. The will of the house was no longer the main problem. Aesel and Lewin posed bigger problems. She asked if he knew anything about that man. He replied that he wasn't completely sure, and then asked her what she would think if Ael became the head of the house. She looked down, mentioning that countless silent citizens had joined the Knights of the Light. He would likely end up as the leader of the Empire's most powerful army. The dean nodded, adding that Lewinol, his grandson, would probably command the knights alongside him. Alice looked up, saying that was exactly what worried her, and then asked his opinion on his grandson. He looked down, recalling that once, a long time ago, his brother Sian had asked him if he valued the Empire's prosperity more or his house's honor. It was as if he had foreseen the future. The dean admitted that he hadn't been careful enough about what they might do. His face darkened. She asked what he meant by that, and he told her he didn't know for sure, but asked her to leave the Empire for a while. A great disaster was coming. He would do his best to fix things, but he couldn't guarantee anything. She asked what disaster he was referring to, and he warned that a coup was brewing, signs of an internal conflict aimed at seizing the throne. Alice stood in front of the window, her mind tangled in thoughts about the warning of the coup d'état. She didn't expect Ael and Lewinol to be plotting something like that. How did Dean Kendall already know? Suddenly, the door burst open, startling her as Emily and Brian entered the safe house. As they approached, she greeted them and immediately asked if they had been living with Sian at the academy. Emily nodded, smirking smugly, teasing that young Master Sian still needed to have her around. The thought of him sharing the academy with two women unsettled her. Brian explained that he had urgent matters and had sent the three of them there. She noticed that only Brian and Emily were present, and she realized Nana was missing. Everyone's blood ran cold. Nana had been there just moments before, but they hadn't been paying attention to her. Taking control, she stated that if that person was close to Sian, then she was important to them too. They needed to look for her together immediately. At the port of Bernaya, a ship was gliding away from the dock. The elf confirmed they were ready to set sail. The werewolf commented that the bay looked especially beautiful this time and suggested informing the captain. Before leaving, they saw someone standing nearby, Nana, looking confident and serious. Leaning in, they asked her if she had been abandoned by her parents. She pointed into the distance, shouting that she smelled something familiar over there. They instantly saw a chance to make some easy money and tried to lure her onto the ship by promising her sweets and food. Although she seemed too old to fall for the candy trick, her eyes lit up when she heard it. They put on friendly smiles and laughs, but she remembered Sian's warning about strangers offering candy. Still, she pushed her doubts aside and pretended to follow them. The basement door opened for her. Thoughts of him flooded her mind again, reminding her to never enter dark, enclosed places when someone called her from inside. However, she ignored the warning and entered without hesitation. Once inside, the door slammed shut behind her. The elf and the werewolf exchanged smiles, feeling lucky to have gotten another prize. Her eyes scanned the basement, but no candy appeared. Instead, rows of cages filled with trapped children stared at her. Realizing she had been tricked, tears began to well up. Then she caught the same scent from before and followed it to another cage containing a chained and terrified dog-like creature, a high-ranking monster named Redmaw. She reached out her hand, gently stroking its head and asking how it ended up there and if it wanted to be freed. It barked affirmatively. Without hesitation, she bent the steel bars of its cage. The children behind her begged to be freed as well. Turning around, she gave them a sinister, twisted smile. Meanwhile, the elf and the werewolf approached the captain, announcing they were ready. He congratulated them, saying, "All that's left is to depart from the port." The man introduced himself as Tuano, CEO of the Tuano merchant unit. The dwarf asked if they would renegotiate their sales. Tuano nodded, explaining that Morris had disappeared, which meant the Grey Merchant Syndicate was finished without having to pay Morris's fees, so they expected higher profits. Besides, the GAN Association paid premiums for younger children, so bonuses were coming. The dwarf recalled that Albus had been the first and now the Grey Merchant Syndicate had fallen. He confessed to having a bad feeling, trusting his wife's female intuition, which was never wrong. They looked at him, confused. "You should just be more cautious," Tuano advised, telling them not to think too much. They had a null champion backing them. As they spoke, a pig exploded on the horizon, coming out of the ship. Suddenly, Nana appeared before them screaming "bad adults," with fury and hatred burning in her eyes, declaring she could never forgive them. Tuano shouted in surprise and confusion upon realizing she was a draconic human. She pointed at all of them, accusing them of being liars and evil adults. They became enraged and launched their weapons at her, but nothing was enough to take her down as she punched and kicked each one, defeating them one by one. As a last resort, the man ordered the monster to bring her to him alive. She ran quickly toward it, brandishing a hammer that crushed and destroyed the ground beneath its feet. He yelled in frustration, reminding the beast it had to keep her alive, but she wasn't dead yet. The blow didn't even affect her as she held the hammer effortlessly with a single hand. She looked at it and noticed the chain around its neck and the symbol on it. It brandished its sword again, and she leaned back, dodging all of its attacks. He shouted, asking how they couldn't beat a little girl, insisting he was big enough to beat her. The monster under his control growled and charged up a heavy blow, but before she struck the creature, sending it directly at him. He didn't have time to react, so the beast landed right on top of him. Alice and Brian noticed smoke and sounds coming from nearby while they dowed. They were looking for her. Brian suggested she might be over there, sensing a surge of mana in that direction, urging them to hurry. Meanwhile, the man was trying to recover from the fall and used a gem, ordering the monster to kill her. His heart sank as he realized the shackles had broken and he no longer had control over it. The beast growled, looking at him with a malicious gaze. It moved closer and crushed his hand by leaning on it. Then she faced the monster. Getting closer, she brought out a small void creature and asked if he was its father. It smiled upon seeing them. Then she said her goodbyes as they parted ways. Now she missed Sian even more after witnessing such a touching scene. She heard a voice behind her thanking her for saving him. Turning around, she wondered what to do with all of them. She called the man's servants, telling them that they had to take responsibility and take the children to their homes. But she warned them that if they didn't, she would simply eat them. They agreed, having no other choice, and took the children to their respective homes. She had saved them all and wondered if Sian would praise her for it. She had finally done something good without causing trouble this time, and wished that he would. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted her head. She turned around and saw Sian smiling at her, with joy. She asked how he had found her, but he said it would be strange if he hadn't with all the mana pouring out of her. Seeing that no one else was in the safe house, it was obvious that she had been missing. He told her with a warm smile that he would find her no matter where she was, because after all, he was her dad. However, he couldn't ignore the immense mana she was radiating at that moment. Suddenly, Brian and the others finally arrived at the scene, expressing relief that Nana was okay. But Sian was angry with Brian for not doing his job properly. Alice was surprised to learn that the girl they had been looking for was a draconic human. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Uchif Empire, at the Guised estate, someone ran toward the main gate asking what was happening and why someone who normally stayed at the academy had suddenly come here. The director entered the estate with the servants bowing respectfully before him. The blond man asked what had brought him there, referring to him as his father. The director, with a serious and angry expression, told him to speak, pointing out that it had been a while. They went to a private room. The director told him that 2 years had passed since he resigned from his position as duke, which was why he had no intention of interfering in how things had been managed, but he asked how it was possible that the estate's revenues had fallen so drastically, while the funds sent to the emperor's family had increased significantly. He knew very well that his family sent exorbitant sums of money to the current emperor's family each year. Their political position would be degraded if they didn't pay those amounts, and then they would put their own candidate in the Sime throne. He shouted, asking if he didn't want LOL to become emperor. The director slammed the table, saying that was enough, and asked if he truly believed LOL had the qualities of an emperor. The man replied that it didn't matter, as long as it was someone from the Quiz family. The director told him it was just like when he married off his own sister to the emperor, but he wouldn't say anything more, and ordered all support for Luana to be cut off. As he got up from his seat, he says he will head to the palace. Meanwhile, Belius of the Third Domain has been standing by his coffee table reading a letter. They have finally found the owner of the demonic sword. Although he has been making plans each time, he is worried they would be ruined again. Alicia's sudden resignation from the knightly order has been unexpected, but it has strengthened his position regarding the inheritance of the Ducton Duchy, which has been good news in that regard. His eyes, filled with resentment, suggest that he probably knows something, and that has started to make him nervous. Suddenly, a teleportation circle has appeared next to him and Boris emerged, greeting him formally. Aesel stood up, asking what this was all about, and if that is the true appearance of the Black Blood tribe. Boris has apologized, saying that he had no intention of revealing that form of his. Aesol asked who did that to him, and the other man, with a frustrated expression, told him that his brother Sian had brought him to this point. Aesol became angry and frustrated upon hearing that name. Boris said that at the same time, he achieved his goal and took out a kind of marble-shaped manna, saying it is the manna from the demonic sword that he found during the blood banquet. Now that they have found the owner of the demonic sword, Aesol should finally understand that Sian is the one who has been ruining all of their plans. He expressed his disappointment for not having realized it until now. Boris admitted that he wanted to eliminate Sian, but he wasn't powerful enough. He urged Aesol to intervene, saying that he has fought with Sian before and knows it won't be easy, but he believes he can achieve it. Even so, he warns that it is not yet the time. Since the followers of the Black Mist are with Sian, the situation has become difficult to predict. Aesol asked if there is a plan, and Boris told him to follow the prophecy. The prophecy will guide him to where the sword is, to where the holy sword lies, and that he needs to find the holy sword of Durandark. Jen was surprised to hear that sword mentioned, and felt the need to inform Sian immediately. But before he could move, Boris appeared behind him, calling him a rat and grabbing him by the neck. Aesol confronted Boris, saying that he has found him very suspicious lately, and that he has been deceived for too long. Meanwhile, Lunava has been reading many books, but she hasn't found what she is looking for. The ancient texts she found that day in Instructor Boris's laboratory are written in an ancient language, and if it hadn't been for the spell that forced her out, she could have discovered more. What she has managed to learn so far is that there are only 2 books in the world written in that language, the Divine Scripture and the Demonic Script. It seemed more like Divine Script to her, but why would something like that be in her laboratory? She still has not found anything about the content or use of the books. Now she believes her only option is to search the archive of forbidden texts from the Gam Association. Suddenly, she is startled from behind by Princess Erin. The princess asks her what she was so deep in thought about that she did not notice her presence. Luneth asks what brings her here at this hour, and Erin blushes and looks away, asking if she has seen him lately. Luneth denies it, saying she has spent most of her time in the library lately. Erin smiles mischievously and asks if she misses him. Luneth denies it, but admits that it feels strange he suddenly stopped coming to school as her face turns as white as a sheet. She comforts the princess, telling her there is no reason to worry and that he will return eventually. Erin, confused, asks how she can be so sure, and Luneth replies that she just knows. Suddenly, Leximus bursts into the room saying there is a big problem and hands her a letter, telling her it is from the palace and that she must read it. She opens it after scolding him for reading her private letters, and the first thing she notices is a handwriting that resembles her father's. The content of the letter confirms the strong relations between the palace guardians and notifies her of the engagement between the 5th princess, Erin Savers, and Lord Sianbert. She freezes upon reading those words, her cheeks burning red as she continues to read. Inside Emperor John's chambers, he murmurs a quiet thank you. When Baelith hands him a glass of water, she downplays it, saying there is no reason to thank her and that taking care of him is the least she can do, considering she is his daughter. He dismisses her concern, saying it is nothing serious, just a common cold. She wishes for him to get well soon, saying it hurts her to see him like this, clearly suffering. He offers her another small reassurance, asking her not to worry. Then, without knocking or giving any warning, the teenager bursts into the room, greets the emperor, and introduces himself without hesitation. Baelith quickly stands up, excusing herself so they can speak in private. The director takes a moment to notice how unwell his host truly looks, with sunken cheeks and a wasted body that is more bone than flesh. The emperor acknowledges him, admitting that he is embarrassed to receive an honored guest in such a state of decline. The visitor asks how long his condition has been this severe, and the ruler replies, "At first it seemed like a simple cold, but it has not improved at all." With a grim expression, the director regrets not having come sooner. The emperor leans forward, guessing the true reason for the visit, saying that he only appears when the empire is on the brink of disaster. He looks him in the eye with a sharp expression and asks if it is about the wall, as if he already knows what is happening. The director admits it, saying that he is unaware of many details, but he now realizes it is something much bigger than he thought. The emperor charges mana in his palm, confronting him directly, but says there is no need to get into it. Panic. As long as he breathes, Ninon will not be a threat. The director sensed the energy swirling in his hand, intense but unstable, and realized that what was wrong was not just superficial. Between ragged breaths, the emperor added, "There is something else that worries me, how Princess Erin is doing at the academy." His guest told him not to worry, that she is clever, determined, and full of talent, that she will become a great ruler. The emperor softened, relieved, although the unease persisted, as she had always been fragile and prone to tears. Still, he was glad she was okay. He mentioned how much she had changed since she met a certain boy 3 years ago and believed that boy would stay close to her. For that reason, he had decided they should marry. The director offered a knowing smile that surprised him, as he thought it would be a novelty, but the teacher had suspected it since the moment he was recommended for the royal dormitories. The emperor let out a light laugh and then asked for his honest opinion about the boy. Without hesitation, the director replied frankly that he is a disaster, that he misses class more than people eat, and that he had never seen him open a book. In his 5 decades as a teacher, Sian is the worst student he has ever had. This made the emperor doubt the engagement, but the director changed tone and said, "Our protagonist may be terrible academically, but he has gifts in what truly matters, and with him nearby, no one would dare lay a finger on Aaron." The emperor finally exhaled, relieved by that, before asking what he was truly worried about. His guest tensed, and after a long pause, confessed that he feared what might happen if blood were to be shed between his children. As that conversation unfolded, Beilit, having exited the room, ran into Meinl. He demanded to know if she had just seen his father and grandfather and what they were doing there. She barely looked at him, saying he should go see them himself and ask them directly. He tried to stop her, saying he wasn't finished, but she brushed him off, calling him annoying. That infuriated him, and he raised his voice, asking if she wanted to start something. She shot him a sly smile, saying she wouldn't lower herself to hate him. He was there asking, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" In his face without warning, gripping it tightly, she leans in and tells him she thought he of all people would understand. Close to his ear, she whispered that she knows what he's done, that he has tried to kill each and every one of his siblings. He slapped her hand away, warning her to shut up if she didn't have proof. Then he turned halfway around and stormed off, announcing that he would get answers directly, and that next time she should learn to keep her mouth shut. As he walks toward the room, with rage burning in his core, his thoughts spiral out of control.